Lord Global, starting as the Desert Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 at Sandstorm. Oh, I placed it there. The situation suddenly fell into a delicate situation. Rebecca couldn't describe her inner emotions at this time. The power displayed by this city made her feel palpitations deep in her pores. If she was facing a powerful noble force, she would not be so, but the other party was a lord of divine grace. Before she came, she expected that it was just a relatively outstanding lord of divine grace, and the power she brought with her could completely sweep it. But now, it's more than outstanding, it's simply explosive. Not to mention sweeping it. Don't let the other party dislike it. If you push it, it will be blessed by the goddess of luck. Feeling the sharp edge suddenly revealed by the powerful Dusk City, the guards behind the caravan immediately dispersed. The warriors wearing azure full body armor guarded Rebecca in the center. The momentum of these soldiers is extremely fierce. If you look carefully, you will be surprised to find that these are all level 15 top soldiers, and the number exceeds 2 squadrons. Add a level 19 hero, this power is absolutely amazing. But at this moment, no one dared to move rashly. Everyone's expression was extremely tense, afraid that the guards in the city in front of him would let go of the arrows in their hands. The 19th level cleric looked at the figure in the sky, his heart thumping uncontrollably. Although the opponent did not move, it was like a sharp blade that cut off the mountains hanging over his head. If there was any abnormal movement on his side, the opponent would definitely burst out with a shocking blow. Level 15. Clegg gritted his teeth. Where did this pervert come from? Exclamation mark. Only level 15. The pressure he gave him was even stronger than that of level 19. In the tense confrontation, the situation suddenly changed. In the sky, a translucent phantom emerged, looking at the night elf intently. The other party's face was exquisite and flawless. He held a long sword with intricate patterns in his hand and a long bow with mysterious inscriptions on his back. He exuded a dark aura. Level 14. Cleg's heart beat violently, and his face became even uglier, because he found that this illusory night elf was also very dangerous. The opponent is equally deadly. Fuck, it's okay that level 15 is a threat to me, but level 14 can also pose a threat to me. What kind of perverts are these? Tap 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 tap. A crisp sound of footsteps sounded, and on the top of the city wall, a centaur holding a long-handled battle axe appeared with a curious look. The opponent was accompanied by 2 very special mummies. These are all hero units, and they are all heroes with great potential. Exclamation mark. Clegg made a judgment at the first time. The emotion in his heart at this moment is indescribable. The city that originally had an ordinary first impression made him feel unfathomable mystery at this moment. The power possessed by this city is something that ordinary lords may not be able to accumulate in 10 years, no, 20 years. It is easy to obtain soldiers, but it is too difficult to recruit top heroes. But when the opponent makes a move, it is counted in batches. It is simply outrageous. As the atmosphere becomes more and more tense, whoosh, a sound of flapping wings sounded. The flying troops hovering over the Dusk City slowly dispersed, and a terrifying existence that was 3 times larger than an ordinary undead dragon flapped its wings and came. The aura emitted by the other party made Clegg feel numb. The undead dragon was also a hero, and the soul fire burning in its head was even more surging than that of a level 19 hero like him. Rebecca was also attracted by the scene at this moment. She looked at the dragon, and then immediately found the heroic figure on its back. The first time she saw that figure, she was sure in her heart that this person was definitely the master of the Dusk City, the Lord of Divine Grace who could make Onik, a merchant of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, worship him almost without bottom line. That temperament was too outstanding. The other party wore a black and red crown on his head, and a dark red cloak with mysterious runes on his back. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, which made people tremble, especially when he drove a dragon. His posture was even more majestic and unparalleled. The dragon is the top mountain glorious era, not to mention that this is a dragon hero with unlimited potential. Even the overwhelming Dark Valkyrie could not compare to her brilliance in the eyes of Rebecca and Clem. Rebecca took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and said loudly, "Dear Sir Richard, I'm the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke Frostwolf of the Ice and Snow Empire. This time, Sir Ronick of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce and President Windsor introduced me to trade with the City of Dusk with sincerity." As she spoke, she raised the letter she had just taken out. Rebecca Frostwolf, potential air level 14. After Richard checked the other party's attributes, he took another look at the troops protecting her. Frostwolf Guard, potential, crown 3 stars, level 15. In addition, there is a hero with a level of 19 and potential B level. This noble girl from the Ice and Snow Empire is quite something. Ms. Rebecca, welcome. For safety reasons, please let your army wait outside the city. I will provide them with food and water. You can enter the City of Dusk with your guardian. Although the other party is not a fake, it is impossible to let so many troops enter the city rashly. One must be on guard. If there is any accident and a fight breaks out in the city, no matter how many buildings he has, they will not be enough to demolish. As for the level 19 hero, it is not bad. The Dark Valkyrie or Ani can take him away in one wave. Rebecca has no objection to this arrangement. Strength determines the right to speak. The other party's strength is qualified to arrange everything. Let the army stay outside. Rebecca and Clean pass through the city gate and enter the City of Dusk. After entering the city, Rebecca looked around with curiosity. Although she had heard Onik talk about the magic of this city, but she was still a little amazed at the scenes in front of her. There were no beggars, no poor people hiding in dark corners with no clothes, and the streets were clean and tidy, and even garbage could not be found. Everyone's face was filled with a relaxed smile, and that unique atmosphere could make people relax instantly. They thought of the Frostwolf territory. Although it was also rich in the Ice and Snow Empire, the mental outlook was completely different. The gap was too big. Although it was just a cursory glance, the first impression could still feel the difference of this territory. More importantly, this was built in just a few months. In a special mood, Rebecca followed the soldiers to the Lord's mansion and paid special attention to the conversations of the residents around her. "Brother, I haven't finished my homework yesterday. The teacher will check it tonight. Otherwise, you can help me write it? Mr. Mark, I heard that the underground world is recruiting a group of managers recently. I wonder if I can be selected. The Lord is so great that he can easily conquer the underground world. Madam, your son's performance at the food workshop seminar yesterday was extremely eye-catching. The passing residents discussed topics related to life, without complaints or dissatisfaction. When talking about the Lord, the tone was full of respect and enthusiasm. This was in stark contrast to the attitude of the commoners towards the Frostwolf Duke when she was in the Frostwolf territory. Here, people seemed to love the territory and the Lord from the bottom of their hearts. Rebecca came to the Lord's mansion with Clen in a complex state of mind. After entering the gate, she felt a little uneasy. When she entered the hall, she immediately saw the owner of this territory sitting in the main seat and drinking tea. At this time, the other party's outstanding temperament made people unable to take their eyes away. Rebecca's heart felt a little faster. With her status and position, she had seen countless outstanding opposite sex in the Ice and Snow Empire. But at this moment, in front of this Lord of Divine Grace, those who used to be handsome and charming were simply unbearable to look at. The most eye-catching thing was the other party's dazzling temperament like the bright moon, which made people unable to control themselves. Looking back, behind the other party, 2 terrifying beings who had just floated in the sky were staring at her indifferently. Rebecca's heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and regained her clarity. The eldest daughter of the Grand Duke Frostwolf is Novars. She saluted again. "Sir Richard, I'm Rebecca Frostwolf, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf family of the Ice and Snow Empire. I greet you. This identity is precious enough in the Ice and Snow Empire, but at this moment, her attitude is very low. Treating the strong must be treated with sufficient respect. This is the most basic principle of the glorious era. The City of Dusk is qualified to let her lower her attitude." Richard stood up and extended his hand. "No need to be polite, Ms. Rebecca. Since Sonic introduced you, we are all friends. Please sit down." After Rebecca stood up, she smiled a little, stepped forward, handed the introduction letter to Richard, and then sat down with the grey-haired 19th level hero Clem. Her manners were elegant and calm, and her temperament, that was raised by aristocrats, since childhood also attracted people's attention. Richard took the letter, and sat down slowly. He opened it, and looked at it, and said casually, "You came from the east, so you didn't pass through the sandstorm area, right?" This made Rebecca and Clem startled at the same time. They suddenly thought of the sandstorm, that would not move. "What does this mean?" Rebecca tentatively said, "Sir Richard, we avoided that sandstorm." Richard said casually without taking his eyes off the letter, "That's good. When I arranged it, it was to prevent the enemy's surprise attack, not to deal with our own people." These relaxed words made the two of them breathe a little. Thinking of the terrifying scene that covered the sky and the sun, their backs felt cold. "That sandstorm, was it created by you?" Rebecca's voice was a little hoarse. Richard looked up at the two of them and nodded without paying much attention. "Yes, it was originally intended to block some wild monsters." After getting confirmation for the second time, Rebecca's heart jumped and she turned her head to look at Clem. Both of them saw the horror in each other's eyes. "That was a sandstorm!" Exclamation mark. The most terrifying natural disaster in the desert. In this magical world, the power of sandstorms may not be resisted even by extraordinary strongmen. Now, it is actually man-made. An indescribable shock surged in my heart. Looking at that understated figure, I suddenly felt a sense of awe. The Dusk City, which had become very mysterious because of the scene in front of the city gate, was now covered with a layer of hazy veil that could not be explored. Chapter 350 to Frost Mine. Richard had not expected that the sandstorm in the east would have such a huge impact on the two. In his opinion, this was just a 5-star treasure. Although the system introduction said that this thing was extremely rare. But with the quicksand land in front, it didn't seem so rare for the City of Dusk. After reading the letter in his hand twice, Richard raised his head. At this moment, Rebecca and Claire didn't want to be looked down upon. They suppressed their emotions and their faces returned to normal. He didn't find too much abnormality. The content written in the letter was very normal, but at the end it emphasized the identity of Rebecca and the others, and the wealth of the Frostwolf family, and at the same time, pointed out what the other party wanted. He was very satisfied with Onyx's move. This guy was also a smart guy. This opened the way for him to use the Flame Dragon Rabbit to blackmail the Frostwolf family. Ahem. No, a reasonable transaction. Ms. Rebecca, Onyx has already stated what you want in the letter. Richard smiled faintly. For friends who take the initiative to do business, Dusk City has always been welcoming. Hearing this, Rebecca took a deep breath and looked at him solemnly. "Mr. Richard, thank you for your trust. I believe you also know that the environment of the Ice and Snow Empire, and therefore the Frostwolf family, has a great demand for the rabbit hair of the Flame Dragon Rabbit." After a pause, looking at Richard's non-committal expression, she continued, "So I want to buy the rabbit hair of the Flame Dragon Rabbit from Dusk City." After saying that, she quickly added a sentence. "We are willing to buy it at the price of the finished product made into the Desert Crown robe." Richard smiled. It turned out that he was a big dog owner. He liked to deal with such local tycoons. Dusk City does not mind selling the rabbit hair of the Flame Dragon Rabbit to the outside world, but the specific details of the transaction need to be discussed. In business, the two parties have no friendship, and the bargaining chips that the other party has taken out are far from enough. Now that he has the initiative, he naturally wants to strive for more benefits. Rebecca was obviously prepared for this, and had no objection. After thinking about it, she asked, "Sir Richard, may I know how many Flame Dragon Rabbits Dusk City has now? How much rabbit hair can it provide every month? This is the most important part. If the number is not large, then it will not be of much value to her." Richard turned his head and looked at the mummy guard at the door. "Go to the breeding area and call King Gaia." "Yes, master." He was too busy during this period and let the people below to the agricultural area. He didn't keep an eye on it all the time. With his status and position, it was not worth it to investigate such a small matter all day. Not long after, the skinny desert goblin entered the hall excitedly. After seeing Richard, he immediately saluted loudly. King Gaia sends the highest regards to the Great Master, the conqueror of the underworld, and the master of the desert. He knelt on one knee and put his right hand on his chest. He looked decent. Richard looked at this frail and skinny goblin with a smile on his face. He waved his hand. Get up. Looking at the ugly face that smiled brighter than chrysanthemums after getting up, the corners of his mouth twitched. Don't laugh. It's so ugly that it can scare the undead. King Gaia, how many flame dragon rabbits have reproduced now? King Gaia immediately puffed out his chest and said proudly, Master, there are currently 875 adult flame dragon rabbits and 395 baby rabbits. The baby rabbits are expected to reach adulthood in the middle of next month. So, there are already thousands of them? Richard nodded with satisfaction. The reproduction speed of the flame dragon rabbit is indeed amazing. But why is the number of baby rabbits decreasing? As if seeing his doubts, King Gaia hurriedly asked, Master, I've told you before that the flame dragon rabbits can't reproduce indefinitely due to bloodline problems. After reaching a certain number, the reproduction rate will slow down. Once the reproduction rate slows down, it indicates that the flame dragon rabbit king will be born. After the king appears, the reproduction of the flame dragon rabbit will enter a downturn, and the number of offspring will drop to 1 or 2 in the future. If the king is not born, the flame dragon rabbits will gradually lose control and riot due to the blood in their bodies and enter self-destruction. This tribe is expected to reproduce to about 3,000, and the king will definitely be born. Rebecca, who was standing aside, heard this, but she was not too happy, but very disappointed. What can you do with just over 1,000 flame dragon rabbits? Even if there are 3,000, it won't be very useful. Killing them all and taking the rabbit fur can only arm a few battalions, which is much worse than she expected. Richard got the answer he wanted and didn't ask any more questions. He waved his hand to let King Gaia leave. Then he looked at Rebecca and said softly, Ms. Rebecca, Dusk City will be able to provide 1,000 flame dragon rabbits fur every month. Rebecca was stunned and asked in confusion, 1,000 every month? But, don't you only have thousands? Richard smiled. We use extremely precious treasures and special methods to raise them. Currently, flame dragon rabbits can change their fur once a month. This is true. Flame dragon rabbits can only survive by basking in the sun. Isn't the sun precious? It is simply a rare treasure. How many treasures in the world can compare to the sun? And the special breeding method. Have you ever seen a rabbit that can only bask in the sun without eating? This method is so special. Rebecca instantly turned from sadness to joy. Praise the ice and snow goddess! Exclamation mark. This must be your divine grace! Exclamation mark. She said excitedly. Sir Richard, no matter how much Dusk City can produce, we will take it. Her tone was firm, and she didn't even talk about the price. This was her first step to control the Frostwolf family, and it was worth it, no matter how much it cost. The rabbit hair of the flame dragon rabbit is too rare. The few pieces of clothing mixed with rabbit hair that have appeared so far are luxury goods that only kings and nobles can enjoy. Richard was very satisfied with the other party's attitude and thought for a while. Ms. Rebecca, let's talk about the specific price. How many resources do you plan to exchange for 1 unit of rabbit hair? The body of the flame dragon rabbit is half a person's height and weighs more than 100 kilograms. Each adult rabbit produces about 10 kilograms of rabbit hair per month, that is, 10 units. These are all naturally shed rabbit hairs, and the quality is excellent. When this batch of flame dragon rabbits are all adults, they can produce tens of thousands of units per month, reaching 3,000 at their peak, which is 30,000 units. To make a yellow sand robe, including losses, the required materials are about 5 units. Now the production of thousands of rabbits, even if all are used to produce yellow sand robes, can produce 200 pieces per month. Each yellow sand robe can be sold for thousands of units of rare resources. The current income alone can reach 200,000 units per month. Richard calculated a little and was amazed at the infinite business opportunities contained in it. This thing is simply a gold mine. He has accumulated for such a long time and plundered the underground world in the middle. Now he only has a few 100,000 units of rare resources. Farming is still promising. Since the original value can reach 200,000 units of rare resources, the transaction with the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf family cannot be less than what he sells himself. Rebecca turned her head and glanced at Claire, who had a subtle look, but did not speak. The girl seemed to have received some hints. After a moment of silence, she spoke in a concentrated voice. Sir Richard, the Frostwolf family controls a part of the mineral vein in the Eternal Frostland. We are willing to use a frost mine to buy 5 years of production from you. Richard was very interested when he heard this proposal. Use a mineral vein to trade? What is this frost mine? Is it so precious? After thinking about it, he turned his head and looked at the corner. Call Andal. The guard left again. Gloria Sera is too big. Except for the god of knowledge, I'm afraid no one dares to say that they can understand everything in it. It was also the first time for him to hear about the frost vein. Not long after, Andal, who had panda eyes and didn't get enough rest, hurried into the hall. Sir Richard. Her voice was a bit cute and innocent. I'm researching it. It's the last minute. Ever since she got the 5-star treasure, the psychic gem, which can improve the characteristics of the troops, the girl has been immersed in research. After conquering the underground world for such a long time, the other party has never left the door of the blacksmith shop. He even sleeps on the floor of the blacksmith shop. Richard felt distressed and amused about this. He said unhappily, okay, there's no rush. Let's go back and rest for 2 days before researching. What's the point of researching when you're exhausted? Andal's face fell immediately, looking aggrieved. Rebecca and Claire looked at the girl with a few dust on her face with curiosity. After Claire carefully sensed it, his heart trembled. The ice goddess is another hero with unlimited potential. In addition to the ones that appeared on the city wall, this is the first one. Even the Frostwolf territory is not so exaggerated. This Lord of Divine Grace is simply too much. Richard ignored the girl's little emotion and simply recounted the transaction between the two parties. Then he said meaningfully, Ms. Rebecca, I plan to exchange a frost mine for 5 years of flame dragon rabbit fur production in Dusk City. What do you think? Andal's originally dull expression immediately became energetic like watered grass. She turned her head and looked at Rebecca. Frost mine. Can it produce frost or full of ice magic? Rebecca nodded confidently. Yes. Andal was very excited to get a positive response. My lord, frost ore can be forged into weapons with ice magic. Attacking the enemy will freeze the enemy. There is no place to produce it except the Ice and Snow Empire. It is very precious. As she said that, her big eyes rolled around. But the flame dragon rabbit is also precious. Unless it is a giant frost mine, the value is not equal. Richard laughed dumbly. Not bad. He also knew how to add bargaining chips for himself. Rebecca heard this and nodded decisively. Yes, it is a giant frost mine. Andal's eyes curved into crescents, and she turned her head and looked at Richard eagerly, as if to say, hurry up and agree, we will get a great bargain. Chapter 353, 5-star treasure, Ice and Snow Elf statue. Richard looked at Andal, who was pursing her lips and blinking at him, and was inexplicably touched by her cuteness. This girl. After thinking for a moment, he stared at Rebecca. Ms. Rebecca, the chips you offer are very sincere, but they are not enough. The Ice Empire is too far away from the desert. It is very difficult for us to travel tens of thousands of miles to mine a vein. Besides, frost ore is not necessary for us. Even if we get it, it is just icing on the cake. This is true. He has never seen frost ore. From what Andal said, although it is precious, it is not indispensable to the current Twilight City. The soldiers of Twilight City, from the beginning of recruitment, all have their own weapons, and he does not need to forge them extra. Only races like elves, orcs, and humans need to pay extra attention, because these races can not only recruit soldiers from the soldiers' nests, but also train the natives into the army. This is a racial talent. The barracks are used to transfer ordinary residents, but Twilight City obviously has a different development path, and does not need to convert ordinary residents into soldiers. All the weapons obtained from the underground world were sold in exchange for resources. Rebecca frowned subconsciously. She looked straight into the deep eyes in front of her and spoke seriously. Sir Richard, believe me, you will agree to this decision after you see the frost ore. Her original bargaining chip was not this very precious vein, but after arriving in the City of Dusk, she saw all the extraordinary things, which forced her to change the bargaining chip. The original exchange item was obviously not qualified to be brought to the negotiation table. This territory full of mystery is not as simple as she imagined. But now a new problem has arisen. After changing the bargaining chip, she was embarrassed to find that she did not carry frost ore, so she could not show the extraordinariness of this ore. At this moment, it was a little embarrassing. Andal was so anxious that she stared at him. If she could not make a decision, she would have agreed on the spot. Richard pondered for a moment, and just as he was about to speak again, Rebecca suddenly took out a treasure and placed it on the table. "Sir Richard, how about I add this treasure as a bargaining chip?" Richard looked at it intently. It was a statue of a girl in a long skirt, carved from ice and snow. It was crystal clear and exuded a hint of coldness. The statue was vivid and lifelike, as if it could come alive at any time. He reached out and took the statue, feeling the huge magic power contained in it, and immediately became interested. He didn't rush to respond, but opened the attribute panel first. After taking a look, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ice and Snow Elf statue level. 5 stars. Features. 1. Placed in the territory, the temperature of the territory can be freely adjusted. The highest temperature cannot exceed 27 degrees and the lowest temperature cannot be lower than -20 degrees. It can be maintained all year round too. It can summon 100 ice and snow elves. The ice and snow elves have normal intelligence. When fighting, they can add magic to the army and cause negative effects such as freezing, cold, stiffness, and trembling to the enemy. 3. Can release the skill Ice Shield, which can condense a shield to protect the entire territory. Duration: 1 hour. Cooling time: 24 hours. You can input magic into the statue to extend the shield time. Introduction: a treasure made of the coldest ice with powerful power. Wow, a 5-star treasure. And the attributes are so outstanding. 3 skills, each more practical than the other. The first skill can be called a large air conditioner. This thing may not be useful in other territories, but this is a desert. The dry and hot weather is simply torture for ordinary people. A treasure that can adjust the temperature over a large range. Absolutely amazing. The second skill, summoning ice and snow elves, is also good for fighting. What he values most is the ability to summon an ice shield. This skill makes up for the defensive weakness of the City of Dusk. And you can also input magic to increase the duration of the shield. This undoubtedly directly hits the point he desires most in his heart, the safety of the City of Dusk. Richard was very excited. This chip is obviously much more fragrant than the pie drawn by the other party. This treasure can be exchanged for half a year's output of flame dragon rabbits in Dusk City. I need to see the frost mine before signing the rest of the deal. The moment the words fell, Andal's eyes curved into crescents, and she smiled very happily, and the joy seemed to overflow from the bottom of her heart. That satisfied expression was pleasing to look at. Rebecca also smiled. Although this treasure is precious, it is nothing compared to controlling the Frost Wolf family. Happy cooperation, Sir Richard. May the Ice and Snow Goddess bless our cooperation. This transaction was not complicated, just a simple barter. After the general direction was agreed, the remaining details were quickly negotiated. When both parties reached an agreement, Richard asked the key question. Ms. Rebecca, how can we guarantee the interests of both parties after our cooperation? This cooperation will last for several years. Rebecca looked at him in surprise and said with a subtle look, "You don't know about the ice and snow contract?" Seeing Richard shaking his head, Rebecca explained with a smile. The ice and snow contract is the glory spread by the ice and snow goddess in the main plane. As long as the terms are signed on the ice and snow contract, the goddess will become the notary of the contract. Once anyone violates the terms of the contract, he will be punished by the goddess. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with pride. In the entire main plane, there are less than 10 gods who can notarize contracts, and our great ice and snow goddess is the most fair one. So there are a lot of merchants from other empires who will come to buy the ice and snow contract specifically, to let the goddess witness it. Richard nodded thoughtfully. This ice and snow goddess is quite skillful. Doing this not only makes her famous and makes money, but also spreads faith and expands influence. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. As she spoke, Rebecca took out the translucent ice and snow contract. Richard opened the attribute panel and confirmed that the effect was as the other party said, and it would really be witnessed by the gods, so he was relieved. After writing down the terms, both parties signed their names. At the moment the contract was signed, he vaguely felt that he was being watched by the ice and snow goddess. A pair of indifferent eyes seemed to look in this direction. Although it was gone in a flash, the sacred aura still made him admire it. Compared with the goddess of ice and snow, the god of dog-headed men is nothing. The contract stipulates that the flame dragon rabbit fur produced by Twilight City within 5 years belongs to Rebecca, and at least 10,000 units are provided every month within half a year. After half a year, Twilight City cannot intercept more than 10%, and the remaining ones cannot be sold to the Ice Empire. And Rebecca needs to pay for the ice and snow elf statue and a frost vein located in the eternal land of frost. The two parties agreed that if Twilight City does not accept the frost vein, it will only provide half a year of flame dragon rabbit fur. The terms are simple and clear, without any extra nonsense, but because of the existence of the gods, the restraint effect is almost full. No one will risk being punished by the gods to violate the terms. Of course, if you want to die, that's another story. After the transaction was completed, Richard took the ice and snow elf statue in his hand and polished it carefully and was very satisfied. This is a 5-star treasure. Normally, in addition to being a little easier in dungeons and being able to exchange 4 points in the main plane, only by taking great risks and conquering some high-level maps can you have a chance to get it. Moreover, this treasure also fills the gap in the defense of the City of Dusk. In the future, there is no need to worry about the enemy directly crossing the city wall and attacking the city. After the business was over, Richard took Rebecca to visit the breeding base. Seeing the lively flame dragon rabbits walking around, the goblins took the opportunity to collect the rabbit fur of the other side, and Rebecca was very satisfied. This is the hope for the future. Not long after, 2 goblins appeared in Rebecca's sight. They walked out with some unknown magical plant roots. Those roots exuded a strong magical fluctuation, and judging from the tooth marks, they seemed to have just been eaten. Are these the foods used by the City of Dusk to feed the flame dragon rabbits? Rebecca and Cledo took a few glances. The goblin was sharp-eyed and immediately covered the roots with something to prevent them from looking at them more. Rebecca and Claire looked at each other and felt a little regretful. But they didn't investigate further. It was a secret that they could raise the flame dragon rabbit that no one knew how to raise. Naturally, they couldn't let them know. But Claire secretly memorized the shapes of those plants, thinking of asking someone to look for them later to see if they could find similar ones. Richard ignored the 2 people's gazes and seriously introduced how difficult it was to raise them. After the flame dragon rabbit was visited, he took the 2 people to the sand date forest and tasted the fresh desert crown honey. The wonderful taste made the 2 people's hearts fly. The sun sank on the earth and the moon hung high in the sky. In the evening, after a sumptuous dinner to welcome Rebecca, Richard asked the question that had been bothering him at the tea party after dinner. Ms. Rebecca, the ice and snow empire is so cold, how do you grow food? And how do you prevent the food from being destroyed by wild monsters? This question made Rebecca a little stunned. After thinking about it, she didn't hide it and asked directly. Our food is a plant called ice fruit, which likes cold and can take root in the ice. There is a piece of land in the Frost Wolf territory inside the iceberg, which is specially used to produce food and can supply millions of people. As for resisting danger, the enemies outside cannot enter unless they capture the entrance. Richard was a little disappointed. This experience was of no use to Twilight City. He wanted to find a safe place, but the terrain of the desert was too difficult for him. He didn't keep it a secret and talked about the agricultural problems of Twilight City. Finally, he asked, is there any way to prevent the agriculture of Twilight City from being destroyed by war? Rebecca shook her head decisively without thinking. The desert is too barren and the terrain is too monotonous. It is not suitable for agricultural development at all, and it is not even suitable for developing territory. Sir Richard, with your ability, you can develop better outside the desert. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I came here for you to give me advice, not for you to pour cold water on me. The disadvantages of the desert are countless, but the advantages are also obvious. This vast desert is a natural shield. There are no enemies around that can threaten the city of dusk. It can give him enough time to develop. After thinking about it, he was still unwilling to give up and continued. How do human cities deal with this problem? Rebecca thought for a moment before speaking. The geographical conditions of each territory are different, so it is difficult to summarize. But in general, it is still based on local conditions. There is always a way that suits your own territory. As far as I know, some powerful forces will distribute production tasks by land around dozens of cities and share risks. Some also sign long-term contracts with some lords who own manors and make targeted acquisitions. Even worse, they even occupy a plane for production. Hearing other methods, Richard didn't feel much. But the last sentence suddenly reminded him of the plain stone that he had been idle in his hand. In addition, he even had the world tree seeds that could support a medium-sized plane. Thinking of this, his brows frowned again. He felt that the safe production environment he wanted to find might start with these two treasures. But the biggest problem is, how can he make use of these two top treasures? Richard's thoughts began to turn. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any good solution. His head hurt. The plain stone was too advanced, and he didn't know how to use it at all. And the world tree seed needs 100 drops of divinity to activate it. Now Rennie inputs a drop of divinity into it every week. At the current rate, it will take more than a year to make it revitalized. Perhaps, I may have to wait until I step into the extraordinary to use the two treasures. Richard smiled bitterly. Extraordinary. The most powerful boss in Twilight City at present, the Dark Valkyrie, is still 5 levels away from this level. And the higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Not to mention the extraordinary, it will take a long time for him to reach level 15. He rubbed his temples with a headache, but didn't dwell on it. Anyway, the treasure is in hand, and it will come in handy sooner or later. After skipping this topic, Richard's thoughts suddenly jumped, and he thought of the blood coffin buried under the roots of the ancient tree of the evil god. This blood coffin was robbed by the orcs from the vampire castle near the Ice Empire. There is also a superclass vampire duke sleeping inside. If this duke can be dealt with, will these two treasures be used in advance? He said with some deep meaning. Ms. Rebecca, I heard from my friends that there seem to be many vampires in the Ice Empire. I wonder if you have heard any news about those evil races? His subordinates are all undead, and he said that others are evil races. Claire couldn't help but smile. Vampire? Rebecca raised her eyebrows, a little confused why Richard suddenly asked about this. Richard nodded slightly. Yes, there are traces of vampires near the territory of my friend, so I want to find out more about this race. The girl's face relaxed and turned to look at the level 19 hero beside her. Grandpa Clee knows more about vampires than I do. He participated in the Blood War 30 years ago. Blood War? Can you tell me more about it? Richard's interest soared when he heard this unfamiliar word. Is there a hidden secret? Clee looked at Richard, who was so interested that he couldn't refuse him, and some memories appeared in his eyes. Lord Richard, 30 years ago, countless vampires lived on the land of the Ice and Snow Empire. Those evil creatures ruled a vast territory and have been levying blood taxes on the humans below, requiring everyone to pay a certain amount of blood as tax every once in a while. At the beginning, because the vampires were so powerful, the Ice and Snow Empire was still in a cooperative relationship with them. But the situation changed until a major earthquake caused an ancient relic to merge into the main plane. We call that relic the Land of Eternal Frost, and frost ore is its specialty. The vampires wanted to occupy the territory that was home to countless precious mineral veins, and the Ice and Snow Empire had an unprecedented conflict with them. Under the astonishing wealth, anger continued to accumulate, and the two sides finally broke up completely. Finally, in the Land of Eternal Frost, the two sides launched a shocking battle. Extraordinary, legendary, and even demigods fell on the ice, and blood flowed like a river, soaking the earth. In this battle, the Ice Empire won the final victory. The high-ranking vampires were all killed, and their protector, a demigod-level blood prince, was killed on the spot. Since then, the number of vampires has become fewer and fewer, and even gradually disappeared from sight. Only in some remote areas can traces of vampires be heard occasionally. Richard was thoughtful. Could the vampire duke sleeping in the blood coffin be the one who survived the war 30 years ago? His eyes narrowed slightly. He said with some deep meaning, "Ms. Rebecca, to be honest, I captured a sleeping vampire before. The other party is quite powerful. I want to enslave him. I wonder if you have any way." Chapter 354. Rich Profits. Hard work pays off. Ms. Rebecca, to be honest, I have captured a sleeping vampire before. He is quite powerful. I want to enslave him. Do you have any ideas? Richard's voice sounded without any taboo. The good thing about the desert camp is that it is open to all kinds of soldiers and heroes. As long as they are suitable for you, you can recruit them boldly. You don't have to be as careful as the good camp. If the good camp recruits soldiers from the evil camp, their morale will drop in a minute. If they are not careful, they may even defect in the battle. The Ice Empire is also a neutral camp. It has had a long-term cooperation with vampires before. Rebecca and Clean have no objection to Richard's words. In the eyes of the neutral camp, kindness or evil is not that important. As long as they can be used, it's fine. They are absolutely practical. Sir Richard, can I know the strength of the other party? The other party is sleeping in a special treasure. The estimated level is not less than level 15. Richard naturally couldn't be sure, so he gave an ambiguous answer. If he could really learn how to subdue the vampire duke from the two of them, not to mention the combat power brought by the extraordinary, just the possibility of using the plain stone and the world tree seeds would be a big profit. A stable production base can be a perfect bonus for the farming business of Twilight City. Claire's heart trembled when he heard this. Level 15. Vampire Marquis. This must be another hero unit. He suddenly thought of the exaggerated number of heroes in Twilight City. Could it be that all those heroes came from this? His eyes were full of envy. Why doesn't the young lady have such good luck? If they had the number of heroes in Twilight City, perhaps it would not be so difficult to control the Frostwolf family. Rebecca also had the same emotion. Top heroes that are extremely rare outside do not seem to have the attribute of rareness in Twilight City. After careful thinking, he said slowly, vampires above level 15 have their souls completely integrated into their bodies. This evil race has terrifying power. It is extremely difficult to enslave them. Rebecca answered seriously. Ordinary methods will not work. Only the power of the gods can achieve your goal. Richard saw that the other party was not joking, and he also became interested. Ms. Rebecca, how can I get the power of the gods? The soul contract awarded by the Ice and Snow Goddess. Rebecca's eyes were bright. The soul contract has the power of the goddess. There is no problem in using it to enslave a sleeping vampire. Not to mention that it is only level 15. Even the extraordinary can't resist it. Richard's heart moved. He asked with a try and see attitude, but he didn't expect to get something. He asked softly, Ms. Rebecca, how can I get the contract awarded by the Ice and Snow Goddess? Does the Frostwolf family have it? Clay answered from the side. Sir Richard, the contract of the Ice and Snow Goddess is a gift from the goddess herself. The number is extremely rare, and the price is even more expensive than the legendary treasure. The Frostwolf family does not have such a treasure. At present, except for the king who still has one, I have never heard of anyone else having it. He hesitated as he spoke. If you want to get the soul contract, you must first establish friendship with the king. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was very clear. It was unlikely. Richard was not disappointed and thanked him seriously. He thought of the dark contract he got from the copy. This thing was also obtained by chance. In the future, he can collect intelligence in this direction. If he can't get the contract of the Ice and Snow Goddess, he may not be able to get the Fire Goddess. There will always be a way. As long as he doesn't open the blood coffin for his own death, there is still enough time for him. Rebecca asked curiously. Sir Richard, did you find the vampire you captured in the Ice and Snow Empire? Richard smiled and didn't hide it. Yes, I went to help a friend before and accidentally discovered the sleeping vampire. It's fate. My friend's territory is not far from the Ice and Snow Empire, so I asked you for information. After saying that, he thought of the guy who loves steamed buns. The underground world has been conquered by him. I don't know if the other party has found out more about the vampire castle. Next time, We can send troops on an expedition to destroy the castle. He was very interested in attacking such high-level maps. The orcs could break through the vampire castle, so the Twilight City could naturally do the same. Expeditions against orcs and raising the underground world. These wars made Richard taste the taste of making extra money. Once those NPC cities with strong strength are successfully attacked, the gains are extremely considerable. He couldn't refuse this kind of income. No one could refuse it. Rebecca heard this, and her smart eyes turned slightly. She took out an object from the space ring on her hand and handed it to Richard. Richard took it. It was a crystal clear ice and snow plate with a lifelike giant wolf carved on it. Sir Richard, this is a token of the Frost Wolf family. You can give it to your friend, he said with a blink. You are so far away from each other that it is difficult to take care of each other all the time. After giving it to the other party, as long as he holds this item and goes to the territory of the Frost Wolf family, he will definitely be treated well. Richard praised in his heart and thanked him with a smile. Although this thing is nothing in his eyes, it is definitely not inferior to a 5-star treasure for ordinary players. It is a great honor to be taken care of by the Frost Wolf family in the Ice and Snow Empire. What made him even more impressed was that Rebecca knew how to behave. She was worthy of being trained by a great noble. Every move made people feel comfortable. After this scene, the atmosphere between the two sides became more harmonious. After chatting for a long time, Rebecca also had a better impression of Richard. The other party's conversation, temperament, vision, and mind, everything revealed during the contact, were all top choices. Suddenly, in the warm atmosphere, a maid quickly walked into the room to report that the elder of the white-tailed cat tribe, Brooke Whitetail, wanted to see him. Upon hearing this, Richard did not hesitate and let the other party in directly. After the white-tailed cat tribe took over the winner-making workshop, the winner-making business finally got on track. The other party had specifically reported that the first batch of white-tailed absolute brewing would be ready in the next 2 or 3 days. Brooke Whitetailed, who looked old and like an old cat, stepped into the house, followed closely by 2 young cat girls carrying 2 trays covered with black cloth. When they arrived at the long table, Brooke touched her chest and saluted. "Good night, master." Then she touched her chest again to Rebecca and Clay. "Good night, distinguished guests." Rebecca and Clay did not dare to be arrogant and immediately stood up to return the greeting. Richard ignored these courtesies and looked curiously at the trays held by the 2 cat-eared girls. "Brooke, is the white-tailed absolute brewing ready?" Brooke said with a little excitement. "Yes, master." Then he stepped forward and lifted the black cloth on the tray on the left. Swish, a transparent glass bottle filled with wine appeared in sight. There were stars in the glass bottle, as if there were stars flowing in it, with a unique charm. "We have successfully brewed it. Whitetail Absolute Brew. The real Whitetail Absolute Brew." Richard was in a good mood as he looked at the Whitetail Absolute Brew, which looked almost the same as the one he had brought back before. It was not easy. How much energy did he spend, since he planned to develop the brewing industry? How many resources did he invest? Almost every time he came back from an outing, the first thing he did was to call Kalu to ask about the brewing workshop. It has been almost half a year, and Twilight City finally has top quality wine to show off. The harvest was hard won. Pour the wine. Let the 2 guests who came from afar taste the best wine in Twilight City. Rebecca didn't like wine very much, so she didn't care much. On the contrary, Claire looked at the Whitetail Absolute Brew with curiosity, which seemed to flow like a galaxy. The Ice Empire is located in a very cold place, and the demand for wine is particularly strong. He is an absolute wine lover. But because the cold is not conducive to brewing, most of the wine is strong, and good wine is rare. But as a member of the Frostwolf family and a level 19 hero, what kind of wine do you want to drink? So Clay only looked at it curiously and didn't take the Whitetail Absolute Brew seriously. Wine is not like other things. Good looking is useless. Tasty wine is the truth. The Frostwolf territory also has a winemaking department, which has a history of at least 100 years, but it was not until the past 10 years that the quality of the wine has improved. Although this territory is extraordinary for an industry that requires accumulation of foundation, it is probably only slightly better than Vinegar. but as a guest, it is naturally not good to lose the other party's face. Claire showed a polite smile on his face and didn't take the so-called wine to heart at all. Brooke didn't notice these details. He excitedly put the glass wine jar on the table, then slowly opened the lid and filled a glass for each person. Claire, who was originally careless, was stunned when he smelled the smell after the wine glass was brought in front of him. This fragrance. Why is it so special? He swallowed his saliva and couldn't wait to take it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. A feeling of standing in the wilderness and being brushed by the breeze emerged. The whole person seemed to float. Good wine. Although he hadn't taken a sip yet, the special aroma of the wine had already made him feel relaxed and happy. Claire suppressed his excitement and slowly tasted it. When the wine entered his mouth, the clear and mellow fragrance exploded on his taste buds. He narrowed his eyes and savored the wonderful taste carefully. After a long time, he swallowed it down with a gulp. The wine flowed into his stomach, exuding a warm breath, and then gradually flowed to his limbs. It was like soaking in warm water, and today's fatigue was swept away. Does this wine have additional properties? After a long time, Claire put down the wine glass, feeling the aftertaste in his mouth and the warmth from his limbs, and looked at Brooke in amazement. Is this wine called Bayway Junayang? Brooke felt the change in his mood, and felt quite proud. That's right, sir. This is the result of hundreds of years of research by the white-tailed cat tribe. No one in this world can brew it except us. After saying that, he added another sentence. Even the white-tailed cat tribe from other tribes can't do it. Claire gave a thumbs up sincerely. Ice and snow goddess, I swear, this is one of the top 5 wines I've ever drunk. Brooke's smile became even brighter. Rebecca also came back to her senses from the wine. Although she didn't feel anything about wine, as a noble woman trained by a great noble, wine tasting was just a daily exercise. Good or bad, you can taste it with half a sip. She felt that the several top wines developed by her family at a great expense were not as good as this one in terms of taste. After putting down the wine glass, her eyes showed strong interest. Sir Richard, does Dusk City have any plans to sell this wine? As long as the price is right, I'll buy it all. It's a huge profit to operate fine wine in the Ice and Snow Empire. Richard sneered. Of course there is, but the process of producing Bayway Junayang is difficult, and the price is not cheap. Rebecca nodded as a matter of course. Of course. After thinking for a while, he said directly, how about 50 units of rare resources for 1 unit of Whitetail Absolute Brew? This price is not low. The reserves of the macro veins of rare resources are only 100 units. Although Richard has hundreds of thousands of units of rare resources, most of them are obtained by plundering orcs and great dwarves. God knows how many years the other party has accumulated them. But he didn't rush to agree. He turned to look at Brooke. How many Whitetail Absolute Brews can we produce every month now? Brooke thought for a moment before answering. With the current productivity, we can produce 5,000 units per month. Richard nodded. This number was expected. As a 4-star fine wine, the production process of Whitetail Absolute Brew is not easy. It is impossible to achieve large-scale mass production in a short time. It is unrealistic. It has been calculated before that the production cost of each unit of Whitetail Absolute Brew is about 10 units of rare resources. This has already included the costs of labor, raw materials, site, etc. The monthly output of 5,000 units, sold at the price of 50 units of rare resources, is 250,000 units. After deducting the production cost of 50,000 units, 200,000 units of rare resources can be earned. Richard's smile was bright instantly. He originally planned to earn resources with the Flame Dragon Rabbit, but now he has made a deal with Rebecca and cannot sell it for the next 5 years. The Whitetail Absolute Brew can just fill this gap, and the gap in rare resources in the future will be greatly alleviated. After the level of the arm's nest is improved, the resources required for recruitment have changed from ordinary resources to rare resources. For example, for the Dead Stone statue, now each recruitment requires 200 units of crystal and 200 units of gems. Including the 11 nests that have been synthesized, the current weekly output of the Dead Stone statue is 110. Recruiting all of them will cost 22,000 crystals and 22,000 gems. 4 weeks a month, it will be 176,000 units. This is just the current burden. If the arms nest continues to be upgraded in the future, the pressure on the city of Dusk will be even greater. Richard thought of this and was very moved. Although he made more and more money, he spent it faster and faster. We still have to continue to increase investment in key industries such as alcoholic beverages. We need to earn more resources to ensure the rapid development of Dusk City's military strength. In this world, strength is the eternal priority. Dragons will not associate with ants. Without sufficient strength, I'm afraid Rebecca and Claire will not be so amicable to discuss cooperation with Dusk City today. Chapter 355. Rebecca was shocked. This city will eventually rise. As both parties were interested, the deal for the Whitetail Absolute Brew was quickly concluded. The final price of the deal was raised from 50 units to 60 units. Richard and Rebecca were both very satisfied with the price. For Richard, this meant that 300,000 units of rare resources could be earned every month. After deducting 50,000 units of production costs, there would still be 250,000 units of net profit, which could fully cover the resources needed to recruit the statues of the dead. For Rebecca, this level of fine wine meant more than just earning resources. She now controlled part of the Frostwolf family's wine sales channels. With this fine wine, her performance would undoubtedly be even more impressive. Both parties got what they needed. After the discussion, Richard continued. Ms. Rebecca, I will go to Solon City in 2 days. If we can find a suitable place, Dusk City will establish a Chamber of Commerce in Solon City. In the future, you can go directly to the Chamber of Commerce in Solon City to exchange materials, and you don't need to spend a long time crossing the desert. He suddenly thought of establishing a Chamber of Commerce in Solon City during his conversation with Rebecca. In the future, Dusk City cannot continue to develop in a daze. It is inevitable to trade with the outside world. The special rules of the Death Desert will make the flying soldiers lost and finally fall into various terrifying places, so they can only travel on the ground. But this undoubtedly increases the difficulty of trade. The solution is not difficult. Since it is not easy for you to come, why don't you go out of Dusk City? His talent has given the residents of Dusk City a very special attribute: never get lost in the desert. This gives Dusk City the capital to trade in the Death Desert. The Great Dwarves are already developing desert transportation. When the sandworms grow up, they can trade normally. If there are important materials, flying soldiers can be sent there. It's a pity that the number of space treasures in Glorious Era is very rare and cannot be popularized on a large scale. Otherwise it would be easy. Rebecca was quite surprised to hear this. Establishing a Chamber of Commerce in Solon City? That's great. The long journey in the desert this month has almost left her with a psychological shadow. If possible, she doesn't want to enter the desert again in her life. I've had enough. After thinking for a moment, he continued. Sir Richard, I have a medium-sized manor in Solon City. If you don't mind, I hope to give it to you as a testimony of our friendship. Richard looked at the girl's serious expression and felt deeply. As a partner, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf family can be said to have done her best. Even if you deliberately find fault, you can't find any fault. Giving a token and a manner, this kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have. At the moment, he was not polite. In that case, I will accept it. As he said, he raised the wine glass in his hand and gestured to it. Miss Rebecca, I'm glad to meet you. May our friendship last forever under the blessing of the goddess of ice and snow. From Madam to Miss, this title silently represents the closeness of the relationship between the two. Rebecca naturally noticed this, and the smile in her eyes was equally brilliant. Raise the glass. May our friendship last forever. After the two drank it all, the atmosphere rose to a high level. After Richard put down the glass, he looked at the girl with a faint blush on her face, and was extremely beautiful. Miss Rebecca, as the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf, even if the Flame Dragon Rabbit is precious, it is not worth it to come here in person, right? Few people are willing to suffer such a month's journey in such a harsh environment as a desert. With the other party's status, there is no need to take the risk. Looking at the charming person in front of her, Rebecca's eyes glowed with a subtle light. After taking a deep breath, she said slowly, some things have to be done. I want to control the Frostwolf family. Richard frowned, and then relaxed. Because the god of creation in glorious era is a goddess, women have a very high status, and there is no idea that women cannot be in power. But the key point is not whether Rebecca is a man or a woman, but in such a large family, you can imagine how fierce the competition is. You want to be the patriarch, but others don't. We all have the same blood. You are so great, just because you were born a few days earlier. Naturally, whoever has outstanding ability will be the leader. Rebecca obviously wants to make some achievements, to find out the other party's purpose. She looked straight at the girl. She said in a deep voice, "Miss Rebecca, as a friend, I will do my best to support you. I look forward to seeing the Frostwolf family usher in a new Grand Duke." Feeling the sincerity in the words, Rebecca was slightly stunned, and then her face was like a spring flower, blooming with dazzling brilliance. At this moment, the pressure that had been accumulated in my heart for a long time suddenly dissipated for some reason. It seems to be a particularly happy thing to be recognized by Richard. "Sir Richard, thank you, the Frostwolf family. With me here, they will not be controlled by others." She once swore to the goddess that her mother's last wish would be fulfilled. No one can stop it. Richard also heard the determination in the girl's tone. His thoughts began to diverge in this direction. Although the Ice and Snow Empire is far away from the desert, it is not a bad thing to support an ally with strong power. Moreover, the two sides now have a foundation for deep cooperation. The Ice and Snow Empire has a lot of good things, especially the soul scroll rewarded by the Ice and Snow goddess. Only the royal family of the Ice and Snow Empire has one. This is the best solution known to enslave the vampire archduke in the blood coffin. But he is unfamiliar with the place, and it is too difficult to get the soul scroll. It is not realistic to leave the city of dusk and go to the Ice and Snow Empire for a long time to plan. But what if it is the Frostwolf family? As a Grand Duke family, its status in the Ice and Snow Empire is extraordinary. If Rebecca could take the throne after controlling the Frostwolf family and help him with all her strength, it is possible that he could obtain the soul scroll. More importantly, the Death Desert is tens of thousands of miles away from the Ice and Snow Empire, and the climate is extremely cold in one place and hot and dry in the other, so there is no conflict between the two sides. Even if Rebecca becomes the king of the Ice and Snow Empire in the future, she will not do anything harmful to the Twilight City. There will be no future troubles. Thinking of this, Richard suddenly laughed again. It seems that he has thought too much. The current Twilight City does not have the power to support the eldest daughter of a Grand Duke. However, it is not wrong to plan ahead, and the Twilight City will eventually grow up. The competition for the heir of the Frostwolf family will not be a short-term thing. After waiting for another year or two, the role that the Twilight City can play will inevitably become greater and greater. It may not be impossible to become the last feather on the scale. He retracted his thoughts and looked directly at the elegant girl in front of him. He said slowly, "Although Dusk City is not very strong at the moment, it has its own strengths. Miss Rebecca, what do you lack? If I can help, I will not refuse." This touched the man next to him, Clay. He thought Richard was just being polite, but he didn't expect that he was serious. Rebecca's eyes shone like stars, and she smiled. "Sir Richard, you are thoughtful. Dusk City can provide a large amount of rabbit fur steadily, which is the greatest help to us." Richard smiled. Of course. Then he was a little curious. "I wonder what Miss Rebecca will do with the rabbit fur? Make warm keeping equipment?" Rebecca nodded generously. "Yes, the coldness of some areas of the Ice and Snow Empire is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Apart from the ice and snow element, almost no life can survive in those areas. And it just so happens that in some extremely cold places, there are veins that can produce top-grade ores and hard-to-find magical plants. Although top-grade equipment has the ability to keep out the cold, the cost is too expensive to be widely popularized. On the contrary, the rabbit hair of the flame dragon rabbit is very suitable for equipping ordinary armies. In addition, these rabbit hairs also contain powerful magic power. If made in a special way, they can be forged into equipment that reduces the damage of ice magic, and their value is inestimable. So that's it. Richard immediately realized the value of the flame dragon rabbit. This thing is definitely a strategic level treasure in the Ice and Snow Empire. No wonder the other party came here in person from afar. He also felt a little interesting in his heart. Who would have thought that the specialty of the desert would play an important role in the extremely cold areas tens of thousands of miles away? The world is full of wonders. After getting the answer, Richard did not ask any more questions and changed the topic. Miss Rebecca, when you return to the Ice Empire, if possible, please help me find out more about the Soul Scroll. Rebecca blinked. It seems that the vampire is very important to you. Very important. Extraordinary power is the top existence, no matter which force it is placed in. For the City of Dusk, it is completely equivalent to obtaining nuclear weapons, and it is not too important to attach too much importance to it. I will go to the Frost City next month, and then I will ask the king to give me this treasure, Rebecca said, with a helpless look in her eyes. But this is a gift from the goddess, and his majesty the king may not reward it. Sir Richard, don't hold your hope. Hearing this, Richard was quite touched. He didn't expect the other party to be able to do this. It's not easy. Slowly nodded. Rebecca, thank you for your help. It would be best if it succeeds, but it won't affect anything if it doesn't succeed. The blood coffin is still there, and the vampire duke can't run out for a while. Rebecca, who was only called by her name without the suffix of Miss or Ms, was not only not unhappy at this moment, but was extremely happy in her heart. You're too polite, Mr. Richard. As friends, we should help each other. Richard looked at the smiling face and relaxed a little. Yes, we are friends. At this point, the main topic had been discussed. Richard looked at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock, so he ended the tea party tonight. He waved to the maid who was looking at the corner and felt a little sleepy and asked her to take Rebecca to the guest room to rest. Clem insisted on living with the soldiers of the caravan, and Richard didn't care. He asked someone to take him to the barracks. Those level 15 soldiers were arranged here. Rebecca, led by the maid, came to the guest room on the second floor of the Lord's mansion. After washing up, Rebecca changed into plain clothes. When she was about to let the maid leave and go to bed, a small head suddenly appeared at the door. Rebecca sensed a strange breath and immediately turned her head to look. A shy centaur appeared in her sight. Is this the centaur hero on the city wall? She immediately stood up and smiled and nodded. Good night, Centaur lady, Rebecca greets you. Although it was unclear why this strange hero came at this time, he still maintained sufficient courtesy. Noble cultivation. After being discovered, Amirida walked into the house a little shyly. Then she looked at Rebecca with curiosity. Good night, Sister Rebecca. Amirida greets you. As she spoke, her face showed a bit of excitement. Are you from the Ice and Snow Empire? Father said that the Ice and Snow Empire is very cold, and it will snow a lot. Sister Rebecca, does it really snow in the sky? What does snow look like? Hearing the childish tone, Rebecca was a little stunned. But seeing the pair of pure eyes without a trace of impurities, it seemed that he thought of something, and a kind smile appeared on his face. It will snow. The snow is pure white, like cotton. When the snow falls heavily, it will cover the ground. It looks like the ground is covered with cotton. Immortal races such as elves often reach adulthood after 200 or 300 years. Is the centaur in front of him also for a similar reason? Looks older, but actually still a child? Childishness and innocence cannot be acted out by acting, and that kind of childish attitude cannot be fake. Amirida's eyes lit up. That's great. I must ask my father to take me to the Ice and Snow Empire to see the snow in the future. Children in dry and hot areas always have a strong curiosity and yearning for snow. Rebecca was a little surprised. Father? Is your father Lord Richard? Amirida nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Father is the best to me. Looking at the body with the lower body of a horse, Rebecca looked a little strange. Lord Richard is really good at playing. But after thinking about it, the other party is so young, it should be impossible for him to have such a big daughter. Is this centaur the other party's adopted daughter? Thinking so, it makes sense. After all, if it is a biological child, it would be too heavy. After confirming that the other party is really a child, Rebecca let go of her guard and started chatting with Amirida. Not long after that, she began to like this little guy who looked 16 or 17 years old, but whose mental age was still about 4 or 5 years old. Her face was full of maternal love. But the good times didn't last long. After chatting for more than half an hour, Amirida suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She slapped her head, exclaimed, and stood up quickly. Sister Rebecca, I almost forgot that I still have to go to class. Today is Teacher Maren's class. I'm late. Teacher Maren is very strict and will slap your palms. Rebecca looked at the startled little centaur and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'll go and ask for you. Is that Teacher Maren your private teacher? No, Teacher Maren is everyone's teacher. You can't stay any longer. If you go too late, you won't be able to find a good seat if the square is full of people. Square? Rebecca was a little surprised. This hero with unlimited potential is taking classes in the square? At this moment, I suddenly thought of what Onyx said. Twilight City imparts knowledge to every resident. Is this true? The other party didn't lie to him? He immediately became very interested. Amirida, can I go to class with you? The little centaur nodded happily. Of course, Mr. Mean's class is very interesting. After getting a positive answer, Rebecca did not delay, and with strong curiosity, she led the little horse downstairs. When she walked out of the Lord's mansion, she immediately found that the small square in front was already crowded with people. Gray-haired old people, children of 7 or 8 years old, aunts in their 40s and 50s, uncles with calloused hands. This complex personnel composition shocked Rebecca. When she was in class, her companions were all dressed neatly and politely. When had she ever seen such a scene? In the dense crowd, there was a small platform next to the residential houses. There was a blackened wooden board hanging on the wall, and a middle-aged man was writing something on it with white stone. After writing it, the other party turned around and looked at the residents below and said loudly, "Let's recognize these words today. Everyone read it aloud with me." Then the middle-aged man picked up a wooden stick and pointed at one of the words and read it out loud. The residents below immediately started to read along. Rebecca looked at the residents of Twilight City who were taking notes and reading carefully under the light of animal fat. She was stunned. Although the reading voices were uneven, they were touching. Although the teaching was so shallow, at this moment, the ordinary residents with rough palms, old faces, and who had been working for many years, read carefully, which gave her an indescribable shock. At this moment, she seemed to finally understand why this territory looked so different from beginning to end. Because the owner of this city really treated these inconspicuous residents as individuals. These low-level residents, in other territories, would not have the qualifications to study, let alone the qualifications to be human beings. They can only become the labor tools of the Lord's slavery. How precious is knowledge. These tools also want to learn. Dream on. Even in the Frostwolf territory, it is no exception. If she learns the way of Twilight City, I'm afraid that the members of the family will turn upside down the next day. The knowledge that only nobles can master, those lowly poor people are also worthy of it. Why do they do this? It is because they know the cruelty of the rules of this world. At this moment, she saw the serious eyes of those inconspicuous civilians, and she was shocked so much. Perhaps, only a lord with such courage can build an amazing city in a barren desert in just a few months. The City of Dusk, Richard. Rebecca murmured several times, and her eyes shone with an extremely bright light. She has never believed so firmly that the name Richard will one day resound throughout the main plane. This city will eventually rise. Chapter 356. Can you fly in the desert? This is the Death Desert. Go to Solon City. The next day, while eating lunch, Richard found that Rebecca was a little tired, as if she had not slept all night. When he asked the reason, she just smiled and shook her head without saying much. Richard did not delve into it, just thinking that she was not used to the unfamiliar environment. After finishing the meal, he suddenly remembered that the ice and snow elf statue had not been used yet. He did not hesitate and went straight out of the Lord's mansion. Under the curious eyes of the passing residents, he placed this 5-star treasure in the small square in front of the Lord's mansion. Ding, do you want to place the ice and snow elf statue here? Note, after placing it, the body will return to its original size and cannot be moved anymore. Confirm. The moment the choice was made, the miniature statue on the ground instantly burst into a blue light. It was as if a blue sun rose from the earth. The body that could be held in the hand and played with grew rapidly like a balloon. In just a dozen breaths, a 5-meter high statue rose from the ground. The body of the statue was crystal clear, exuding a refreshing chill. The sculpture was of a young girl in a long skirt, with a smart and clever posture, lifelike, as if she were a living person. After the statue was restored to its original appearance, the azure light surged around like a wave. In the area where the light spread, the residents watching the excitement suddenly felt the temperature drop rapidly, the heat dissipated, and was replaced by a comfortable coolness. The eyes of the people around were full of surprise and surprise. It's cooler. That statue can withstand the temperature of the Sunday. It's so comfortable. Praise the Lord. What is this thing? Why is it so cool? In the scorching desert, even in the second half of the night, when the temperature is the lowest, it is still hot and unbearable. At this moment, the temperature suddenly dropped from 37 or 38 degrees to 25 or 26 degrees, giving everyone a feeling of being at home. Some nobles would prepare cool ice cubes to cool off in the summer, but that was a treatment only for nobles, and ordinary civilians were not qualified to enjoy it. The blue energy emitted by the ice and snow statue stopped quietly after spreading to the city wall, just covering the city of dusk, without a single point of excess. At this moment, whether in the street square outside or in the building, everyone could feel the temperature dropping. The cool breeze made the residents restless. Many people left their houses in surprise and asked excitedly what happened. Soon, after knowing that it was Richard who did it, and that the city of dusk would always be shrouded in coolness in the future, the whole city became noisy, and the voices shouting "Long live the Lord" were endless. In the hot summer, turning on the air conditioner was simply a beautiful thing in the world. Richard looked at the excited crowd and smiled. The three great artifacts in summer are air conditioner, watermelon, and Wi-Fi. He already has air conditioner, and he has a 3-star treasure in his hand, 100 acres of watermelon field, which can be cultivated at any time. The only regret is that there is no Wi-Fi, but there is a forum, where you can see the wonderful speeches of sand sculpture players, so it is not lonely. Ignoring the excited residents, Richard looked at the ice and snow elf statue that seemed to be alive at any time, and his mind moved. The next second, the blue light emitted by the statue suddenly became brighter, and streams of energy turned into streams and quickly condensed in the air. After a few breaths, the sharp-eyed residents discovered that the blue energy had condensed into a petite figure with wings. After a moment, the shadow took shape, and everyone saw the face of the other party clearly, and they were immediately amazed. So beautiful. The mysterious existence condensed by blue energy was only 1 meter tall, and looked extremely petite. The other party was wearing a blue long skirt, shining in the sunlight, very beautiful. Behind her grew a pair of wings carved from ice and snow, like a flower fairy in mythology and legend. The face was even more exquisite and perfect, as cute as a porcelain doll. The second characteristic of the ice and snow elf statue is that it can summon 100 ice and snow elves. The ice and snow elves have normal intelligence. When fighting, they can add magic to the army and cause negative effects such as freezing, cold, stiffness, and trembling to the enemy. Under Richard's control, the energy in the sky was condensing rapidly, and soon, 100 ice and snow elves appeared in the air. After these little guys were born, they immediately turned their big blue eyes and looked at everything in the Dusk City with curiosity. Some of the bold ones flew to the ground from time to time, watching the residents babbling something. These little guys almost melted the surrounding residents. In addition, the coolness they exuded made the surrounding people like them more, and they smiled and got close to these special lives. And those little guys were not shy, but very boldly flashed their wings and played with the residents. This scene looked full of the flavor of a fantasy world. At this moment, a chubby ice and snow elf flew in front of Richard, and the other party tilted his round face and looked at him with some doubts. The tip of the nose moved slightly, and after smelling the breath on his body, his eyes immediately curved into crescents. Yeah, mumbled incomprehensible words like a baby, flapped his wings, and flew to him. He put his chubby hands around Richard's neck, rubbed his face hard on his body, and showed a satisfied smile in his eyes. Soon, more ice and snow elves found Richard, and then a large group of little guys swarmed in and wrapped him up. His whole body seemed to be full of fruits. Even a little one rode on his neck, waving his hands happily. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It took a lot of effort to get out of the heavy siege. Finally, looking at the chaotic scene, he couldn't help but have a headache. The introduction said that these little guys are intelligent, but they are too intelligent as children. After thinking about it, he appointed 10 ice and snow elves as team leaders to manage other companions. Although they couldn't understand the other party's babbling baby language, the information transmitted directly with mental power still let these little guys know the meaning. With the team leader, the chaotic situation was slightly regulated. After these curious ice and snow elves dispersed, Twilight City immediately added interesting scenery. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you have changed the living environment of Twilight City. The comfort level has been greatly improved, and the people's hearts in Twilight City have increased by 1. The current people's hearts are 94. Richard was delighted. The people's hearts have increased again. 94 points. He didn't know what the highest popularity of other players' territories was, but judging from the difficulty of upgrading, 94 points was definitely the best. According to the previous rules, upgrading to 95 points would inevitably activate new features. I wonder what bonuses would be available? He was looking forward to it. The only pity was that after the popularity reached 90 points, the difficulty of upgrading became increasingly greater. If you want to upgrade to 95 points, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. And the ultimate goal, 100 points, is even more difficult. He shook his head and didn't hesitate much. He looked at the third feature of the Ice and Snow Elf statue. Frozen Shield. It can condense a shield to protect the entire territory. Duration: 1 hour. Cooling time: 24 hours. You can input magic power into the statue to extend the shield time. This 5-star treasure is the most important feature for him. It can be said that it is its value. Richard's face was a little serious. He turned his head and looked at the Dark Valkyrie who was following him silently. Go outside the city and wait for orders. Yes, master. After the Dark Valkyrie left, the yellow sand light on Richard's body dissipated, covering the Ice and Snow Elf statue. In an instant, the statue dissipated a cold energy, like a storm passing through. Before he could blink, the energy surged to the surrounding city walls. Snap! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Starting from the city wall, a semi-transparent solid ice grew wildly. The naked eye could hardly keep up with the speed of the solid ice condensation. In a few breaths, the solid ice shield protected the Dusk City, shaped like an upside-down bowl on the ground. Looking from the inside, the sunlight shone in the semi-transparent solid ice, scattering various strange colors, which was magnificent. The defense condensed by the 5-star treasure, the ice shield. Richard was very interested. I don't know what the real defense is. Immediately let the Dark Valkyrie outside the city use the strongest attack to attack the ice shield. The next second after the order was issued, the dazzling blade light cut through the sky and earth. Crack! The moment the heavy shield and the sharp spear collided, the blade light disappeared and the ice shield shattered in large pieces. The outermost area that was attacked had dense cracks, as if it would break in the next second. Richard looked down and saw that the shield, which could last for an hour, suddenly dropped by 20 minutes after this attack. The Ice Elf statue became visibly dim. A 5-star treasure can only block 3 swords from the opponent at most. He felt a little subtle and didn't know whether the Dark Valkyrie was too strong or the shield was not thick enough. With a thought, the magic power in his body began to be madly input into the statue. Not long after, the originally dim light became dazzling again, and the broken ice in the sky began to repair rapidly after receiving magic support. After noticing this scene, his heart was at ease. As long as the magic power is sufficient, it can fully support the shield for a long time. After having a general idea of the defense strength, Richard ordered the army in the shield to attack again. What made him quite excited was that the opponent's shield had considerable defense. When attacked from the inside, the shield would not hinder the internal attack at all. It would even cause a certain amount of frost damage to the arrows. He was very satisfied with this. It was indeed a 5-star treasure. It was really extraordinary. After Rebecca rested in Twilight City for 2 days, she proposed the idea of going back in the morning of September 25th. The established goal had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. Next, how to make the flame dragon rabbit fur in hand. Claire, a greater role was the key. Richard heard this and responded with a smile. He also proposed that he would send the other party off, and by the way, go to Solon City to finalize the Twilight City Chamber of Commerce. Hearing that Richard was going to go with them, Rebecca's face was full of surprise. Sir Richard, this is the best news I have heard today. The road is long, and the journey of more than half a month is too long. It is definitely a good thing to have someone to talk to. Clay and the guards around him are all old acquaintances. It was really boring not to say a word on the road for a long time. Richard didn't say much and immediately summoned the army. He had planned to go to Solon City before Rebecca came, but it was because of her arrival that he was delayed. Now he has company, and Rebecca promised to give him a manor, so this trip is just the right time to hand it over. He will not be polite to this rich woman, who is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. Richard only plans to go with the Air Force this time. It takes too much time to travel by ground. Before the Grey Dwarves develop transportation, he will not try the slow travel feeling. The heroes accompanying this time are Alvis, Dark Valkyrie, Rennie, and Sinner. They are all top-level existences. Amirida, Gunter, Grey and the Godly Ancient Tree stayed in Dusk City. With the Godly Ancient Tree, he is not worried about the safety of Dusk City, not to mention that he has now obtained the Ice and Snow Elf statue. If he really can't beat it, he can open the shield and wait for the Godly Ancient Tree to come to support him. Half an hour later, the caravan brought by Rebecca was fully gathered next to the Ice and Snow Elf statue. Everyone brought enough food and water for the journey. The girl was a little puzzled as she watched the skeleton blood dragons and the stone statues of the dead gathering. From this look, the city of Dusk was planning to use flying troops to travel. She looked at Claire. Grandpa Claire, doesn't Lord Richard know that flying troops cannot be used for a long time in the Death Desert? No one can resist the almost rule-based power of loss. Once the flying time reaches a certain limit, one will lose reason. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless people have thought of ways to crack it, but none of them worked in the end. Unless the flying troops are used as ground troops and are not allowed to take off from beginning to end. But in this case, wouldn't it be redundant to bring flying troops? Claire thought for a moment and smiled. It is said that the life living in the Death Desert has a certain range of activity space, and only after leaving this range will they get lost. Perhaps Lord Richard is using flying troops to send us a distance and then let the army return when we reach the zero boundary. Rebecca nodded suddenly. This makes sense. Richard didn't know about the two doubts. After explaining to the heroes who stayed behind, he directly asked Rebecca's caravan to put all the goods on the backs of the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead. Rebecca didn't hesitate and immediately ordered to cooperate. The work efficiency of the extraordinary world is very exaggerated. Not long after, the materials were transferred, including more than 2 squadrons of 15th level soldiers, all sat on the backs of the stone statue of the dead. Rebecca and Claire were arranged to ride the skeleton blood dragon. After Richard confirmed that everything was ready, he ordered to take off without hesitation. Under the gaze of the residents below, the army immediately spread its wings and flew. But just when it flew to the middle of the air, an accident occurred. Rebecca suddenly found that the camels and horses of the Chamber of Commerce were still tied in the corner of the square. Suddenly anxious, she turned her head to look at Richard riding Alvis not far away. She shouted loudly, "Sir Richard, our camels and horses are still downstairs." Richard looked down. "I know." Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Without horses and camels, our journey will be delayed by several times." Claire also spoke up. "Sir Richard, although the flying troops can help us get a little way, it is too strenuous to walk such a long distance. Why not let some of the troops go down and ride horses and camels to travel, and we will wait for them in front?" Richard looked at the two people who kept persuading him and smiled. "Who said we should stop halfway?" Rebecca and Claire looked at each other, both a little confused. Not stopping halfway? What are they planning to do? Could they fly directly? Rebecca was shocked. "Sir Richard, you don't want to ride the flying troops to Solon City?" Seeing the other party nod, the girl's expression became very interesting. Immediately anxiously said, "Sir Richard, you may not know that the Death Desert cannot." Richard waved his hand. I know that the flying troops will get lost if they fly in the death desert. Rebecca didn't understand this time. Then you are. Richard said slowly. Rebecca, this is Twilight City. That rule is invalid for us. Invalid. After saying that, he looked around. Let's go. All the troops immediately flapped their wings and flew towards the east. Looking at Richard, who was only a back figure left in the blink of an eye, Rebecca was shocked. That heroic figure seemed to have the heroic spirit of conquering the world. He didn't say much, but it was more than 1,000 pounds. I couldn't tell what I felt at the moment. This is Twilight City. Such a simple sentence. Why is her heart trembling? The shock in Claire's heart at this moment was much more intense than Rebecca's. Not limited by the lost rules. This sentence is simple, but there are too many things behind it. This is the death desert! Exclamation mark. For many years, many forces have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to invest, but they can't break the power of the rules. At this moment, it is invalid for Twilight City. This means that Twilight City can travel freely in the huge death desert. This is the power that many forces and chambers of commerce dream of having. Twilight City, which has always been high in his heart, has soared again at this time. From the time he entered this territory to the time he left, the shock he received in the past few days was greater than what he had experienced in the past 10 years. Perhaps, some people are born extraordinary. Claire let out a long breath, his eyes dim. When he returned, he must persuade Miss Rebecca to maintain a relationship with Twilight City and not miss this territory with unlimited potential. He had an inexplicable feeling that perhaps Twilight City could play a huge role in the future competition for the family heir. Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Rebecca beside him, wanting to remind her a few words, but the next moment, he found that his worries seemed a little redundant. The girl looked at the figure that had already flown away, and there was a bright light in her eyes that she had never seen before. Chapter 357. There is a dragon. Arriving in Solan City, a prosperous scene. Flying in the endless desert, a sense of desolation hits you. The yellow sand land always makes people feel heroic. Riding on the back of Alvis, Richard is looking forward to the next journey. Solan City. From the day that Onik, the merchant hero of the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, came to Dusk City, he has been curious about this city on the edge of the desert, which is said to be extremely glorious. He never had the opportunity before, but now he finally has time to come. This is also the first time he has gone to an NPC city in nearly half a year, since he came to this world. Although he always sees other players discussing it on the forum, the information is not enough for him to form an intuitive feeling. There are 3 goals for this trip to Solan City. First, establish a chamber of commerce and open up trade with the outside world. In the previous transactions with the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, Dusk City has been passive and can only wait for the other party to come actively. Once a Chamber of Commerce is established in Solan City, Dusk City will have the initiative. Needless to say, the benefits of having a Chamber of Commerce: overproduction products can be sold actively, and lack of materials can be purchased freely. And the most crucial point is that the resources that the natives now have are far beyond the reach of the players. The trading forum cannot meet all the needs of the City of Dusk. The second purpose is to find the use of the plainstone and the world tree seed. He originally wanted to explore how to build an agricultural area that is not disturbed by the outside world. But after learning the methods of other forces from Rebecca, he felt helpless. Because the experience of those lords is useless to him. The desert is too barren and does not meet the conditions of the other party. This made him change his mind. Having treasures of the level of plainstone and world tree seeds in hand is a luxury. If you can use them, maybe you can solve this problem. That gives him a headache, and then you may get more. The system's introduction to the world tree seeds has a clear description, which is enough to support a medium-sized plane. This makes him infinitely daydream. Third, look for treasures like the Dark Contract and the Soul Contract, and try to subdue the sleeping vampire duke in the Blood Coffin. The existence of the extraordinary level is undoubtedly a nuclear weapon level power. The sooner the vampire duke is enslaved, the more security of Twilight City can be guaranteed. The Soul Contract of the Ice and Snow Goddess is only owned by the royal family of the Ice and Snow Empire. It is too difficult to obtain it. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Thinking of this, Richard took a deep breath. The Death Desert will merge with other planes. This sword of Damocles makes him always tense. He dare not take it lightly. He can only make Twilight City stronger as soon as possible. The dog-headed god lurking in the dark is still planning how to flatten Twilight City. The pressure he faces is not small. This world is not a safe world. Although the current Twilight City has grown to a height that can sweep any player. But for the indigenous forces that have existed for who knows how many years, the foundation is still too shallow. In addition to the current situation, the inner sense of urgency is also largely due to the uncertainty of the future. From the information of other players, it can be learned that the current main plane looks very calm. There are not even many large forces colliding. But this is often the most fatal. This is the glorious era. Gods, abyss, undead, hell, all kinds of hidden dangers are lurking. According to the setting of the game, when the players grow up, there will inevitably be a huge turmoil. It's not the abyss that is broken, or the undead disaster. He is too familiar with these plots. The classic game, Warcraft, the undead disaster has swept so many times. And the fact that the Death Desert will merge with other planes in the future is even more powerful evidence. If you don't achieve your goal this time, after you come back, go to the rule-broken land, where a Merida is sealed. Try to get the World Tree Seed and the method of using the Plane Stone from the remnant soul of the god. Among the high-level maps known so far, the one that makes Richard most excited is the rule-broken land. The revived god is like a young girl who has lifted her skirt to her waist, tempting him all the time. The last time he went there, the remnant soul of the god was frightened by the statue of the old god and hid in the broken kingdom of God. He was not sure that he could take down the other party at that time, so he didn't do it. Now, he has the dark Valkyrie, Rennie, and the godly ancient tree that is about to transform. He already has the strength to go and explore the depth. The gods definitely know how to use the Plane Stone. It depends on whether he can get what he wants. In addition to this god, the Dark Lord who is imprisoned in the dungeon and has reached extraordinary strength has always been in his mind. Breaking through the dungeon will be able to subdue the other party. This is a huge challenge. If he can get the treasure to enslave the vampire duke in Solan City this time, then the gods in the broken rule land and the Dark Lord in the dungeon will become meat on his chopping board. In this situation, an extraordinary power is enough to change the current balance of power. Richard's contemplation did not affect the army's journey. However, because of the heavy load, the flying speed is not as fast as imagined. But the speed of nearly 150 km per hour is still difficult to achieve by ground marching. It only took one day, and the long journey was close to 1/3, and this was because he rested for 7 or 8 hours at night. September 26th, noon. During the flight, Rebecca suddenly drove the skeleton blood dragon to speed up and approach Richard with a somewhat anxious tone. "Sir Richard, there is a special ore area ahead. We'd better go around it." Richard looked at the girl curiously. "Ore area? What ore?" "It's an ordinary glass ore vein, but the ore area is exposed on the ground." Richard looked into the distance, and under the sun, a bright light flashed. "Is there any problem?" Rebecca's face became serious. "When we came here, we encountered a group of desert dragons in this area. I brought 3 squadrons of 15th level troops, and nearly 1 squadron was killed here." "Desert dragon?" Exclamation mark. This familiar name suddenly reminded Richard of the level 15 desert dragon he found when he first entered the single player copy, the Burning Village. The other party's majestic figure left a deep impression on him. It was that quick glimpse that made him determined to catch a dragon as a mount. Later, after obtaining Alvis and the skeleton blood dragon in the dungeon, his dream was fulfilled, and his obsession with the desert dragons gradually faded. Unexpectedly, he heard news about them again. He immediately became interested. How many desert dragons are there? How strong are they? He is not interested in enslaving normal lives that need logistical supplies, but the number of skeleton blood dragons needs to be expanded. The desert is too barren, and there are too few lives with dragon blood, resulting in only 12 teams of skeleton blood dragons in his hands. A crown 1-star soldier, even if you recruit 1 more, is a big profit. Rebecca saw his surprise and was a little amused. Why does the other party think differently from normal people? That's a dragon. But after the girl looked down at the skeleton blood dragon sitting down, she understood something. Maybe it's because of these undead dragons? It's no secret that the undead use corpses to recruit soldiers. Children of 3 or 5 years old know it. The number of desert dragons attacking us is more than 2 squadrons, with levels between 15 and 17, led by a level 17 dragon hero. Because the enemy occupies the sky, we can only passively defend when we encounter their attacks, so the losses are not small. Flying is not allowed in the Death Desert, which is a huge limitation for outsiders who step into the Death Desert. Once they encounter an attack by air forces, they fall into an absolute passive position before the battle begins. It is impossible to carry heavy weapons during the long journey, and ordinary longbows are like tickling to dragons. Richard's interest is getting stronger and stronger. Those desert dragons have built nests in this mining area. No, the desert dragons are attracted by the glass veins, and their nests are not here. Rebecca shook her head. Those greedy creatures are particularly fond of luminous things. The goddess of creation once wanted to create the most perfect life, and put all the characteristics on the dragon. But the most fundamental rules of the world do not allow perfect life to appear. So after the goddess of creation disappeared, the dragon was infected with negative personalities such as greed, arrogance, and lust. Is this an ancient secret about the dragon? Richard thought. After coming to his senses, he turned his head and looked at the sparkling area at the end of his sight. Are those dragons still there now? Rebecca nodded. This mineral vein has just been formed not long ago. Those greedy creatures will definitely mine it clean, and will occupy it for at least 2 or 3 months. Richard nodded. After marking this area on the system map, he waved his hand to signal the army to take a detour. There are priorities. Going to Solon City is the first priority now, and other things should be put aside. I don't know how much time it will take to go there Ashley now. If there were any accidents on the way, and a few terrifying dragons came and killed Rebecca here, then the loss of Twilight City would be great. How much benefit can a granddaughter who is determined to control the family bring to Twilight City? Seeing that Richard listened to her advice, Rebecca felt inexplicably happy. The feeling of being trusted was particularly comfortable. After leaving this dangerous area, the rest of the journey became easier in an instant, and there was no danger like desert dragons on the way. Even if some flying soldiers attacked on the way, it would not cause any waves, and be easily destroyed. The further out, the lower the level of the field soldiers, and the degree of danger gradually decreased. They flew in the desert for 3 full days. On the morning of September 28th, a new icon lit up on Richard's map. Solon City. Finally, we arrived. Sir Richard, Solon City is ahead. The most powerful city of the Holy Temple Empire on the edge of the desert, with legendary strongmen sitting in it. Richard looked forward following Rebecca's guidance. At the end of the desert, a city so huge that it made people tremble rose from the ground. The city wall was more than 100 meters high and as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't imagine what kind of siege machinery could cause a wall of this level to collapse. Even if it was 2 or 3,000 meters away, he still felt like he was standing under the heels of a giant beast that could devour the world. He was extremely small. Alps, with a wingspan of more than 30 meters, was like an ant in front of this city. Above the black city wall, a row of exaggerated crossbows were lined up in an orderly manner. The arrows of the siege crossbows were 3 times thicker than the waists of ordinary people. Not to mention normal people, even a giant dragon would find it difficult to withstand. Every distance along the city wall, there would be a towering tower. At the top, there were crystal balls surging with majestic magical energy. It seemed that the crystal balls would release forbidden spells in the next second. Looking over the city wall, neat arrow towers stood like trees. The arrow towers gradually rose in a style, or 3-dimensional firepower network was formed. Once attacked by the enemy, a rainstorm-like attack could be launched instantly. Above Solon City, the neat and uniform Pegasus cast shadows on the ground. At a glance, there were at least 3 battalions with the same level of 19. Richard took a deep breath. At this moment, he truly felt the heritage and strength of the Aboriginals. These forces that have lasted for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, the power they possess is definitely not comparable to that of the current players. Even if the players develop for another 3 to 5 years, it is impossible to catch up. But after being shocked by the magnificent scene, Richard's heart became more determined. He looked at the magnificent miracle city in front of him with burning eyes. His heart was full of fighting spirit. One day, the city of dusk will be more thrilling than this city. When Richard stopped to observe, a Pegasus Knight came straight towards them above Solon City. There was only one squadron, but the formation was so neat that it seemed to be printed out of a mold, which made people tremble, and its momentum gave people a strong sense of oppression. The elite among the elite. After the Pegasus Knights approached, the leader stepped out of the line alone. He glanced at the skeleton blood dragon and the stone statue of the dead with a little disdain. The Temple Empire is lawful good, and has always hated this kind of evil soldiers. If it hadn't sensed that it belonged to the desert camp, I'm afraid it would have been cleared out by now. The neutral camp will not be deliberately hostile. After a quick look, the leading Pegasus Knight immediately found Richard riding on the back of Alvis, with an extraordinary temperament. Feeling the burning soul fire of the dragon hero under him, the originally somewhat unhappy look immediately eased and showed kindness. This kind of temperament, few heirs of the big families in Solon City have. And the level of the soldiers riding on the undead is all level 15, and there are also marks of high nobles on them. The other party is definitely not a small figure. As a guard officer, eyesight is absolutely the most important. Dear guest, welcome to Solon City. But I'm sorry to inform you that Solon City's laws stipulate that no one can bring troops into the city except heroes. You can leave the troops in the custody yard outside the city. Richard nodded slightly. Rebecca had already reminded him before, so he was not surprised. Basically all cities in Glorious Era have similar regulations. Only when the contribution to a certain city reaches a certain level can you get the privilege of bringing part of the army. After thanking him, under the guidance of the Pegasus Knight, he came to the area where the army was stored. Dozens of huge space gates stood on the ground. Each space gate corresponds to a separate camp, and there will be no scene of elves and demons mixed together. On the other side of the space gate, there is a half plane. After all the troops enter, they will enter a dormant state, and the Lord can wake them up with a token. This scene once again made Richard see the heritage of Solon City. Using a half plane as a parking lot is simply too arrogant. Richard paid 100 units of gems and temporarily stored the army in it. Rebecca was the same, but she had a special token that allowed her to bring a 3-team army into the city. After leaving the storage area, there were carriages waiting for guests to arrive. From this, it can be seen that the trade in Solon City has developed very prosperously. There are all kinds of industries. After hiring 10 of the best carriages, Richard and Rebecca slowly entered Solon City. Passing through the city gate that was more than 50 meters deep, looking out from the glass window, the extremely prosperous scene of Solon City appeared in front of us. The dome buildings that rose and fell were closely built along the streets, and each building was embossed with exquisite patterns. The most eye-catching thing was that the roof of each building was painted azure blue. It was unforgettable at first sight. Dense crowds of pedestrians shuttled back and forth. Everywhere you looked was a sea of heads. Richard looked around the crowd with curiosity and soon found players passing through one after another. These guys were dressed in a mess, and it was obvious at a glance that their equipment was randomly put together, and the combination was very inconsistent. But these guys didn't care, and walked by in a swagger. From time to time, he could hear a few scattered wow, which made him feel a strong sense of affection. Sure enough, you are still you. In the center of the road for carriages is separated from the pedestrian road, and they do not affect each other. On both sides of the street, there are countless shops and taverns filled with goods. The carriage was driving on a road more than 100 meters wide, and the wheels made a creaking sound when pressing on the stone slabs. Rebecca and Richard rode in a carriage together. The erudite girl introduced him to some of the iconic buildings in the city. Angel reliefs, griffin bronze statues, and Pegasus sculptures seemed to have a fascinating story behind each eye-catching pattern. His aristocratic cultivation was fully demonstrated at this moment. Richard listened with relish, and even had no interest in watching those sand sculpture players. Crossing the bustling streets, the convoy drove straight to the center of the city. Sir Richard, let's go back to the manor first. The smell of the opposite sex around her kept rushing into her nose, making Rebecca's face always blush. Once her eyes met with Richard's, she would subconsciously turn her head away. Rest for a night first, and we will visit the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. President Sonic and Windsor are waiting for the desert crown honey you brought. You can also listen to their suggestions on establishing a Chamber of Commerce at that time. The Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce is more familiar with this than I am. With your relationship with them, I believe they will be happy to help. The black market in Solon City will open for 3 days on the 1st of each month. If you are interested, we can go shopping after visiting the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. There will be a lot of good things in the black market every time, and maybe there will be treasures that can enslave vampires. Black market? Richard's eyes lit up. In normal game settings, black markets generally have special functions. I just don't know if the black market in Solon City has been ruined by other players. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358. Holy shit, that NPC actually brought Kinkyu back. Awesome. The long procession of carriages stopped in front of Majestic Manor. After Richard got off the car, he looked at the manor with 10-meter high angel statues erected on both sides of the gate and walls as high as city walls, and his expression was a little subtle. He turned his head and glanced at Rebecca, whose face did not change. Is this the ordinary manor you mentioned? Question mark. The area of Twilight City is not as large as this manor. The foundation of the Grand Duke's family really cannot be inferred by common sense. Rebecca was in a good mood. After leaving for a month, I finally came back. Traveling in the extremely harsh desert environment is really not something that ordinary people can bear. It's too painful. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the heroic figure beside him wearing a black and red crown and a dazzling temperament, and his mouth corners were raised high. This time, it was not in vain. Reach out to the front. Sir Richard, welcome, he said with a blink of an eye. From now on, this manor is yours. Welcome home, the owner of Violet Manor. In a big city like Solon City, even ordinary houses are not affordable for ordinary people. This manor near the central area is expensive enough. There are countless nobles around her, but no one is worthy of her gift. Only by giving it to Richard, she felt that she had earned it. After this trip to Twilight City, and seeing all kinds of things in that territory with her own eyes, she intuitively knew how much potential this city had. Onik of the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce did not lie to her at all. No, she even felt that he was conservative. The value of Twilight City is not comparable to that of a manor. If the other party is willing to surrender to her, she can even give a price that will make anyone excited. But unfortunately, this idea will never have a chance to be realized. Although she has not been in contact with Richard for a long time, she can clearly perceive that this man, who often has a faint smile on his face and a seemingly peaceful figure, has unparalleled pride and confidence. No one can make him bow his head and surrender. No one can. Some people are born to be the kings who lead their tribes, born to be the superiors. As the thoughts were scattered, the tightly closed gate of the manor slowly opened with the sound of hurried footsteps. Dozens of servants in uniform came hurriedly, and then stood in a uniform at the door to greet them. An old man dressed as a gentleman with white hair walked forward with a straight waist. He put his right hand on his abdomen, bent down and bowed, and performed a very standard aristocratic etiquette. Welcome back, Miss Rebecca. Butler Kent, no need to be polite. Rebecca nodded gracefully. When she answered the other party, her tone was long, and her pronunciation had a fixed tone and rhythm, which was very different from normal conversation. She said and gestured to Richard beside her. Please welcome my distinguished guest into the manor, Butler Kent. As you wish, Miss Rebecca. The old butler came to Richard meticulously, bowed slightly, and stretched out his hand to gesture forward. Dear guest, Violet Manor welcomes you. Richard was amused. He could clearly feel that these etiquettes were not pretentious, but that the other party had really integrated them into his bones. Is this the noble cultivation of this world? Although he had no interest in these, he still remained polite enough. He nodded slightly. It's Smilna. After the courtesy, Rebecca took Richard through the angel statues on both sides of the gate and stepped into the wide manor. The moment he entered the manor, large patches of blooming violets appeared on both sides of the main road. The bright colors gave people a strong visual impact. After being accustomed to the dead silence in the desert, this scene made people feel that they were given life again. Richard's mood inexplicably improved. Following the instructions in front, he walked towards the hall, behind the Violet Manor. Two players wearing mixed equipment and looking a little wretched were standing on tiptoe in a corner, looking through the dense vegetation at what was happening in front. "Boss, did you see clearly? With such a big commotion, who is this big shot?" "I didn't see clearly, but Butler Kent went to receive him. It definitely can't be an ordinary person. It's very likely that Rebecca, the high-level NPC, is back. Fuck, that Grand Duke's eldest daughter? Can we finally take the mission from her? I saw her face. It's Rebecca. Ha 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 ha. Third brother, we have to seize the opportunity this time. With her identity, even if she slips a little bit of stuff through her fingers, we can both make a fortune." No, Rebecca is actually accompanied by someone. What level of NPC can walk side by side with her? Damn, so many people are blocking us. Boss, how can we take on the other party? Touch. Butler Kent didn't allow us to enter the front hall. Stupid. We have done so many tasks here, and our favorability is not low. We can always find an opportunity. We can also go in by serving tea and water. You should pay attention when the time comes, especially the NPC next to Rebecca. It seems that he has a very high status. The eldest daughter of the Grand Duke is just accompanying him. His status must be amazing. It is difficult to meet such a high-level NPC. If we can trigger the task from him, then we will be rich this time. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen later to see if we can go up when adding tea. I just asked those male servants to go to Jasmine Street yesterday. I should have some face. Fuck, I said I couldn't find you yesterday. It turned out that you went to such a dirty place. Why didn't you call me? In the largest living room of Violet Manor, the wooden long table was placed in the center. Rebecca sat in the main seat, and Richard sat on the left. Hina, the dark Valkyrie, stood not far behind him. Rennie returned to the statue of the old god, placed it behind Rebecca. Butler Kent arranged the maids to work in the huge living room. Only 2 people sat down, and the others could only stand aside. But no one dared to raise any objections. After the tea and snacks were served, and they chatted for more than 10 minutes, Rebecca suddenly thought of something, and turned to Butler Kent, whose hair was combed very neatly and there was not a single wrinkle on her black dress. "Butler Kent, please fetch the title deed of Violet Manor and the relevant transaction documents." Butler Kent was a little puzzled. "Miss Rebecca, the title deed is in the secret room. To take it out, you need to open the magic circle. What do you need the title deed for?" "I will do it immediately." Rebecca looked at Richard with a smile. "From today on, the title deed will be handed over to His Excellency Richard for safekeeping. I have given Violet Manor to him." At this moment, 2 players holding tea just entered the hall. Hearing this, they couldn't help but take a breath. They looked at each other and saw the surprise and excitement in their eyes. How valuable is Violet Manor in Solan City? How awesome must it be to give away the special NPC who returned with Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke? The more top-level people are, the harder it is to contact them. This is a fact recognized by players. At this stage, they are not even qualified to contact the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, and can only build relationships with the servants below. If they can get closer to these 2 NPCs with exaggerated status, take 2 tasks from them, and get some benefits, the picture is exciting. Excited, they quickened their pace, and came to the long table. They poured tea in a proper manner, and neither of them spoke in this environment. If you want to take a task, you can't just ask directly. They are too familiar with the nobles. If you interrupt now, you will definitely be annoyed, or even driven out. How can a servant have the right to speak in front of the master's guests? The purpose of pouring tea now is to make the other party familiar, so that it won't be so abrupt to talk to him when he is alone later. Rebecca looked at the 2 people dressed strangely, and her eyebrows raised, but she didn't want to say anything more in front of Richard, so she could only pretend not to see it. She turned around and asked Kent, the housekeeper, when did her manor have a God's Grace Lord as a servant? These guys are not people who do things at ease. Fortunately, the two players behaved well and did not make any mistakes. They turned around and left after pouring the tea. This made Rebecca's face relax a little. Richard recognized their identities from the first time they came in. It was a bit funny. These guys are really omnipresent. But after taking a look at the two people's level of only level 8, he didn't pay attention to them anymore. The gap is too big, and it's really not interesting. After the two players who poured the tea left the living room and walked to a deserted place, they looked at each other and spoke at the same time. Boss third brother, the player called the boss, waved his hand and spoke first. Let me say first, have you detected the attributes of that NPC? No, the system prompts that the other party's magic power covers the breath and cannot be detected. The third brother said with a bit of disbelief on his face. That's not what I want to say. Boss, did you notice that the NPC looks familiar? Familiar? Your tracing back to the origin talent has been triggered? That shouldn't be the case. This NPC is so high ranking. If we have met before, how come I don't have any impression of him? Yes, my talent has taken effect. After seeing that NPC, Kinkyyu's figure suddenly appeared in my mind. The boss' heart trembled, and he looked at him in disbelief. Kinkyu? You mean that NPC, Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, is Kinkyu? Third brother, you are not mistaken, are you? How could it be Kinkyu? The effect of the tracing back to the origin talent cannot be fake. When we watched it in the live broadcast room, although Kinkyu covered his face with gravel, his figure and demeanor were exactly the same as that NPC. No, now he is even more charming. After getting a positive answer, the boss face flushed with excitement. That NPC actually brought Kinkyu back. Is he going to heaven? No wonder Butler Kent said Rebecca was going to the desert for a while. Isn't that pervert Kinkyu the Desert Lord? That's right, and Rebecca seems to be giving this manner to him. At this point, the two players looked at each other and saw the envy and jealousy in each other's eyes. They are not qualified to contact Rebecca, a top NPC, but Kinkyu, a pervert, has been treated as a guest of honor. What's more shameless is, how much is the violet manor worth? Just give it away! Exclamation mark. Is there any justice in the world? In the living room, I heard that Rebecca was going to give the manor away. Butler Kent was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the girl in confusion. Miss, the violet manor was given to you by the Grand Duke. If you give it to others, do you need to ask the Grand Duke? And this is our place, to stay in Solon City. If it is given away, how can we stay next time? Rebecca smiled. Butler Kent, my father sent it to me, so I will take charge of the rest. Grand Parkley, please go with Butler Kent. Yes. Butler Kent wanted to say something, but because Richard was not around, he could not speak, so he could only nod. Not long after leaving the living room, he could not suppress his doubts. Clee, why didn't you speak up to stop it? What did you experience in the desert this month? Why was the lady so generous to Mr. Richard? This is Violet Manor, how can you just give it away? And the other party is a Lord of God's Grace. Doesn't he know what the Lord of God's Grace is like? Look at the two guys who were dressed in a mess just now. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is the Lord of God's Grace, right? Although he is not weak, is the Lord of God's Grace worthy of the lady's attention? Clee looked at Butler Kent, who was full of doubts, and smiled. Kent, if Violet Manor was given to someone else, even if it was the heir of the Grand Duke, I would not agree. But it's different if it's given to Lord Richard. As for the reason, I can only tell you, because the other party is Lord Richard, the master of Twilight City. That's enough. You haven't seen the magic of that city, and you haven't seen the unfathomable depth of Lord Richard, so you can't understand why the lady is so generous. If you were there, believe me, the deed of the manor would have been delivered to Lord Richard by you personally. As for whether you deserve to apologize, Lord Richard is more qualified than anyone else to accept this gift. Even if the Grand Duke denies it, I will not change my position. Looking at Clay's firm tone, Butler Kent was stunned. He really couldn't imagine what they had encountered in the desert in the past month, and why their attitudes changed so dramatically. If it wasn't that the two of them were really fine, he would have suspected that they were bewitched. He let out a long breath. I will abide by the young lady's decision, whether it is reasonable or not, but as a butler, it is my duty to make suggestions. Butler Kent said expressionlessly, and walked towards the secret room. Clay sneered, "This old stubborn." He shook his head and didn't care. "If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe the things in the City of Dusk?" Butler Kent walked a short distance and suddenly stopped, looking in a certain direction. His brows frowned. "Who let you two into the main hall just now? Look at what you are wearing. The servants of the Frostwolf family will not be so ignorant." After seeing Butler Kent, the smile on the face of the player who came up to talk to him excitedly froze. Fuck, this old man, can't he say something nice? They have all fallen to the point of serving tea and water to Kinky Oo, who is also a player, and they are still complaining about their poor clothing. Do you have any humanity? I want to refute, but looking at that serious expression, I dare not say anything. The relationship that has been established with great difficulty cannot be wasted. The eldest brother forced a smile on his face and exclaimed, "Butler Kent, we also want to make some contribution to the manor. In addition, we have great respect for Ms. Rebecca, and will never offend her. We dream of working for Ms. Rebecca." The third brother nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's right. Ms. Rebecca brought Kinky Oo back this time. I believe there must be a place where a Lord of God's grace is needed." Butler Kent was indifferent to the flattery of the two, but the last word made his eyes widen suddenly. "Kinky Oo?" After being shocked and losing his voice, he immediately asked, "You said that the Lord of God's grace brought back by Miss Rebecca was Kinky Oo? The strongest existence who fought against 100 and killed 20 billion Lords of God's grace?" The two players looked at Butler Kent with an excited face and were a little puzzled. "No, you brought back someone, and you don't know the identity of the other party? Didn't Ms. Rebecca tell you? Don't talk nonsense. How did you recognize that he was from Kinky Oo?" "Butler Kent, you forgot that I have a talent for tracing my roots. Anyone who has seen me can have an impression of me." Butler Kent finally woke up, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Clay. He sighed. "Miss, you are wise. I will go to the secret room and bring the deed to Lord Richard. It's worth it." Looking at Butler Kent's attitude, Clay was a little confused. What Kinky Oo? What 1 against 100? What does this have to do with Lord Richard? When he went to the desert, the death arena of the dungeon had not yet started, and the players had just entered the dungeon and were not aware of the news. He came back in a hurry and had no time to pay attention to these things. He was puzzled and asked, "Who is that Kinky Oo? What does it have to do with Lord Richard?" Butler Kent smiled and repeated everything about Kinky Oo in the dungeon, and finally exclaimed, "To be able to stand out from the 20 billion God's grace lords and become the well-deserved king, the potential of this Lord Richard is shocking." And the lady didn't know the other party's specific identity, but she brought him back. This is definitely the favor of the goddess. Claire was surprised and happy. Although he knew that the potential of Dusk City was unlimited, he didn't expect that the other party would be so strong that he could fight out of the 20 billion God's grace lords and finally rank first! Exclamation mark. His impressive record of fighting 30,000 enemies with 300 troops made him, who was used to big scenes, a little dazzled. They really didn't see the wrong person! Exclamation mark. Ha 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 ha! Exclamation mark. The two players looked at the NPCs who smiled brightly at the same time and were a little confused. "No, Kinky Oo's incident has been going on for almost a month, and you NPCs who control such a huge force don't even know about it? What's more outrageous is that you brought the person back and didn't know his identity? Question mark. How did you get along? Question mark. Just as they were about to say something, they saw Butler Kent and the level 19 hero leave happily without even looking at them. The two looked at each other's disappearing backs, wanting to cry but unable to. What a sin! Exclamation mark. Is there any humanity left? Chapter 359. Even Luan Weho Chamber of Commerce is not qualified to make him surrender? Sir Richard, I sincerely apologize for my previous disrespect. Please forgive my ignorance. This is a deed of Violet Manor. Please keep it properly. Later, you can send someone to go with me to the Solon City Hall to change the owner's name on it. From today on, you are the owner of Violet Manor. Richard looked at Butler Kent with some amusement. Why did he change so quickly? Rebecca was also a little confused when she saw the respectful Butler Kent. He was reluctant just now. Why did he have such a good attitude this time? She glanced at Klee and seemed to have the answer in her heart. It must be that Grandpa Klee told Butler Kent about the Dusk City and their cooperation. Just as she was about to speak, Butler Kent turned around and apologized to Rebecca. Miss Rebecca, your vision is really unmatched. You can find Lord King Kyu. It must be the guidance of the Ice and Snow Goddess. Rebecca was stunned for a moment and said puzzled. King Kyu? Who is this? She looked at Richard in confusion. Is there any connection between the two? Seeing this, Claire took 2 steps forward excitedly, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear. After a moment, Rebecca's face was surprised and happy. After Claire stood up, he immediately turned his head and looked at Richard with a burning gaze. 1 against 100, ascending the throne from 20 billion God's Grace Lords. The strongest existence recognized by all God's Grace Lords. This sudden news made her heart waver. Although she knew that the other party must be extraordinary, she didn't expect that Richard had made amazing achievements. Although the God's Grace Lords at this stage are not strong, but the other party also came to the main plane at the same time as those God's Grace Lords. Being able to kill out of 20 billion people and conquer all the God's Grace Lords is enough to explain everything. At this moment, she really believed that going to the City of Dusk was guided by fate. If not, why would it be such a coincidence? Sir Richard, I didn't expect that you would be the King Kyu that Lord Shannon fears. Richard heard what the two said and immediately thought of the 2 players who brought tea into the room. He was a little amused. These guys really have dog eyes. He used the power of yellow sand to cover himself, but he could still be recognized. But he didn't take it seriously. The main plane is so vast and the players are scattered. With the fierce power he had accumulated before, even if everyone knew where he was, no one would come from afar to commit suicide. In the dungeon, players will not die, so they can let their nature run wild. But in the main plane, they will die. Who has nothing to do and comes to give away their heads. The 2 players didn't actually plan to make a fuss. After thinking about it for a while, they even planned to hug their thighs. If Richard could say a few good words to Rebecca and let them assign a few tasks, wouldn't it be great? It's just a chance. Richard smiled. Lord Shannon's current strength is not strong enough. Rebecca blinked. You are too modest. After teasing for a while, the girl did not say more on this topic. Now the 2 sides have established a very friendly relationship. With this beginning, she is confident that the 2 sides can have in-depth cooperation in the future. Investing in a person with unlimited potential feels like buying a stock that you know will rise, which makes people feel happy. The atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Then Rebecca introduced some information about Solan City to Richard, and she did not stop until it was almost dinner time. In the evening, under Rebecca's hospitality, Richard enjoyed a luxurious dinner. In comparison, the food used by Dusk City to entertain guests was simply not worthy of the eye. After dinner, he did not go out at night and went straight back to the room. In the reception room outside the room, Richard looked at Zina and the Dark Valkyrie. He said thoughtfully, Fuai, can you sense the breath of the legendary strongman in Solan City? The Dark Valkyrie turned her head and looked in a certain direction. I can only roughly sense that there is an extremely terrifying existence in the east, which is a power above the extraordinary. And after I stepped into this city, I was targeted by a special breath. Although that breath cannot get close, if I do anything extraordinary, it will definitely be sensed. Richard nodded slightly when he heard this, and did not dwell on it. The current Dusk City is not comparable to Solan City. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, in this city, do not take action without my order. Yes, Master. After Richard's instructions, he looked at the heroic Zina. It's not easy to come to Solan City. Is there anything you want to buy? Let's go to the black market tomorrow. Zina's eyes lit up, and she said softly, if possible, I would like to buy a set of suitable armor. This brave and fearless warrior has always been the first to charge on the battlefield. With the power of a super A-level hero, she can recover quickly, even if she is injured. But having a set of suitable and solid armor can be of great help to her. Not only can it reduce physical consumption, but it can also let it attack freely. Richard nodded and kept this in mind. Then he seemed to think of something and continued. This time when we go back, I will accompany you to the Krynna tribe. Last time, when the god of the dog-headed man attacked, Zina asked the Krina tribe for help, but received no response. The girl has been worried about her people. She left the Krina tribe to find a way to unlock the seal. Now, after the operation of the all-chemical blood exchange technique, she has found a way. But the problem is that she can't contact her people. This makes her feel a little uneasy. Although she has completely pledged her loyalty to the City of Dusk, she is not a mechanical puppet. Her attitude towards her people is still consistent. Hearing Richard's words at this time, Zina's eyes softened immediately, and her heart was warm. With so many important things on her, the other party still remembered her worries, which made her feel that her efforts were not in vain. A sweet smile appeared on her cold face for the first time. Nodding hard, looking at Hina, who had regained some of her girlish look, Richard smiled and reached out to rub her head. This warrior, who always charged at the front in battle, was only in his early 20s. On Blue Star, he had just graduated from college. Although the heads cut off by the other party could be piled up into a mountain, they still needed to be cared for. At this moment, a maid knocked on the door and reported that 2 God's Grace Lords outside wanted to see him. Richard instantly thought of the 2 players who recognized him. He didn't want to pay attention to them, but suddenly thought of the black market that Rebecca mentioned that would open tomorrow. The black market in the eyes of the natives must be different from that in the eyes of the players. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, after pondering for a while, he called the 2 in. After entering the house, looking at this luxurious room, the 2 players were full of envy. They had been here for so long, and they had always lived in a 2-person servant room. Compared with this other party, it was simply incomparable. Then they thought that this manor would belong to the other party in the future, and they had nothing to say in their hearts. People will die if they compare themselves to others. Brother Kinkyu. After the 2 greeted each other, they looked at this top player with an extremely high status in the forum with a little trepidation. Now the gap between them and the other party is already a world of difference. Even a word from the other party can change their fate. Don't be nervous. I don't eat people. Sit down. Richard waved his hand casually. Although the strength of the 2 did not interest him, he was too lazy to show off in front of the players. Moreover, he always had a sense of familiarity with the players in his heart, which made him quite relaxed and did not need to put on airs. How did you recognize me? The third brother hurriedly said, Brother Kinkyu, I have a talent called tracing the roots, which can find very subtle traces to find the reason. Your previous cover-up only covered up your face, figure, and temperament, all like a beacon. Richard understood it now. It turned out to be a talent, so there was no reason to explain it. After the other party finished speaking, he hurriedly added a sentence. Don't worry, I won't leak it to anyone. Richard smiled, didn't say anything more about it, and changed the subject. Why did you come to Violet Manor? Do you have any mission? Seeing that he did not pursue the matter, the 2 of them were certain and responded quickly. We accidentally discovered that this manor has a complicated origin. Later, we found out that its owner, Lady Rebecca, is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwilth, so we have been doing missions here, hoping to get more treasures. Richard laughed dumbly. It was really a simple and unpretentious reason. Where is your territory? Why do you have so much time to spend here? The eldest brother smiled bitterly. Boss Kinkyu, not everyone has a talent to manage a territory. We have managed our territory for 2 months, but we can't hold on any longer and went bankrupt. And those stubborn people are going to rebel against us, so we simply sold the territory and came to Solon City. Richard thought of the large number of players who abandoned their territories on the forum, and he was also a little emotional. Managing a territory is not an easy task. As soon as you open your eyes, there are hundreds and thousands of people waiting for food. After solving internal problems, you must always be vigilant against unknown enemies attacking the territory. There are countless players who can't make it after 1 or 2 months without leadership and organizational skills. The difficulties faced in the real world cannot be imagined by playing the Lord game in front of the computer and clicking the mouse. The game has rules, and the real world has no rules. This is the biggest difference. Some territories may be well developed, but suddenly a giant dragon passes by and exhales a breath of dragon, destroying the territory. There are all kinds of strange encounters. How long have you been in Solon City? After losing the territory, I have been in Solon City. Richard nodded and asked the most interesting point. Do you know the black market? The third brother asked hurriedly. I know, but the black market is a high-level map of Solon City. Only players who have contributed 1000 points in Solon City can enter it. We only have more than 100 contributions now, which is far from enough. I heard from other players that high-level treasures often appear in the black market. Last week, there was even a legendary item, but the price. TSK, we can't afford it, even if we sell it 100 times. Boss Kinkyu, what are you going to buy in the black market? Maybe we can help you find out the news. I know a lot of friends who have been to the black market, and I know everything. Richard said slowly. I want to buy a treasure that can enslave the heroes of the evil camp. Special items like the contract scroll. If you have a way, you can help me find out. As long as I can get what I want, I will reward you handsomely. The two looked at each other and became excited. A handsome reward. The words spoken by this person are of different weight. This is Kinkyu. You are polite. We will do our best. Can you give me more details about your needs? Richard thought for a while and said softly. The higher the level of the treasure, the better. It must also be effective against heroes in the evil camp. The target I want to enslave is most likely above level 15. If the treasure is too weak, it won't work. He didn't say too much, but it was enough for the two to go and look for it. The two players took a breath of cold air. Level 15. Damn, is this the boss? Exclamation mark. They are still a long way from level 10, and the other party is considering enslaving a level 15 hero. Exclamation mark. Richard added one more sentence after he finished speaking. I still have 2 3-star treasures in my hand. If the information you find is useful to me, I will give you 2 treasures as a reward. You can also tell your friends about this news. As long as you have accurate information, I will also reward you. 3-star treasure? The two came back to their senses from their amazement, looked at each other, and immediately became excited. The best treasure they had was only 2 stars, and it took them half a month to complete the task. It is indeed a boss, and his moves are extraordinary. Boss Kinkyu, do you have any additional requests? If possible, please help me find out if there are any special treasures in the black market, especially armor and the like. Okay. Not long after talking, the two players left excitedly. After leaving Violet Manor, the eldest player suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the third player. Have you noticed that the person standing next to Boss Kinkyu seems to be a boss in the Sky Arena? I didn't watch the live broadcast. How would I know? You must have seen it wrong. A boss can stand behind a player? Who told you that a boss can be subdued? That's true. Maybe I'm dazzled. Let's go to Jasmine Street. Let's get those guys together tonight. We finally met the boss Kinkyu. We can't lose face. If this is done well, we may be able to get close to him in the future. Boss Kinkyu is generous. 2 3-star treasures. I'm excited just thinking about it. There must be brave men under a heavy reward. For the top players, 3-star treasures are very rare, not to mention ordinary players like them who have lost their territories. Richard didn't lie. He got a few useless treasures from the Great Dwarf. If the other party can really give him the information he wants, he won't be stingy. Enslaving the Vampire Duke is really too tempting. Once the other party is successfully captured, the power of Dusk City will surge. That is extraordinary power. Nuclear weapons. The special nature of players gives them a broad vision and a different way of thinking. Although the strength is not strong, the flexible mind can make up for it, which may bring him surprises. And even if he fails, he will not lose anything. It is considered a big deal for them. After a night's rest, the next morning, a team of cars embroidered with the Frostwolf family emblem slowly drove out of Violet Manor. Luanweehua Chamber of Commerce. President Windsor was looking at the excited Onik in front of him with interest. This top dignitary who holds the power of Luanweehua Chamber of Commerce is wearing a red noble dress with blooming roses embroidered on it today. The close-fitting design makes her figure look bumpy and full of feminine charm. With the elegant and noble temperament of the superior, it makes her even more precious. But no one in the house dared to take a second look. This man killed the enemies of the Luanweehua Chamber of Commerce and made them bleed like a river. the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce can have the status it has today, which is inseparable from his tough tactics. You mean, the owner of the Dusk City, the mysterious Lord of Divine Grace Richard, has come to Salon City? Onyx smiled particularly brightly. Yes, President Windsor, Miss Rebecca has brought His Excellency Richard back to Solon City yesterday. Just now the maid came to inform that they will visit you this morning. Windsor heard this, and a bit of amusement appeared on his face. Onyx had told her about the magic of the Dusk City, and the two special products, the Desert Crown Honey and the Desert Crown Robe, made her curious about the Dusk City. She wanted to see if the Lord of Divine Grace was really so extraordinary. After thinking about it, she looked at Onyx with a smile. Onyx, do you think that Richard can compare with King Kiu, the most powerful Lord of Divine Grace? After saying that, he waved his hand and interrupted Onyx, who was about to speak. Forget it, you can't give me any new answers. I'll ask him myself later. It's interesting that Lord Shannon in the Death Desert has developed so well. But what I'm most curious about is whether Lord Richard is as special as you said, and the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce is not qualified to make him submit. Chapter 360. I wonder if Mr. Richard has ever heard of King Kiu? The other party is the strongest among the Lords of God's Grace. Sir Richard, this is the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. Rebecca gestured to Richard to look to the side through the glass window. Richard turned his head and followed the girl's gesture to see the densely packed buildings in front of him. Unlike the Violet Manor, the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce is not in the form of manor, but a large group of buildings. Several wide roads in the middle extend into the building, and a large number of carriages go in and out, which is very busy. The people coming and going are all wearing uniforms, and some managers wear special medals on their chests. This scene reminded Richard of the office locations of those large companies on Blue Star, which are very different from the Violet Manor, which is mostly residential. The only thing in common is perhaps that the area is equally amazing. The carriage slowly drove into the core area along the middle road. Then it followed the carriage of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce in front and stopped in a wide open space. Richard got off the carriage and asked the Dark Valkyrie and Hinna to wait in the car and did not let the two follow. He did not want to expose his power completely. The fewer people know about the Dark Valkyrie, the better. He was also thinking whether he should ask the other party to change his equipment next time. In the live broadcast room, many players have seen the Dark Valkyrie. Just after he finished his instructions, he saw Onyx, who looked excited. Sir Richard, the merchant hero with a big belly, walked over quickly, wishing to give him a hug. You finally came to Solon City. Richard looked at this old acquaintance and smiled. Onyx, long time no see. The other party was the first batch of natives he met in Glorious Era. At that time, Dusk City had more than a dozen arms and 200 residents, which was too weak to look at. Sir Richard, Dusk City is too far from Solon City. It takes nearly 2 months to go back and forth, and I can't go there often. Onyx smiled bitterly. Sometimes he really admired Richard. In such a harsh environment in the Death Desert, he could still develop Dusk City to this extent. If it were him, I'm afraid he would roll back in less than a month. The hot and dry desert is really not a place for ordinary people. After a few simple polite words, Onyx remembered Rebecca and hurriedly saluted with his hands on his chest. Miss Rebecca, please forgive my impoliteness. It's been a long time since I last saw Sir Richard. Rebecca smiled and nodded. It's reasonable. There's no need to apologize. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you establishing a connection with the City of Dusk, maybe I wouldn't know Sir Richard. Hearing this, Onyx was a little surprised. It seems that Miss Rebecca has got what she wants in the City of Dusk. I wish you all the best and hope that you will become the heir of the Frostwolf family as soon as possible. Rebecca has never concealed her desire to control the Frostwolf family. She doesn't care what others think. The girl's goal has always been unwavering. After a brief polite exchange, Onyx enthusiastically greeted Richard from the front door and entered the real hub building of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, a blooming Luanwihua. The unique dye is applied on the surface of the building, making its color very bright. From a distance, a blooming Luanwihua flower vividly enters the pupil. This Luanwei flower was built when the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce was founded, and it is also the symbol of the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce. Onik proudly introduced everything in front of him to Richard. Entering the building from under the flower, a comfortable and cool breath hits the face. Each of our buildings has solidified the constant temperature technique, which can keep cool all year round. Richard turned his head to look at Rebecca, thinking of the ice and snow elf statue in the City of Dusk. He smiled and said nothing. Turning around and looking around, the style is quite exquisite, which is different from the roughness of the desert. Various oil paintings, antiques, and reliefs can be seen everywhere, elegant and luxurious, without the slightest impetuous atmosphere of merchants. It gives people a sense of the heavy heritage of hundreds of years of history. Some things take time to settle, and they cannot be owned in a short time. The hurried staff along the way performed their duties, and did not encounter any blind people to stop them. There were quite a few players passing by on the way, but they did not dare to approach, and only dared to watch secretly from a distance. After passing through the hall, Onik met Richard and his party, and stood in front of an all-chemical elevator. Richard looked at this strangely shaped alternative version of the elevator, and felt very interesting. The technology of this world has taken a different path. Although it is not as advanced as that of Blue Star, it is also very unique. Onik opened the door of the all-chemical elevator with a bit of pride, and stretched out his hand to indicate the front. This is the all-chemical technology of the Fortress clan. Please, that luck seemed to show off a toy. Richard stepped in with a bit of amusement. But it seems understandable to think about it. The upper and lower classes in Glorious Era are very exaggerated. The civilians at the bottom of this world can't even get enough food, and the overall development level is still at an extremely low level. It is indeed worth being proud of to have such all-chemical technology that exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. Hualala. After Onik closed the door, a slight sound of chain stirring sounded from above, and then a centrifugal force came, and it rose quickly. 9th floor. Click. The sound of the buckle tightening sounded. Onik tidied his clothes and elegantly opened the elevator door. Inside is the office of President Windsor. Richard nodded and walked out. The two guards looked at him with sharp eyes, but Richard ignored them, and walked to the door in front of him under the guidance of Onik. The moment he entered the house, a touch of fiery red appeared in Richard's pupils. A beautiful figure in a bright red noble dress was staring at him with a scrutinizing look. The other party's skin was white and tender, and the face was exquisite and perfect, as if it was a gift from the gods. Even if you were picky, you couldn't find any flaws. The light purple eyes seemed to have stars twinkling, revealing a breathtaking light. The most amazing thing was the other party's temperament, which was elegant and dignified. It seemed that all the beautiful adjectives were not too much for the other party. Ordinary noble girls would not even be able to raise their heads in front of the other party. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, was also stunning in appearance, but under the other party's special temperament, she looked much more immature. Richard's eyes did not fluctuate much. Instead, he opened the other party's attribute panel with a bit of curiosity. Compared with the other party's unparalleled appearance, he was more interested in his strength. But he just took a quick look, and his eyes became serious. Windsor Boss Unit level? Boss Unit. This controller of the Luanwei Chamber of Commerce, who looks only 27 or 28 years old, is actually a boss. This reminded him of the president of the Scholar Council in the first copy, the top boss who rubbed the plane with his bare hands. The president of the Luanwei Chamber of Commerce is definitely not simple. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, a smile appeared on his face, and he leaned sideways with his chest. Good day, respected President Windsor. The Lord of Dusk City Richard greets you. The tone was polite, neither humble nor arrogant. Now, he is visiting on behalf of Dusk City. Even if the other party is a legend, he will treat him equally. Moreover, there are only 3 boss units in Dusk City. The strength in his hands is the greatest confidence. Windsor looked at Richard, who had an extraordinary temperament, and his eyes lit up. This temperament, looking at the entire Solan City, there are few people who can compare with him. The Dark King's crown, leadership skills, legendary points. All these characteristics add up to make his temperament and charm reach an astonishing level. Good day, President Windsor. Thank you for your help. Before Windsor responded, Rebecca also stepped forward to greet him. Seeing this, Winds looked at the positions of Rebecca and Richard with interest. This Lord of Divine Grace seemed to be extraordinary, as he could make the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke fall behind. He nodded slightly. No need to be polite. I hope you can control the Frostwolf family as soon as possible. After saying that, he looked at Richard and also bowed in return. Hello, Mr. Richard. Welcome to your arrival. He stretched out his hand to indicate the white tea table next to him. Please take a seat. Richard nodded slightly and took a seat with Rebecca. After the maid filled the tea, Windsor first glanced at Onik, who was bulging with a big belly, and then smiled at Richard. Sir Richard, Onik admires you very much. He even said that among all the lords of God's grace, no one can compare with you. Richard laughed dumbly. He looked at Onik, whose face was slightly red. He didn't expect that Dusk City had such a high status in this guy's heart. He was very suspicious whether those jars of Desert Crown honey softened the other party's mouth. He said softly, President Windsor is too kind. Although Dusk City has accumulated some power, it is far from enough. The Lords of God's grace are full of hidden talents. No one dares to say that no one can compare with them. This is true. Who knows what adventures the sand sculpture players will have. Maybe they will get some forbidden spells or other treasures. You said you are invincible, right? Come and taste my big baby. Windsor smiled. That may not be the case. I wonder if Richard has ever heard of King Kiu. He swept through the competition among the 20 billion God's Grace Lords this time and ascended the throne in an invincible manner. Such a person, can't he be called unrivaled? And I also heard that King Kiu also won the crown in the last mission, arranged by the gods. I heard that the commotion was even bigger that time. He fled with an empire princess, facing the siege of the evil and good camps, and fought alone in the world. In the crisis, the other party also designed and created a terrifying rift collapse, burying millions of enemies with his own hands. In the end, he escaped unscathed. When she said this, her eyes were full of admiration. Such a man of the hour, even a God's Grace Lord, deserves her respect. Onik, who was standing aside, felt a little uncomfortable. In this way, Twilight City seemed to be outdone. He was a staunch supporter of Twilight City, but the other party's record was too exaggerated, and he couldn't blacken it. He could only whisper. The main plane is so large, and 20 billion Lords of God's grace are scattered around. The probability of us meeting King Kiu is so small that it can be ignored. President, Dusk City also has its own strengths. Perhaps, there is no need to compare with King Kiu. The other person is the strongest among the 20 billion people. Lord God's grace has carried out 2 missions of the gods, and the other party is the first. This is a bit incomparable. Hearing the discussion of the two, Rebecca's expression was a little subtle. Turning her head to look at Richard, who had a calm face, she felt particularly comfortable. This is the first time she has heard of the earth-shaking deeds of burying millions of people. Sir Richard, you are really amazing. There was a gleam in her eyes. Looking at the two people who were still sighing at King Kiu's amazing record, she pursed her lips and smiled, like a child who had stolen candy. P.S. I wrote 12,000 words today. Although it is not divided into 5 chapters, it can be regarded as completing the task pitiful. Chapter 361 Sir Richard is so outstanding. I wonder what the King Kiu is like. Listening to the conversation between Windsor and Onik, Richard's eyes were a little subtle. He suddenly thought of something, opened his attribute panel, and his eyes stayed on the column above him for a moment. Legend. 3. Fame spreads. Entering the underground world adds an additional 5 points of legend. Additional features. Deterrence. Intimidating enemies with lower legends than you, making them feel awe. Improving personal charm. And there is a chance to attract heroes to actively surrender. When entering the underground world city, the relationship is automatically upgraded to awe. The attribute of legend was activated when he became the deputy speaker of the Bloodhoof City Council. At that time, he obtained 2 points, and it was limited to the underground world. After flattening the Great Dwarfs and conquering the underground world, he obtained another 3 points. Now his legend in the underground world has reached 5 points. However, it can only be used in the underground world. The 3 points of universal legend are the rewards he received after becoming the king of the gladiator in the death arena. At that time, he was curious about how these legends would be displayed. Now he knows. More than 10 billion players are the best propagandists. The player obviously spread the ID Kinkyu throughout the main plane. Although the overall strength of the player is not strong now, it is legendary to be able to win the first place among tens of billions of people. With 3 points of legendary, his experience in the first dungeon was dug out, and the record of killing millions of people by using the rift pit is obviously also legendary, so it is not surprising that it has spread. These 3 points of legendary have brought a lot of influence. I don't know how many points of legendary can attract high level heroes to come and join us. After conquering the orcs last time, he got a lot of orc warriors to join him. Although they were all given to the steamed bun lovers later, he also tasted the sweetness of it. This made him look forward to the scene that one day he only needed to show his ID to get a large number of younger brothers to join him. After regaining his mind, he looked at the two and said softly, "There will always be a chance to meet that Kinkyu's President Windsor. This time I came to visit, firstly to deepen the cooperative relationship between Dusk City and Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, and secondly to ask for advice." Windsor didn't bother about the comparison between Kinkyu and him, and he still had to take care of Onyx Face. Although they just met and didn't talk in depth, the other party's demeanor gave her a very good first impression. Even if the other party is not as good as Kinkyu, the leader among the Lords of Divine Grace, he is still worth a look. Look directly into those deep eyes. Sir Richard, don't be polite, just say what you want to say. Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce has always been friendly to our partners. Richard organized his words and then said slowly, Dusk City is located deep in the desert, and it is very difficult to contact the outside world. In order to better carry out transactions, we decided to establish a Chamber of Commerce in Solon City. Dusk City doesn't have much experience in this regard, so he didn't finish his words, but the meaning was also very clear. Windsor smiled. That's a good thing. We don't have to spend 2 months going deep into the desert to buy desert crown honey in the future. Onyx, help Sir Richard solve this problem. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and added another sentence. Sir Richard, establishing a Chamber of Commerce requires a fixed office address. If you don't have a suitable location for the time being, the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce can provide you with a house for free. It's not too late to move out when you find a suitable location. Richard sneered. It's a bit rare that the other party offered help on their first meeting. The Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce can be regarded as a behemoth for the current Twilight City. Although the things provided are not worth much, the goodwill released by the other party is still real. But with Rebecca in front, the other party's goodwill is not needed. Just when he was about to say goodbye, Rebecca spoke first. Don't worry, President Windsor. I have already donated violet mana to Sir Richard. The Chamber of Commerce in Twilight City has already settled down. Windsor's eyes condensed. Looking at Rebecca with a smile on her face, she was a little surprised. Violet Manor is the only residence of the Frostwolf family in Solon City. Although its value is nothing to a Grand Duke family, it is definitely not cheap. Now, the other party gave it away as soon as he said it would, and the gift was a Lord of Divine Grace. More importantly, this Lord of Divine Grace had no intersection with the other party before. She just went to the desert. She glanced at Richard, whose face was calm, and looked up to him again in her heart. She didn't think that the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf would be a fool. Rebecca gave the manor away as soon as she met the master of the Dusk City. There must be something special about the other party that made him value it very much. Is it the rabbit fur of the flame dragon rabbit? Although it is precious, it is not worth giving away a manor directly, right? She gathered her mind and looked at Richard meaningfully. It seems that I have been worrying too much. Your Excellency Richard is indeed extraordinary. Richard smiled and said, I have taken note of President Windsor's kindness. In the future Dusk City will definitely have better cooperation with the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, he took out 2 jars of honey in glass bottles from the system space. It was as thick as amber and had a faint golden glow. It looked quite eye-catching. This is the latest special honey produced by the Desert Crown Bees. There are only 2 jars. Dusk City is not as wealthy as the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. We can't give out too many treasures. We can only use this to express our gratitude. Desert Crown Honey is a long-term project with the Luanwei Flower Chamber of Commerce. After he conquered the underground world and plundered a large number of resources, he upgraded the high-level desert bees to special grade. The honey produced now has also been upgraded to special grade. Although it has only been upgraded by one level, the taste and effect have been upgraded by more than one level. The current Desert Crown Honey can definitely be called the top level food. The rabbit fur of the flame dragon rabbit was sold at a good price. Desert Crown Honey, as the first treasure he got, naturally couldn't be left behind. Windsor's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up one of the bottles and looked at it carefully. Even through the sealed glass bottle, the refreshing fragrance was still looming. Windsor couldn't help but look at Richard and exchanged glances for a moment. After receiving the other party's signal that he didn't mind, he didn't call the maid and took off the bottle cap himself. In an instant, a scent that was several levels richer than the previous high-grade Desert Crown Honey came to his nose. The high-grade Desert Crown Honey was already amazing, and the special honey was simply a gift from God. Everyone's saliva was secreted uncontrollably when they smelled the fragrance. Is this the special honey? Windsor was quite surprised. With a bit of impatience, he picked up the spoon for snacks next to him and scooped a spoonful. The moment he put it in his mouth, Richard saw this lady with a strong aura, and his eyes instantly curved into crescents, like a little girl getting a snack she had longed for. There was an inexplicable contrast. Richard's eyes were a little subtle. He suddenly remembered what Onyx said before, that his president liked Desert Crown Honey very much. It turned out that it was not a polite remark. After savoring it for a while, Windsor's eyes suddenly changed slightly. After swallowing the honey, she only felt a great energy rushing into her body, and in an instant, the whole person became energetic. She was surprised and happy to look at the excellent honey. Not only did it taste better, but even the original recovery effect was greatly improved. Exclamation mark. After carefully closing the bottle cap, she looked at Richard with a burning gaze. How is the production of premium Desert Crown Honey? No less than 300 units per month. This number made her quite satisfied. Sir Richard, our transaction pricing should be updated. The premium Desert Crown Honey is 200 rare resources per unit, and the premium Luanwei Chamber of Commerce hopes to use 1000 rare resources to buy 1 unit. The price has increased 5-fold. This is much more than Richard expected. Open the attribute panel and take a look. Desert Bee Nest, Level, Special, Queen Bee, Special. After being promoted to Extraordinary Queen Bee, the hive can produce better quality honey. Features: it can produce special quality dessert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can immediately restore 30% of physical strength and injuries, 30% of magic power, and greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries in the next hour, and greatly increase the recovery of magic power. Number of bee colonies, large sub-hives. 14. Can have 2 advanced, 4 intermediate, and 8 primary deputy queen bees. Production. Minimum production of 30 units of special honey per week. Total weekly production 30 units. Advanced queen bees produce 15 units of special honey per week. Total weekly production 30. Intermediate queen bees produce 10 units. Total weekly production 40. And primary queen bees produce 5 units. Total weekly production 40. Introduction. A rare bee in the desert. Extremely rare. After the desert bee is promoted to special, the number of hives increases to 15. All the beehives combined can produce 140 units of premium honey per week, 560 units per month. Each unit is sold for 1000 rare resources, which is 56,000. This is more than the current income of the flame dragon rabbit. The monthly recruitment of 11 stone statue nests of the dead only requires more than 200,000 rare resources, which can fully cover the recruitment needs of more arms nests. In the future, there is no need to worry about lack of resources for recruitment. Richard was very satisfied. Farming is indeed a project with low returns in the early stage and higher returns in the later stage. Of course, the most important thing is the black gold system that can upgrade the level of arms nests. This is the eternal god. Seeing that Richard did not respond, Windsor said slowly, Sir Richard, this price is not low. The Luanweho Chamber of Commerce will not treat our partners unfairly. Richard came back to his senses and smiled. I naturally believe in President Windsor. As he said this, he suddenly seemed to think of something and said in a deep voice, I came to Solon City. In fact, I want to ask the Luanweho Chamber of Commerce for help. If the Luanweho Chamber of Commerce can give me help, then the output of Desert Crown honey for 3 or even 5 years can be donated to the Luanweho Chamber of Commerce for free. This surprised Windsor. This is a huge fortune. Tell me, if I can help, the Luanweho Chamber of Commerce will definitely not let you down. Richard said in a serious tone. I accidentally got a sleeping evil camp hero, and the opponent's strength is above level 15. I need a contract scroll that can enslave the opponent. This time he came with 3 main goals: to find the treasure, to enslave the vampire duke, to establish a chamber of commerce, and to find a way to use the plain stone. Establishing a chamber of commerce is the easiest, and the latter two are not easy, and you can only use all the forces you can. Let the players go to find the news, and use the Luanweho Chamber of Commerce. Windsor looked at him thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head. Sorry, the Luanweho Chamber of Commerce cannot help you with this matter. Treasures like this are very rare, and will not even be circulated on the market. Treasures that can enslave heroes are so valuable. It is not easy to get them. However, today is the opening time of the black market in Solon City. You can try your luck and maybe you can get something. After saying that, he said with some deep meaning, in the black market, there is a store called Red Dragon Grocery Store, which sells all kinds of strange and weird items. You can go and ask. Maybe you can get what you want. If you can't enter the store, you can mention my name. Richard's eyes lit up. With the other party's identity, he could specifically tell me that the Red Dragon Grocery Store must be very expensive. And the other party also specifically told me that I could mention her name. The goodwill released was very obvious. Sure enough, the world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Thank you, President Windsor. After both parties got what they wanted, the atmosphere became more harmonious. After chatting for another 20 minutes, Richard said goodbye and prepared to go to the black market. As for the plain stone and the world tree seed, he did not intend to inquire about it openly. This thing is too precious. It is never a good thing for a child to take gold to the market. Windsor did not try to keep him and asked Onik to send him out of the Chamber of Commerce. When Onik came back, the powerful top boss said with interest, "This Lord of the City of Dusk did not disappoint me. Although the conversation was not in depth, his temperament, conversation, and knowledge are all top notch. The heirs of the big families in Solon City may not have such a temperament. Rebecca, the eldest daughter of the Frost Wolf Duke, can give away the manor so easily. The other party obviously sees something in her." Onik was a little hesitant at this time. "Mr. President, is it a bit?" After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any words to describe it. Windsor smiled. "Didn't you notice? The crown on his head and the cape behind him are all legendary treasures. How extraordinary is it for a lord who has only been in the main plane for half a year to obtain a legendary treasure? And the Red Dragon Grocery Store doesn't eat people. My teacher is an honest man in the good camp. He is very curious about the Lord of God's grace. With the ability of this Lord Richard, maybe he can really get the contract scroll from the teacher." He looked at the desert crown honey on the table. "He makes me look up to the group of Lords of God's grace. This Lord Richard, who is not well known, is so outstanding. I wonder what kind of style King Q, the strongest existence among the Lords of God's grace, is like." Chapter 362 Red Dragon Grocery Store. After the two players left the Violet Manor, they came to a mixed hotel. Players can be seen everywhere here. The boss reached out to stop a maid with a burst chest. "Is Jazz brother here?" The maid glanced at them, looked at the messy clothes, and said unhappily, "On the second floor." After saying that, she turned away with disgust. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. These days, if you don't mix well, you will not be welcomed anywhere. With a different mood, I went up to the second floor of the tavern and immediately saw a figure sitting by the window. The other person's bald head was particularly conspicuous. "Jazz brother." The bald head heard the call and turned his head to look at the two. He said casually, Bossly, Lileozan, I haven't seen you for a few days. Did you gain anything in that violet manor? The two of them were nothing special among the many players in the tavern, so naturally they would not be valued. Strength determines status. This sentence is never false. The boss stepped forward and sat directly opposite the bald head. There was a bit of mystery on his face. Sir, I've received a high-level mission from a big shot. I wonder if you're interested. The bald man narrowed his eyes. Tell me about it. The third brother interrupted. Violet Manor is the property of the Frostwolf family. Its owner, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, Rebecca, is back. The bald man's eyes lit up. Did you receive the mission from the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke? Sure, brother. The eldest brother shook his head. Not that NPC. The bald man's excited look froze. Is that the butler of Violet Manor? Not a butler either. The veins on the bald man's face gradually bulged. Who the hell is that? The third brother chuckled. When the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke Frostwolf returned, there was a powerful mysterious being beside her. Do you know what the first thing the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke Frostwolf did after she returned? What? Stick her butt up, take off her skirt, or kneel down. We can't see this kind of show, but the excitement is no less. The other party gave the Violet Manor to that big shot. The bald man's irritable mood disappeared immediately, and he said with a look of surprise, "Give away the Violet Manor? Are you kidding me? How much is this manor worth? Just give it away." We heard this with our own ears. The bald man asked excitedly, "So, you received the task from that mysterious person?" The boss nodded. "Yes, the reward for this task is extremely generous. If you complete it, you can get 2 3-star treasures." The bald man's eyes suddenly widened. 2 3-star treasures? At this stage, 3-star treasures are definitely top treasures. 4-star and 5-star treasures are too difficult to obtain. It is basically impossible to rely on tasks. The difficulty of the task has overflowed, and they can't complete it, even if they are given it. Only some lucky people can get it by chance by opening the treasure chest. Tell me, what is the task? Seeing the bald man with great interest, the two did not keep it a secret and repeated the task assigned by Richard. Finally, they said, as long as we provide accurate information, we can get the reward. We don't need to get it. That big shot also said that no matter who gets the information, they can go to him to claim the reward. That's what they said, but except for the two of them, who knows who that big shot is? As long as there is information, it must pass through their hands. The bald man also noticed this. He couldn't help but sigh that those who have made it to this point are really not fools. I hope what you said is true, otherwise, I will let you know what is. Come on, Jazz brother, we are not outsiders, don't use this trick. I came to you to make a fortune together. This task is just the beginning. If you cling to the fire of that big shot, there will be many benefits in the future. They are not willing to join the player, but if the other party is the first in the 2 copies and the strongest among the players, then it's another story. Who doesn't want to cling to the richest man in the world? I hope to meet that big shot. No problem, we'll go together when we get the news. The bald man asked for some more details, and after confirming that what the two said was true, he immediately spread the news of finding treasures that could contract evil camp heroes. This tavern is a gathering place for players in this area. Not long after, a large number of players knew the news. As long as you know the news of the contract scroll, you can come to the tavern directly to get a 2-star treasure. 2-star treasures are already rare for most players, and not many people can ignore them. After the power of the players was activated, it was like a big net extending to every corner of Solon City. After leaving the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, Richard and Rebecca took a carriage and headed in another direction, the Black Market. The Black Market is a special place in most games. With Windsor's suggestion, he was also very interested in it. Red Dragon Grocery Store. After repeating this word several times in his mouth, he turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. Rebecca, have you heard of the Red Dragon Grocery Store? Rebecca shook her head. I'm not familiar with Solon City. If it weren't for the Flame Dragon Rabbit, I wouldn't have come here in person this time. After all, the desert is still too far away from the Ice and Snow Empire. Richard nodded and didn't delve into it. What's inside? Just go and see. The convoy was moving very fast. In less than half an hour, it stopped in a wide square. Looking around, the black market was not built in a dark area as imagined, but an ancient castle occupying a large area of land. The dome-shaped buildings more than 10 or 20 meters high were closely arranged in the castle, looking quite exquisite. In the center of the square, a griffin statue was located here. 100 meters behind the griffin was the entrance to the castle. A large number of soldiers were guarding here. From time to time, groups of flying horses flew across the sky, casting a shadow under the sun. As long as there was an accident, the army would come to support at any time. At the entrance of this castle, a huge sign shone in the sun. Salem City Black Market. There was a special high-level text on it, and even an illiterate person could understand its meaning at a glance. Such a blatant recruitment was completely incompatible with the name of the black market. Richard could only sigh at the city's deep routines when he saw this. It turned out that the black market was officially managed by Solon City. Can it still be called a black market? Butler Kent, whose hair was combed meticulously, had been waiting in the square early. When he saw the carriage with the Frostwolf family logo, he immediately brought people to greet it. After Rebecca and Richard got off the car, they immediately saluted. "Miss Rebecca, Lord Richard. I have arranged it. You can go in directly." Rebecca glanced at Richard, and after confirming that he did not intend to wander around, she nodded slightly. "Take us in." "Yes, miss." Butler Kent did not waste any words, turned around, and signaled the 2 teams of 15-level soldiers around him to disperse the guards. Push the crowded crowd away, and leave enough space. Richard and Rebecca walked towards the front entrance easily. The dark Valkyrie and Hina followed closely behind. Along the way, the soldiers guarding the surroundings did not stop the group at all, and they passed through unimpeded. On the contrary, many players watched eagerly, and some even wanted to find a chance to sneak in. But they were all stopped by the sharp-eyed soldiers, and the scolding was endless. Richard ignored the sand sculpture players, and after passing through the castle gate, he looked around with great interest. The inside of the castle is not an exaggeration to describe it as a commercial street, and there are shops with all kinds of goods on display all around. Unlike the shops outside, the things sold in the shops here are a bit special. Bloody wolf heads, rotten corpses, minerals with magical fluctuations, talking water, flying leaves. Strange things are everywhere. This also made Richard feel very addicted. After staying in Twilight City for a long time, it was really the first time I saw such a scene. I found a lot of good things on the way, such as 2-star and 3-star level resources and treasures, but the prices were ridiculously high. There was no artifact selling for 10 gold coins. This made his original idea of picking up a bargain aborted. The natives have been living in this land for many years. Those who can make a living in the black market are not stupid. Generally, they can tell whether something is good or not by just looking at it. If you really want to find a bargain, you can only find those sellers who set up stalls alone, but most of those people are professionals in this field. Maybe the things they sell are from the same workshop. After Butler Kent introduced the basic rules here, Richard immediately lost interest. Sure enough, it is too unreliable to find a bargain while shopping. Without the utilitarian idea, I'm quite happy with the mentality of playing. I have to say that shopping in a fantasy world is really interesting. You can see all kinds of weird things. Half an hour later, his curiosity was satisfied, and Richard asked Butler Kent where the Red Dragon grocery store was. Butler Kent was not vague, and immediately led a group of people to the Red Dragon grocery store. This castle covers an exaggerated area. It took more than 20 minutes to finally get to the most central area from the crowded crowd. Red Dragon grocery store. When Butler Kent talked about the place, Richard was still a little bit unimaginable. In this prosperous place, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, there are still such shabby shops. Standing at the door and looking, the floor of the grocery store is covered with black stains, as if no one has cleaned it for several years. The various shelves and furniture in the house are even more shabby, with messy things placed everywhere. Anyone who sees this scene will frown. Looking inside along the shelf, an old man with grey hair and one eye covered with a black cloth is half lying on a mechanical rocking chair that emits magical fluctuations and swinging back and forth. His eyes are slightly narrowed, as if he is half asleep. He looks very leisurely. Seeing this scene, Richard became a little interested. Why does this person look a bit like the Fire Cloud evil god? Is he another big boss? Open the attribute panel. Pime level 3. Covered by special energy and cannot be detected. After reading it, Richard was stunned. Level 3? Question mark? It turns out that this old man is really a loser. Retracting his thoughts, he took 2 steps forward, stepped into the grocery store, stood in the messy cabinets, and said softly, "Hello, may I bother you for a moment?" This politeness is impeccable. Hearing the voice, the old man who was lying on the rocking chair slowly opened his eyes, subconsciously touched his chest with his right hand, and then looked up at Richard. After seeing his figure clearly, he said unhappily, "Who asked you to disturb my sleep? If you want to buy something, take it yourself, and pay quickly. After you take it, don't bother me." After saying that, he was going to lie down again. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that you still knew that you had a grocery store. "Mr. Pime, President Windsor asked me to come to the black market to seek your help." Windsor only told him about the grocery store, but it didn't prevent him from using the tiger skin as a banner. Although the other party's level is low, he must be extraordinary to be introduced by Windsor. Sure enough, after hearing the word Windsor, the old man who was about to lie down slowly sat up again. He looked him up and down for a few times, and finally curled his lips. "Windsor, this little girl should go out and gain some experience. How can a 13th level little lord help me? And he is a lord of divine grace who knows nothing." Little girl? Can the powerful Luan Weihua Chamber of Commerce be described like this? Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man has a close relationship with Windsor. And there is another point. He has been covering his whole body with the power of the desert. But the other party saw his strength at a glance. This seemingly old figure is not that simple. Lord of Divine Grace may not be unable to help you. The old man sneered. "Then you think too highly of yourself." After thinking for a while, he said with a tut, "There is a Lord of Divine Grace named King Kyu who is not bad. It's not that I'll look down on you. Unless you are as strong as King Kyu, leave quickly and don't disturb my sleep." Richard smiled and said casually, "Mr. Pime, let me introduce myself. I'm Richard, the Lord of Twilight City, and also the Lord of Divine Grace, King Kyu." As soon as the words fell, a majestic breath surged out. In an instant, it was like a sandstorm sweeping across the world. Everything was blurry. The old man who was about to lie down for the second time immediately sat up straight and widened the eye that was not wrapped in black cloth. "Are you King Kyu?" Under such a majestic pressure, this existence of only level 3 was not affected at all. Richard immediately noticed this, and his mind raced, and he slowly restrained his breath. At this time, Rebecca also walked into the grocery store, looking at the old man's somewhat surprised look, and she felt a little proud. She responded first. "If the King Kyu you are talking about is the one who won the crown after competing with 20 billion Divine Grace Lords in the last Divine Spirit mission, then that is Sir Richard." Like a child showing off his beloved gift, his tone was full of pride. The one-eyed old man finally showed some interest. "Yes, this little girl Windsor has a good eye. She finally helped me find a decent God's Grace Lord. Although God's Grace Lords are all rubbish, you are pretty good to be the strongest among 20 billion people." Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Is this a compliment to me? What is your purpose in coming to me?" Richard was not vague and repeated his request to find the hero treasure of the evil camp. After listening to him, the old man's expression was a little strange. "The soul contract of the ice and snow goddess can be obtained by this little guy with the blood of the Frost Wolf family. Why did you come to me? The Frost Wolf family also has soul contracts." The girl beside him was a little surprised. Seeing this, the old man shook his head. "It seems that you haven't become the heir yet." He looked at Richard. "I can help you get the contract, but I also need you to do something for me." Richard's heart was filled with strong joy. "Really?" Exclamation mark. "You say?" The old man looked at him and said word by word, "I want you to help find the heart of a god." Richard's expression instantly became very wonderful. Does this old man really know what he is talking about? Question mark. Chapter 363, Advanced Artifact Wishing Balance. The Heart of the Gods. Richard looked at the old man with one eye wrapped in black cloth and said slowly, "Mr. Pym, do you have any misunderstanding about my strength?" Pym stood up tremblingly, and the blue eye stared at him. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Sure enough, the Lords of God's Grace are a group of lunatics who are not afraid of the gods. I asked you to help me find the heart of the gods, and you declined, just because you were worried that you were not strong enough, not because you were in awe of the gods. I don't see any fear of the gods in your eyes." "I like your attitude." Richard was stunned. This guy was really unexpected. Shrug. "So, what does Mr. Pym want to express?" The old man showed a subtle look on his face. "I need you to go to a temple and take back the heart of the god sealed inside. There is a prerequisite for entering that temple. You must be a non-believer, a person who does not believe in the gods." Richard narrowed his eyes. "Is the other party serious? Question mark. Mr. Pym, are you sure I can enter the temple that can seal the heart of the gods?" If what the other party said was not a lie, then the exploration level of this temple must be sky high. Gods, the controllers of the rules of the glorious era, the end of all things. How terrifying power should their hearts have, and how exaggerated would the place where the heart is sealed be? The old man shook his head. Of course, in fact, due to special rules and restrictions, only the Lord of God's Grace can enter it. Richard's eyes lit up. "Is this a special copy?" The other party did not stop talking. "Before you, 20 Lords of God's Grace have gone there, so you can rest assured. Has any player accepted this task? Then where are they?" The old man shrugged. "Who knows? Anyway, I haven't seen any of them come back." Richard's eyelids twitched. "None of them came back? This old scumbag." Pym said, looking at him kindly. "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any big danger inside. With your strength, I believe you can handle it." "Did you say the same thing to the more than 20 players who didn't come back? Question mark. Richard's mouth twitched. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, "Mr. Pym, I need to confirm what level of enemies are in that temple. In addition, I need to get the contract scroll first." Pym straightened his neck, stared at the one eye, and shouted loudly, "Damn kid, you are daydreaming. How can I pay you first? I can only give you the reward if you get the heart of the god back. Mr. Pym, you also know that it is a daydream. You don't pay anything, but you want me to explore a terrifying place that seals the heart of the god. After getting the benefits, you come to take the big share. There is no such good thing in the world, right?" Both sides stared at each other, and no one gave in. Glorious era is full of dangers. If you rashly go on an adventure and meet a tough guy, you will really die. However, if we can get the contract scroll and subdue the vampire duke in advance, that's another story. After a moment of confrontation, Pym suddenly relaxed and slowly lay down on the mechanical rocking chair again. He looked at Richard in amazement. "Boy, among so many people, you are the first one who dares to talk back to me. No wonder you can stand out from the God's Grace Lord. The previous God's Grace Lords were all afraid to say anything when I said one thing. Typical waste. You are very good." Richard was speechless. "I wonder if those players who were killed by this old man will turn into undead to fight him." After hearing this evaluation, after calming down, he said softly, "Mr. Pym, can I know what you are looking for the heart of the god for?" This made the old man subconsciously cover his chest. Then he grinned and laughed. "Nothing, just missing a heart." Richard did not smile, but looked solemn. "Mr. Pym, are you serious?" This old man gave him a very strange feeling. His words made him feel a little confused. Pym laughed and slowly pulled open his black shirt in front of him. He didn't know what the shirt was made of. He pulled it left and right, and it was torn like rubber. With Rebecca there, the scene felt a bit like a hooligan. But the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Richard and Rebecca could clearly see a fist-sized hole in each other's chest. The heart that should have existed disappeared at this moment. Only the blood-red muscles were slowly moving. This scene gave people a strong psychological impact. This one-eyed old man actually has no heart. Richard was shocked. He couldn't suppress the ups and downs of his emotions, even after taking a few deep breaths. When he looked at the old man again, his eyes were full of solemnity. He couldn't imagine what kind of strength it would take to survive after losing his heart. And there is a level 3 level. Judging from the appearance of the grocery store, the other party may have lived for quite a while. Rebecca was also shocked at this moment. She could sense that the old man was a normal human being, not a species like the undead who could survive after removing their heads. Normal humans can live well without a heart. As the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Grand Duke, she had seen countless strange things, but she had never seen such a scene. Pym looked at the two people who were shocked and smiled, like a child showing off his toys to shock his friends. Then he wiped his clothes, and the crack that had just opened returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. After Richard came to his senses, he lowered his voice a little. "Mr. Pym, can you tell me the reason?" "No special reason," Pym said slowly. "I fought with a red dragon and it dug out my heart. But I didn't suffer any loss. I cut off the head of the red dragon." Richard suddenly remembered the name of this store. The Red Dragon grocery store is really related to the Red Dragon. "An ordinary heart is useless to me. Only the heart of a god with infinite power can restore me." Pym looked at Richard meaningfully. "The strongest lord among the lords of God's grace. Lord Kinkyu, you can get Windsor to recommend you here. I believe you will not let me down." Richard took a deep breath and said slowly, "Mr. Pym, you haven't told me the level of the enemies in the temple." Pym was very honest and spread his hands. "I haven't been in there. How would I know?" Richard looked at the old man who seemed to be asking for a beating, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if the other party had an extraordinary origin, it was really difficult for him to feel any respect. "Then how did you know there was a heart of a god inside?" "An ancient secret." "Then I still have the same request. You need to get the contract scroll first, otherwise this mission cannot be completed." Pym was a little annoyed. "The contract scroll can only be given to you after you get the heart of a god." Seeing that Richard was about to say something, the old man waved his hand a little unhappy. The next moment, the space suddenly twisted. Under his gaze, a silver white scale emitting a holy light slowly appeared and just floated in the air. The moment the scale appeared, in the eyes of the people around, the world lost its light at this moment. Only the scale remained. There was a small tray on each side of the silver white scale, tied with thin chains. On one end of the tray was a pure white feather, and the other end was empty. Pym's eyes were full of pride. "Young man, let alone the contract scroll, I can give you anything you want." Richard retracted his doubts and opened the scale attribute panel with curiosity. But after just one look, his breathing immediately became rapid. Wishing scale level, advanced artifact features. After making a wish in your heart, put an item of equal value on the other end of the scale, and the wishing scale will fulfill your wish. Restrictions. 1. Each time you make a wish, the items put in must be of equal value. If the value is not enough, the wish cannot be fulfilled. 2. Cooling time is 3 months. Introduction. The artifact forged by the first generation god of wishes was originally intended to make a wishing balance that did not require payment, but due to the constraints of the rules, the forging was not perfect, but even so, it still possessed incredible power. His eyes were full of shock. Although the appearance of this balance showed that it was extraordinary, he never expected that this thing would be so powerful. A high level artifact. "This is too much, isn't it?" Question mark. Seeing the shock in Richard's eyes, Pym sighed a little. "Your Lord of God's grace really has the ability to know the origin of treasures. It is really an enviable talent," he said proudly. "Don't you doubt it now? With the wishing balance, you can get any treasure you want." Richard thought for a while and said in a concentrated voice, "Since there is a wishing balance, why doesn't Mr. Pym directly exchange it for the heart of the god?" Pym's face was a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he became angry. "What do you know, kid? How many treasures do you need to exchange for the heart of a god? Who can afford it? I spend most of my savings to exchange for the information about the location of the heart of a god." Richard finally understood. It turns out that the information about the heart of a god was also obtained using the wishing balance. It seems that the function of this high-level artifact is more practical than introduced. At that moment, his eyes became hot. With this high-level artifact, enslaving the vampire duke is just around the corner. Even how to use the plane stone and the world tree seed can be learned from it. But before he was happy for long, his face suddenly stiffened. This artifact is indeed powerful, but the biggest drawback is that it requires treasures of equal value to make a wish. This is a bit too much. The wishing balance might as well be called the exchange balance. By the way, can we make some strange wishes? Question mark. And what level of treasure is needed to get the contract scroll that can enslave extraordinary beings from the wishing balance? Thinking of this headache, his eyes immediately looked at Pime. Chapter 364 S-level mission. Pime glared at Richard unhappily. Boy, don't look at me like that. Just tell me whether you will accept this mission or not. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the other party's attitude of playing bad. This old man's personality is also very good, with a bit of the demeanor of a gangster until old age. After pondering for a moment, he said slowly, Mr. Pime, what is the price to exchange the scroll that can enslave the extraordinary hero from the wishing balance? Pime said unhappily, don't even think about such a good thing. Are extraordinary beings also something you can contact now? Why do you, the Lords of God's grace, ask such messy questions one by one? Last time someone asked me if I could exchange the Godhead with the wishing balance. If I could exchange the Godhead, why would I still be talking nonsense with you here? After complaining a few words about the unreliable sand sculpture players before, he continued. Although the extraordinary is nothing, it has already stepped into another level. Even if the other party stands and gives you a contract, you can't make a contract. Richard was unmoved. Mr. Pime, this is my business. You just need to tell me the price I have to pay. Pime didn't care at first, but seeing his serious look, his blue eyes narrowed slightly. He said with a smile, it seems that I underestimated you. After thinking for a while, he said softly, the scroll that can contract extraordinary power is expensive. Even some nobles who have accumulated hundreds of years of experience cannot afford it. But I can promise you that, as long as you can get the heart of the god back from that temple, I will pay for you, no matter how much it costs. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly, just when he was about to speak. Suddenly, a familiar system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you have triggered an S-level mission, blasphemous heart. As a demigod level boss, Pime, his heart was torn apart in a battle with an ancient red dragon, and his strength fell to the freezing point. He used the wishing balance snatched from the ancient red dragon to save his life, and at the same time, learned that the heart of the god could restore him. For this, he started a long plan. But the mysterious place, where the heart of the god is sealed, has very special rules. He spent a full 10 years, and was unable to set foot in it. Just as he was gradually despairing, the Lord of Divine Grace appeared. Mission requirements. Take out the sealed heart of the god from the special area, the blasphemous temple, and hand it over to Pime safely, to restore his demigod power. Mission reward, Pime's gratitude, a chance to use the wishing balance. Note, the reward for this mission is not fixed. Any action you take in the mission may affect the final reward. Richard looked at the prompt, his face a little subtle. S-level mission? The first S-level mission he received was the first copy. The Scarlet Council stole the Princess of the Empire. He had to take the Princess of the Empire and avoid the pursuit of the whole world. The danger was simply explosive. He was able to survive because the goddess of luck pushed him hard. Now, another one came. He took a deep breath, suppressed his fluctuating emotions, and read the prompts again. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Pime meaningfully. This old man with only one arm left, and trembling walking, was indeed not that simple. Demigod. This title was enough to explain everything. The wishing balance was snatched by Pime from the ancient red dragon, which also surprised him. The dragon is the top life in this world. The longer it lives, the more terrifying its strength. With the word ancient in the prefix, I'm afraid it will not be far from becoming a god. How strong was this old guy in his prime? Mr. Pime, is there a time limit for retrieving the heart of the god? Pime grinned. 3 months. I can still hold on for 3 months. If you can't get the heart of the god in 3 months, I will go to see the god of death. There was no fear or terror in his tone, and his attitude towards death was as relaxed as going out for a picnic. Richard was sure in his heart. 3 months. There is still room for maneuver. Although the rewards for S-level missions are generous, it is definitely a life and death struggle. In the last S-level mission, he was hunted by the whole world, and the good and evil camps joined the battle. Even with the endorsement of the big boss of the Scarlet Council, he was on the verge of death countless times. This time, he had to explore the temple that could seal the heart of the god alone. You can imagine how terrifying it is. However, there is a chance. Richard's eyes showed some thought. He had a trump card in his hand that was rarely used, but it must not be ignored. The hero altar. After the hero died, he could be resurrected in the altar. This building immediately gave him the confidence to face this S-level mission calmly. Even if he failed, the loss would not be too great. Mr. Pime, I always like making friends. Not to mention that you are a friend recommended by President Windsor. I'll take this mission. Within 3 months, the heart of the god will definitely be handed over to you. Richard's tone was calm, but with strong confidence. Although the S-level mission is difficult, the rewards are also explosive. As long as there is a chance, it cannot be missed. Pime nodded with satisfaction. I like the fearless attitude of you godlords. He took out a thumb-sized money compass from his arms. After entering the death desert, drop a drop of blood on it, and the compass will guide you to the direction of the temple. The moment Richard reached out to take the compass, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you have accepted the S-level mission, blasphemous heart. Please complete the task within 3 months. If you exceed the time limit, the task will automatically expire. He took a deep breath and looked at the old man on the mechanical rocking chair with a burning gaze. I will live up to your trust. The reward of this S-level mission must be fought for by Dusk City. The meaning it represents is too great. Extraordinary. As long as the contract scroll can be obtained, the City of Dusk will have the strategic power of transcendence. Whether going out to fight or guarding the territory, you can have a calm choice. After discussing this, the task was decided. This trip was worth it. Not only did he see the top artifacts such as the wishing scale, but he also found a way to enslave the vampire duke. At the same time, he also received an S-level task. As long as he completed it, the reward would not disappoint him. After accepting the task, Richard discussed with Pime for half an hour and asked a lot of information about the temple. At the same time, he also asked a few questions about the plain stone and the world tree seeds. Although the old man's strength has dropped to level 3, he is worthy of being a top boss and really gave him a lot of valuable information. After asking all the questions, Richard did not hesitate and slowly left the grocery store with Rebecca and the people behind him. Watching Richard's back disappear from sight, Pime seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant, slowly leaning on the mechanical rocking chair, his eyes half closed. At this moment, a figure covered by a cloak slowly emerged behind him. The other party seemed to have been here all along. The blue eyes under the black cloak stared at the outside of the grocery store and said in a deep voice, Lord Pym, this Lord of God's grace is not simple. Judging from the aura on him, I'm afraid he has changed his job to a legendary profession. And the crown on his head and the cloak behind him are legendary treasures. Not only is he extraordinary, but the female warrior holding a long sword and wearing black armor outside the grocery store even makes me feel a little dangerous. Although the warrior next to her is only level 13, judging from the perceived soul and blood, her potential may have reached Super A level. The hooded man looked at Pym, who didn't react much, and seemed to be asleep again, with a complex and expectant look in his eyes that was difficult for outsiders to understand. Lord Pym, perhaps the strongest of the Lords of God's grace can really take the heart back. We have been waiting for this day for too long. Everyone in Crimson Moon is waiting for you to stand up and lead us again, Lord Pym. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Mysterious Evil Thing. After leaving the Red Dragon grocery store, Richard continued to stroll in this bustling area. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, he felt a little strange as he watched all kinds of people passing by. He didn't know when the City of Dusk would be able to see such a scene. There is a long way to go. After experiencing the lively atmosphere for a moment, Richard turned his head and looked at Rebecca beside him. Looking at the girl who was still thinking about something, he said slowly, Rebecca, have you heard of Pime before you came? A demigod who can survive without a heart is simply an existence in myths and legends. Moreover, the other party also possesses a high-level artifact. If such a person had not lost his power, he would probably be a guest of honor for the kings of various empires. Rebecca shook her head. The main plane is too big, and there are countless powerful and mysterious beings like Lord Pime. Besides, this is not the Ice Empire. Richard was silent. Gloria Sierra is really a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden. The indigenous forces that have existed for who knows how long are far beyond the current player's ability to compare with. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, the city of Dusk is located in the desert and has a natural barrier to the outside world. There is no need to worry too much about colliding with these terrifying forces when it is weak. After thinking for a while, he said slowly, "What do you think of Pime?" Rebecca's tone was a little yearning. "I'm afraid that His Majesty was incredibly powerful in his heyday. If I can have the power to kill the ancient red dragon, no one will be able to compete with him for the position of heir to the Frostwolf family." After saying this, she seemed to have thought of something, turned her head, and looked at Richard, and said seriously, "Sir Richard, going to that temple to retrieve the heart of the god, I'm afraid the degree of danger is beyond your imagination. If you are not absolutely sure, please consider it. The potential of the City of Dusk is unlimited, and you don't need to take risks yourself." After pausing for a moment, there was a subtle light in her autumn eyes that was difficult for outsiders to understand. "After getting the fur of the flame dragon rabbit, some of my plans will be put into practice immediately. By then, I will definitely be able to control more resources of the family. I will take this opportunity to do my best to find the contract scroll for you." Looking at the girl's serious eyes, Richard felt a warm current in his heart. This noble eldest daughter with an extraordinary origin is indeed a good person. He nodded slowly. "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements for this matter. I will not take risks easily without absolute certainty." Rebecca looked at him so solemnly replying to her, and she felt inexplicably happy. He didn't say anything more. From the contact during this period of time, it can be seen that the other party is not an impulsive person. After this matter was revealed, Richard seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Rebecca, where can I buy high-level armor in the black market?" Buying armor for Hina was the original purpose. The Dark Valkyrie came with a set of full-body armor, which had considerable defense power, and could also be automatically repaired, so he didn't need to prepare anything extra. Rebecca smiled and glanced at Hina who was following her. "Grand Duke Zolan's shop may have the equipment Miss Zina needs." Grand Duke Zolan? Richard was a little curious about this title. "Yes, the ruler of Solan City, a legendary ascetic." Rebecca said this with a look of respect in her eyes. She exclaimed in amazement. Grand Duke Zolan had already reached level 29 2 years ago, and he is only one step away from becoming a demigod. It is really admirable that an ascetic can become a legend. Is an ascetic a very rare profession? It was the first time Richard heard of this profession. Rebecca was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect that he had never heard of it. Thinking of his identity as a Lord of Divine Grace, she understood and immediately explained. "No, ascetics are not rare. It's just an advanced class for warriors, and can be chosen after reaching level 10. But few warriors will change their job to become ascetics. It's not because it's difficult to change their job, but because it's extremely difficult to upgrade after becoming an ascetic. Ascetics can't wear armor or use weapons, and can only fight with their physical bodies. If you want to upgrade, you need to improve your body's strength first. Only when it reaches a sufficient strength can you upgrade. So you can often see ascetics going to various horrible places to hone themselves and fight monsters with bare hands. This kind of suffering is not something that ordinary people can endure, but such hard work allows every ascetic to have a physique that can rival dragons of the same level. What's even more exaggerated is that an ascetic can even fight 4 or 5 heroes of the same level alone. Hunting dragons with bare hands is not a legend for them. As for the legendary ascetics, I can't imagine how terrifying they are. I'm afraid that Grand Duke Zolan can only use his body to resist the dragon's breath. Entering the magma naked may not feel more than taking a hot bath. My father once said that above the extraordinary, the ascetic monk is one of the most powerful beings. Richard was thoughtful after hearing these secrets. He wrote down this profession. If he encounters an ascetic monk in the future, he must be more careful. Those who are cruel to him are not weak. At least he will not go to fight a ferocious beast with bare hands without his equipment. Then let's go to the Grand Duke's Chamber of Commerce to see if we can see the style of the legendary ascetic monk. Rebecca smiled. The Solon Chamber of Commerce is managed by Grand Duke Solon's daughter, Her Highness Chris. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet Grand Duke Solon. While the two were talking and laughing, the butler Kent, who led the way in front, took them to another direction. Not long after, the group stopped in front of a shop with an exaggerated area. It was like a gymnasium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. In front of them, on a huge plaque, the four big characters Solon Chamber of Commerce were written in the common language of the continent. The outer wall of this building is embossed with dozens of Pegasus statues more than 10 meters high. After being blessed with magic, the Pegasus keeps running on the outer wall. This scene looks quite visually impactful. At the entrance, 2 rows of 10-meter high magic stone statues hold long-handled battle axes and guard on both sides. They are all top-level soldiers of level 19. People come and go around, and it is very lively. Richard and his group of more than 20 people are inconspicuous here. Because soldiers cannot be brought into the store, it took some time to place the 15th level soldiers of the two teams. Butler Kent then led them into the house. Passing through the magic stone statues and through the tall and sturdy gate, the view suddenly opened up. The top of the 20-meter high sky is carved with intricate and exquisite patterns, and the surrounding walls are hung with colorful oil paintings. Before I could take a closer look, a staff member in his early 40s came up with a smile. "Dear guests, Solon Chamber of Commerce welcomes you all. I will serve you all from now on. What are you going to buy?" Richard came back to his senses and gestured to Hina beside him. "I need to buy a set of high quality armor." "Armor? What level do you need?" 4 stars and above. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled even brighter. "For treasures of this level, you need to go to the 2nd floor. Please follow me." Richard nodded and followed. But just after passing through the crowd and reaching the stairs, before he stepped on the steps, a quarrel came over. Richard turned his head subconsciously. At this time, several players were shouting something with an unhappy face to an old man with a goatee standing behind the counter. In front of them, there was a pile of severely damaged items. It was obvious at a glance that they had just returned from the wild to sell treasures. Rusty long swords, broken shields, broken long bows. They were full of the breath of time, as if they were picked up from some ancient ruins. The middle-aged man who led the way looked at Richard's curious eyes and smiled awkwardly. "My lord, there are often some God's grace lords who come to sell equipment they got from who knows where. Some are valuable, and some are just rags, so disputes occasionally occur. You don't need to worry about it. Please follow me." Richard nodded and stopped paying attention. He retracted his gaze and walked upstairs. At this time, the quarrel over there became more intense. "This is legendary equipment. Even if it is seriously damaged, it shouldn't be worth so little money, right? That's all. It's not worth a penny more. When has the Solon Chamber of Commerce ever cheated people? Impossible. The price your people gave me last time was 3 times higher than yours. You are just cheating. Who is it? How come I didn't know about this?" The players were arguing, and suddenly found the middle-aged man who became conspicuous halfway up the stairs. Their eyes lit up immediately, pointing at the stairs and shouting, "We sold it to him last week. Call him over and we'll talk." The old man with a goatee at the counter turned his head immediately, and the middle-aged man who led Richard was suddenly embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but it was difficult to open his mouth. "This wave was just a joke for outsiders. I will suggest to the president later to move the acquisition area to the backyard. At this time, the movement here has attracted a lot of attention." The middle-aged man couldn't just leave at this time. He could only apologize to Richard with a smile, call a staff member not far from the stairs to accompany him, and then turned around and went down the stairs with a grim face. Richard saw this and also became interested. He didn't rush to go up and took Rebecca and others down the stairs again, walked through the crowd, and approached the few people who were still arguing. "The things I sell are exactly the same as last time. Why is the price less than half this time? Why don't you tell me?" Among the players who were selling goods, The leader was holding a rusty bronze longsword in his hand and glared at the two people indignantly. Seeing Richard following him, the middle-aged man looked at the players even more unhappy. "Humph, last time I bought your equipment, I wanted to take it back to our forger to restore it, but do you know the result in the end? Our top forging master said that it is impossible to repair it if it is broken like this. Even if it can be repaired, it is not worth it. The resources required for repair are enough to forge a brand new one." The player didn't believe it. "Humph, who knows whether what you said is true or not? If you don't believe it, you can go to another store to sell it and see if there is such a price." After listening for a while, Richard also understood what the players were arguing about. Last time they came to sell treasures, the price was generous. This time they got the same treasures, but the price offered by the Solan Chamber of Commerce was not even half of the last time. This was unbalanced. The Solan Chamber of Commerce was the same. Last time they thought they would make a fortune by repairing the treasures after purchasing them, but they didn't expect that the cost of repairing them even exceeded the price of the treasures themselves. It was not worth it at all. So this happened. After watching for a while, Richard became curious about the treasures in the hands of the players. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. Broken bronze sword level, none status, severely damaged introduction. It was once a legendary weapon, but it has lost its power under the erosion of time. Broken black longsword, broken longbow, more than 20 weapons, each of which was severely damaged and none of them could be used. What's interesting is that half of them are legendary equipment. I don't know where the players got so many high-level rags. After learning from the middle-aged man that these weapons could not be repaired, the goatee appraiser finally didn't want to offer even half the price. He chased away several players like a fly. Several players were very depressed, cursing in words that the world could not understand, and greeted the two people's families. Finally, they took out a black cloth bag and reluctantly collected the broken equipment on the counter one by one. The arm cannot twist the thigh. Richard was amused watching from the side. These guys really don't change their nature. After watching this lively scene, he did not stay for long and turned to leave. Just after walking 2 steps, the players collected the last few items on the table. Dingling a long knife was broken directly because it was too rusted, and it fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Richard turned his head subconsciously. Seeing the scene of the players picking up the items while cursing, he was a little amused. He didn't take it seriously at first, but at this moment, the leading player took out a dry branch from the cloth bag and swept the last 2 treasures on the table into the cloth bag as if collecting garbage. Richard's heart jumped violently. He stared at the dry branch in the player's hand. He sensed a strange yet familiar aura, like the ancient godly tree. No, it was more evil and darker than the ancient godly tree. And more importantly, this dry branch was not like the other rags that seemed to have been handed down from ancient times. Instead, it was very new. A strong curiosity rose in his heart. Where did these players get this branch? Question mark. Chapter 366, Blessing from the Goddess of Victory? Exclamation mark. The branch was mixed with a pile of rubbish and was not very noticeable. Although the aura was special, if he had not been in contact with the ancient tree of the evil spirit frequently, he would not have taken it seriously. To outsiders, it was at most a piece of garbage stained with the aura of the dead. Looking at the players who were cursing and packing up their things and preparing to leave, Richard subconsciously wanted to follow them, but he stopped again when he saw the people around him who were paying close attention to this place. He didn't want to attract too much attention. While thinking, he turned his head to look at Rebecca. He stepped closer to her, slightly leaned over, and whispered in her ear, "Rebecca, help me keep those lords of God's grace. They have what I need." Rebecca felt a hot breath coming from her ear, and her face immediately flushed. Her heart was beating faster and faster, and she felt that her breathing was a little unstable. After agreeing, she turned her head and looked at Butler Kent with a calm face. After whispering a few words, Butler Kent immediately stepped out and caught up with the players with ugly faces. After chatting for a while, the faces of several players immediately became excited. After saluting Butler Kent, they left happily. After a while, Butler Kent stepped back. "Miss, it has been arranged. I asked them to wait at the entrance of the black market. If they don't wait, they can go to Violet Manor to find us at night. I also asked for their address. Lord Shannon values interests the most. I promised to buy those broken treasures at a high price. They will not miss it. Other chambers of commerce will not give me the price I offer. After their psychological expectations are raised, they will not sell them before they reach an agreement with us. Richard smiled. Butler can't really grasp the mentality of the players. I just don't know if there will be some extra gains this time. What is behind a branch with an aura that is more evil and dark than the ancient tree of the evil god? While thinking, the middle-aged man had returned and kept apologizing to him. After Richard responded with 2 sentences, he continued to follow the other party to the second floor. Now let's get Zinna's armor first. There is no rush for the players. Going up to the second floor, it can be clearly felt that there are fewer people than on the first floor. Correspondingly, the temperament of these people's clothes also gives people a feeling of being rich or noble. There are many nobles with family emblems tattooed on their chests. The middle-aged man took them to the open tea room in the corner of the hall. Richard sat down, and the maid immediately brought hot tea. After the middle-aged man whispered a few words to the staff next to him, the other party brought back a beautifully made booklet not long after. My lord, this is the armor we have not sold yet, all of which are treasures above 4 stars. Richard took it with interest and opened it carefully. This thing really feels like shopping. It records the style of the armor and various attribute skills, which is dazzling. It has to be said that the Solan Chamber of Commerce is indeed rich and powerful. There are more than 50 pieces of armor in the booklet. Looking at it, the attributes of any piece of armor are excellent. Richard couldn't find a unique one, so he simply handed it to Zinna and let the girl choose it herself. After a while, Zinna found one that she was interested in. Bloodthirsty armor level. 5 stars features. 1. Bloodthirsty. Every time you kill an enemy, you can turn blood into energy and restore your own strength. At the same time, you can also control the blood energy to repair the armor too. The blood is boiling, and you can cast powerful blood on the armor, increasing its defense by 500%. The duration is 20 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 day 3. Fight bravely and immediately clear all control skills and magic on your body. The cooling time is 30 minutes. Introduction. The masterpiece of the Orc Forging Master, with strong defense and brute force. These skills are very suitable for Zinna's fighting style, especially Bloodthirsty, which can undoubtedly greatly improve its endurance. Richard was also quite satisfied. How much does this 5-star armor cost? Sir, the Bloodthirsty armor costs 2 million rare resources. 2 million rare resources? This price is sky high. It was the first time he knew that the price of a 5-star treasure in the hands of the natives was so exaggerated. With the current accumulation of Twilight City, even if they don't eat or drink, they will have to save for 3 to 5 months to afford this armor. The middle-aged man seemed to see his surprise and hurriedly explained. The 5-star armor is larger than the weapons and shields of the same level, so the price will be relatively higher. In addition, the properties of this armor have been tested in actual combat. Although there are not many, they are all first class and excellent. Although the price is high, you will never suffer a loss. After a pause, he continued. You can also exchange it with treasures of the same level. If the treasure you provide is not valuable enough, then you only need to make up the difference. Richard nodded without comment. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He took out a special treasure from the system space. Broken Lake level. 4 stars features. It can summon a lake with a diameter of 5,000 meters and a depth of 100 meters, which can float in the sky. Introduction. A treasure with magical power. This treasure was obtained a few months ago in the Land of Broken Rules. He witnessed the magnificent scenery of the lake floating in the sky, which was quite shocking. Unfortunately, the city of Dusk is a desert, and there is only one of this thing. He doubts that it will suddenly dry up one day without water supply in the future. So it has not been used until now. Putting the broken lake on the table, he introduced its function in detail and asked, "How many resources can this treasure sell for?" The middle-aged man was quite surprised. If this treasure is really as you introduced, it can sell for millions of rare resources. This requires a more professional appraiser to come, and he cannot determine the detailed data of this treasure. Richard was a little surprised. This thing can sell for millions of rare resources? Seeing his gaze, the other party smiled and explained. Some great nobles will be interested in this. I think no one would mind owning an aerial swimming pool. In addition, the lords living by the lake may also need it. It is a good choice to use it as a war fortress. Richard thought of the Broken Rules land and the half-fish people shooting at them in the lake, and he immediately understood. The lake is a natural wall, and a fortress that can float in the sky seems to have great strategic value. As for the nobles' hobbies, let's not talk about them. Those great nobles who have accumulated hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, who knows how deep their foundation is. It is so reasonable to build a few sky swimming pools when they have nothing to do. After thinking about it, he turned his head and glanced at Rebecca, but before he spoke, the girl seemed to know what he wanted to say. She said softly, "This price is very fair." Seeing this, Richard also relaxed. But what gave him a headache was that, although this treasure could be worth millions of rare resources, there was still a big gap. He only had more than 200,000 rare resources, and this was after plundering the underground world. But fortunately, he had more than one treasure in his hand. Then he took out the second item from the system space. Legendary treasure, victory gem. After he became the final winner in the death arena, he received a colorful treasure chest as a reward. This gem was opened from the colorful treasure chest. The two characteristics of the victory gem left a deep impression on him. 1. The person holding the victory gem will bring endless hope to his subordinates. Even if he is defeated to the last soldier, he will follow him unwaveringly. His subordinates will never betray him and never give up. 2. It is immune to all magic that shakes the morale of the army and reduces morale. Every half an hour, it can cast a purification spell to remove the negative effects of the evil camp on the army. Introduction. This is a treasure used by the goddess of victory to reward loyal believers. Using it to inlay on strategic equipment will make it blessed by the goddess of victory. There are not many skills, but the effect is very good. The only disadvantage is that it cannot be used in the City of Dusk. So the moment he got it, he didn't plan to use it himself. He always thought about finding a buyer to sell it. When he came to Solon City, legendary gems should be worth at least 18 million. The wealthy Solon Chamber of Commerce seems to be a good choice. However, what Richard did not expect was that Rebecca's face changed drastically when she saw him take out the victory gem. She subconsciously exclaimed, "Victory." He stopped talking halfway and immediately realized it. But the disbelief and surprise in her eyes were so obvious at this moment. The girl quickly reached out and pressed the gem in his hand with a somewhat urgent and serious tone. "Sir Richard, I will help you make up for the resources you lack. There is no need to sell this treasure." Richard was about to say something, but looking at the girl's scorching eyes, his heart moved slightly, and he put the victory gem back into the system space. "In this case, I'll trouble you." Rebecca turned her head and looked around. After finding nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man didn't know what the gem was, and he was still confused at this time, but he didn't say much. The Solon Chamber of Commerce is not a small and unknown chamber of commerce. Their controller is the lord of the city, a legendary and terrifying existence. There are no treasures, so it doesn't matter whether they sell it or not. Not long after, a senior appraiser came and appraised the Broken Lake, and the two sides reached a deal. After selling the Broken Lake, Richard emptied his family's assets and finally won this 5-star armor. The gap of more than 700,000 resources was directly filled with the support of Rebecca, a big local tyrant. This made him have a great liking for this girl with excellent character. Although he didn't say anything, he kept this matter in mind and must return it when he had the chance in the future. There was also some emotion in his heart when he used points to exchange for treasures of this level in the copy before. He didn't have much concept. Although it is not common, it is not very precious. Now, after contacting the natives, I know the subtleties. Sure enough, I still need to contact the outside world more. The news of Dusk City is too closed. After paying for the resources, the dark red bloodthirsty armor was delivered to Richard. He didn't waste any words and asked Hina to go to the dressing room to change. After a while, Hina returned dressed neatly. This set of armor can automatically adjust according to the body's fatness and thinness, so there is no such thing as whether it fits or not. The deep cold dark red metal appearance is full of oppression, which makes Hina look heroic. It has an indescribable charm. Hina also loves this set of armor. When she looks at Richard, her eyes seem to drip with water, and her face is flushed 5-star war dragon longsword, 5-star bloodthirsty armor. Hina's equipment is considered to be complete. This brave and fearless beyond grade A warrior, with the blessing of equipment, will surely shine more brilliantly in the future. Richard is looking forward to what wonderful expressions the future enemies will show when facing the fearless Hina. After being satisfied, he didn't stay any longer and left the solemn chamber of commerce directly with Rebecca and others. But before they had walked far, Rebecca could no longer suppress her emotions and asked in a low voice, "Sir Richard, is the gem in your hand the victory gem?" Richard looked at the girl with some curiosity. He had been watching her reaction just now, which made him a little confused. "Is this gem so famous?" "Yes, I got it by accident. Although its properties are not bad, it shouldn't surprise you so much, right?" This was the point that puzzled him the most. The eldest daughter of the Grand Duke was not someone who had never seen the world. It's just a gem. Even if it is a legendary level, it shouldn't be that bad, right? After Rebecca got a positive answer, she was surprised and happy. Surprised? No, Sir Richard, this is far from being surprising. This is the victory gem. Richard was very confused. What's wrong with it being the victory gem? Rebecca was almost crazy, and she lowered her voice excitedly. The victory gem. It can summon the goddess of victory to come. After the gem is inlaid on the equipment, you can even let the goddess bless the equipment personally. Richard's heart jumped. This is not a joke, right? Can it summon the goddess of victory? Is this gem that came out of the colorful treasure chest so powerful? He said, how can it become a legendary with only 2 characteristics? So there is such a secret in it. My thoughts spread instantly. It seems that there is a lot of room for operation. Chapter 367 Rotten Tree. Rebecca was still in a state of excitement. She continued to lower her voice. When I was young, I saw the scene of using the victory gem. The goddess of victory descended into him. Her brilliance is unforgettable. I thought that such a treasure would never be seen again. Her eyes were filled with unspeakable emotions. I didn't expect that this gem would appear in your hands. Sir Richard, I have seen countless lords of divine grace in the past 6 months, but only you are the most outstanding and special. Perhaps, you are the one who is truly favored by the gods. Richard looked at the fanatical girl with a bit of laughter and tears. A gem can make the other party so excited. In the glorious era, the majesty of the gods is still deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, the operation of summoning gods is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That is the end point of world power and the controller of rules. Richard thought about it and said softly, "How can I summon the goddess of victory?" Rebecca recalled for a moment before answering. "Let the Cardinal of the Victory Temple, who is at least a legendary existence, activate the mark inside the victory gem. When the goddess senses it, she will descend." Richard's eyelids jumped. A legendary cardinal? Are you sure you are not kidding? How could he know that this level of aboriginal extraordinary is already the pillar of a force? As for the legends, who is not a big boss with power, it's a bit difficult for people. Does the blessing of the goddess of victory directly enhance the attributes of the equipment? Rebecca nodded. Yes, the goddess will grant extremely powerful attributes to the equipment, but they are mainly based on the skills of the good camp. In fact, the victory gem is a reward from the goddess to believers who have made great contributions in resisting the invasion of the abyss. The number of gems is not large. According to statistics, there are only more than 100. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, most of them have been consumed. At this point, the voice couldn't help but be a little subtle. The goddess is a god of the good camp, and she hates evil very much. This may be for you. Although the words were not finished, Richard understood the meaning. The army of Twilight City has nothing to do with the good camp. Twilight City is not counted as part of the evil camp. It is completely due to the influence of the desert camp. It's a pity. But he was not disappointed, because he didn't plan to use it himself. Now that he has this origin, he should be able to sell it for a better price, so it's not a loss. What is the price of the victory gem? Rebecca was stunned, looking at Richard with a bit of a smile. "Are you still planning to sell it?" Richard nodded. "Although this treasure is good, it doesn't match Twilight City. It is more suitable to use it to exchange for resources in the current situation. Even if he was given a divine weapon, he would not keep it if he couldn't use it. For Twilight City, the victory gem is purely useless. It is better to exchange it for resources that can be used now. As long as Twilight City develops, everything will be there. The territory is the foundation of everything." Looking at Richard's indifferent eyes, Rebecca sighed in her heart. No wonder the other party has been in the main plane for only half a year, and he can build the territory so well. This determination is indeed rare. If she gets such a treasure, she will never sell it, even if she doesn't use it, and it can be passed down to the family. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, "Sir Richard, if you really plan to sell it, I hope to buy it from you." He added, "I have a piece of equipment that means a lot to me, and I hope to improve its quality so that it can always follow me in battle." Before he finished speaking, a hand suddenly came over. The hand tightly grasped the gem full of surging energy. Rebecca looked up at Richard in astonishment. "Sir Richard, what are you doing? Don't you need it?" Richard shrugged nonchalantly. Rebecca looked at the handsome and dazzling figure in front of her, and her heart was trembling at the moment. She took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Sir Richard, we haven't agreed on the price yet." Richard smiled. "Remember to send me anything good later. Rebecca, we are friends, aren't we? I believe you." Although they had not known each other for a long time, the character of this eldest daughter of the Grand Duke won his recognition, and it didn't matter who she was sold to. Not to mention that with her character, she would definitely not let him suffer a loss. Even if she was really given away, he would not feel bad. This noble eldest daughter with great potential is worth investing in. If she can be supported to the position of Grand Duke of Frostwilth, then Dusk City will have an extra strong and powerful helper. This is the same as his investment in the Lord of Fire element. Unfortunately, the other party is not an imperial princess. If she could cultivate an empress like Lu Bui, it would be interesting. After Rebecca took it with trembling hands, she felt the energy inside like a magma eruption, and she could not suppress the waves in her heart. After putting the victory gem into her space ring, her breathing was still rapid. It took a long time to calm down before returning to normal. Her bright eyes looked at Richard with a burning tone, and her tone was a little hot. "Sir Richard, I feel more and more that coming to the Death Desert is the guidance of fate. It is my greatest luck to meet you." Richard laughed dumbly. He didn't care at first, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that everyone he knew, as long as they were friends, was doing well. With his advice, the guy, your fucking Italian cannon, avoided the 2-star copy in the early stage and escaped. The orc forces that threatened the steamed bun lovers were cleared out by him, and he also left a few squadrons of orc soldiers for that guy. The Fire Elemental Lord also stepped onto the extraordinary stage because of him. The Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce obtained the right to sell the Desert Crown Robe and Desert Crown Honey. Now, the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf family not only got the rabbit fur of the Flame Dragon Rabbit and the Whitetail Absolute Brew, but also obtained the Victory Gem, a treasure that can summon gods. Although they also paid a lot in the process of interacting with these people, in the end, they are all moving in a good direction. Think about it this way, could it be that I have really been slept with by the goddess of luck? It's a pity that I don't remember what the goddess feels like. He actually likes to turn on the lights. After this matter is temporarily over, Richard remembered the dry branch in his mind and did not walk around any longer. Rebecca was in a state of excitement after getting the victory gem, and she also wanted to go back and study it carefully. The group did not stay any longer and went straight out of the black market. After passing through the gate, they had not taken a few steps. The players who sold damaged treasure surrounded them in a hurry. "Lord Kent." These guys did not know Rebecca, and they looked eagerly at the housekeeper Kent, whose hair was not messy at all. "Miss." Housekeeper Kent looked at Rebecca, waiting for orders. Rebecca looked at Richard again. This relationship was so complicated that several players were a little confused. So, these high-level NPCs still need a player to make decisions? Who is this person? Is he so powerful? Although I can't see Richard's information, the system has a very clear distinction between players and natives. I can tell by opening the system and looking at the attribute panel and the color. Let's talk about it. When we returned to the manor, there were many people talking, and the person was already in front of me, so there was no need to rush for a while. After a brief negotiation, the players had no objections and got on the carriage with the Frostwolf family emblem. Such nobles were the most reputable group of people, so they were not afraid of any accidents. After the 4 players sat firmly on the carriage, they began to discuss in a low voice. What do you think of that player's status? Who could make those 2 high-ranking nobles so obedient? He is definitely a high-ranking player. Maybe he is the top player who ranked 1000 last time. Nonsense. What level of existence is it to be ranked 1000? It's not easy to meet such a player. In my opinion, he may also be doing a task. When the time comes, we will give him some benefits to let him know what the bottom line of the 2 NPCs offer is. That's possible. Damn. This pile of junk finally has some signs. It's worth our hard work. It's a pity that the ruins have collapsed. Otherwise we could get a lot of good things. Back at Violet Manor, Rebecca had no interest in the players and their junk. She gave the main hall to Richard and couldn't wait to take Claire, the 19th level hero, to the secret room and carefully studied the still warm victory gem. The 4 players saw the 2 main NPCs leave and they stared at each other and finally looked at Richard, who was sitting at the head of the long table, in doubt. From the moment they entered the manor, they were sure. This is definitely a top noble. Not only are all the guards level 15, but there are also level 19 heroes. This kind of manor is not something that ordinary nobles can own. But what puzzles them now is that why did the 2 main characters leave? And how did that player sit in the main seat? It would be fine if the maids around didn't care, but why did they still have such an expression? Are players doing so well these days? They haven't even been assigned a seat now. It's too bad. The oldest player calmed down and walked forward with a smile on his face. My friend, my forum ID is MO liking. This time I'm mainly here to sell some top treasures. Are you in charge of this area? It's really fate. Hearing this ID, Richard said with interest. You guys didn't name yourself after Emolashao, Emolahay, and Emolahung, right? The player named Emolashao nodded slightly embarrassedly. I didn't think so much at the time. Richard laughed dumbly. These stupid players performed as steadily as ever. But compared to your fucking Italian canon and Mantal lover, this ID seems quite normal. Not bad. Easy to remember. You're right. I'm in charge of purchasing for Violet Manor now. Can I show you those top treasures? When he mentioned the top treasures, he emphasized his tone. Emolashao was immediately embarrassed. This thing can only deceive NPCs. In the eyes of players, everything will be exposed when the attribute panel is opened. He coughed dryly and lowered his voice. Brother, we are not outsiders. It's not easy for me to get this batch of treasures. Please be kind and let's make friends today. He stretched out his hand and gestured with one finger. As long as the price is right, we can give you a 10% commission. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wow, this trick is really skillful. He smiled and shook his head. Don't bother with that. It's as much as it should be. As long as the things are good, I won't treat you unfairly, he said with a serious look. But there is only one thing. Those 2 have told me that you need to explain the origins of all the treasures, where you found them, any special bosses or items around, and tell me the detailed locations. Several people looked at each other and smiled. Anyway, the ruins had collapsed, so these were not a big deal. No problem, as long as the price is right, all the information will be given away for free. Richard stopped talking nonsense and said directly, then take them all out. The oldest player, Emolashao, tore open the cloth bag and put the severely damaged treasures on the table one by one. They were piled up in a mess, and it really looked like a scrap collection station. In front of NPCs, they would pretend and visit them one by one, but now they were too lazy to pretend. Richard took a glance and immediately found the dry branch pressed at the bottom. At this moment, the evil and dark aura became clearer when he sensed it at a close distance. It was indeed correct. A breath similar to that of the ancient tree of evil spirits. No, a breath that is even more evil. Although he already had a goal in mind, his expression was still calm. He picked up the items one by one from top to bottom. After looking at the properties, he even sorted them together according to the degree of damage. It looked like he really wanted to buy them, which made the 4 players quite excited. Finally, from a pile of junk, Richard found a dry branch underneath. He took it in his hand and asked casually, "This branch is stained with the breath of the dead. Where did you get it from?" Imolashau didn't think there was anything wrong and smiled. "It's not stained with the breath of the dead, but this breath of the dead is its own breath." "Oh, what do you mean?" Seeing Richard's interest, Imolashau immediately turned into a salesman. "The origin of this branch is extraordinary. I broke it off from a dry tree." Richard's mouth twitched. "Am I here to listen to your nonsense?" Looking at his expression, Imolashau laughed awkwardly and realized that he was stupid. He quickly made up for it. "That tree is different from ordinary trees. It grows on a bloody corpse. This is the first time we have seen this strange undead tree. Unfortunately, when we found it, the tree had already died a few months ago. If we had found it earlier, we might have made a fortune." Richard's eyes lit up. "This growth habit is indeed like this. Isn't this a replica of the ancient evil tree? This should be a species of undead. What is the name of the tree?" Imolashau answered with certainty. "Rotten tree," he added. The system introduction said that the thing is an evil tree that grows in blood and corpses and can also produce a kind of blood fruit. Unfortunately, nothing was found at that time. Chapter 368 Windsor. "What did you say, Sir Richard is Kinkyu?" After a moment of hesitation, Richard asked the most concerned question. "Where is that area?" Imolashau did not hide it. He opened the system map and shared the location with him directly. "It was originally an ancient relic, but it collapsed a long time ago. We have been searching inside for 2 months, and we haven't found anything good." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It was not easy to find a relic, but there was no treasure inside, which really disappointed. Richard opened the map and took a closer look. There was a conspicuous mark on it. It is about 500 kilometers away from Solon City and is located in the desert. He made up his mind to explore it before returning to Dusk City to see what happened to the rotten tree. The breath it exudes is more evil than the ancient tree of the gods. It shouldn't be so easy to die, right? While thinking, he looked at the properties of the dry branches a few more times. Dry branches characteristics: it comes with an evil breath. Introduction: a branch broken from a tree. There was nothing different from this. He bet that if these players hadn't seen the rotten tree, they would have ignored this branch on the road. After closing the system panel, he didn't give up and directly opened the black gold system. A more detailed prompt appeared on it. The dry branches of the rotten tree hide a faint vitality. You can consume 100 points of divinity to reactivate the vitality. This branch actually still has vitality? Question mark? Richard was greatly surprised. This thing has become like this. Although it needs 100 points of divinity to activate it, just like the seeds of the world tree. This is not the point. The point is that even a branch that has dried up like this has vitality. Is that dry and rotten tree really dead? He was very interested. He didn't mind digging another ancient tree of the god of evil back to the city of dusk. The desert is very large, and it is completely possible to plant trees. Retracting his scattered thoughts, he continued to ask about the situation of the ruins. Imolashau also pointed out that Richard would buy his goods at a high price, so he did not hesitate to tell Richard all the information he knew. Anyway, they had been looking for 2 months, and there was nothing good in it. Richard asked very detailed questions. He understood all the situations. Finally, he had a clearer concept of the ruins. The rotten tree was just an inconspicuous corner of the ruins. Now, after the ruins collapsed, most of the area has been buried by gravel. The only dangerous place is the center of the ruins, where there is a group of terrifying monsters, gravekeepers. The level is above level 15, and the number exceeds 5 squadrons. They even saw a hero commander of level 19. But there are no treasures in it, and they have used special means to explore it more than once. After the chat, Richard had a plan in his mind. This ruins is definitely a high level map, and it is definitely a nightmare difficulty for players at this stage. But with the current strength of the City of Dusk, it can handle it. He keenly felt that the collapsed ruins were far from being as simple as several players said. There is also a central area with gravekeepers. Maybe the real starting point is here. Moreover, most of the ruins are buried in the desert, which is not a problem for him. He is a professional sand digger. If he explores, as long as he can get the rotten tree, he will make a lot of money. For others, it may be a dead tree, but it is different for him. There is no ambiguity at the moment. He bought 10 legendary equipment with less damage from the Solon Chamber of Commerce at a price 0.5% higher than that of the Solon Chamber of Commerce. It cost him a total of 1 million units of resources. Keeping his word is his bottom line. He got the information he wanted and didn't mind giving the other party a reward. The value of this news is far beyond the resources for him. Looking at the hundreds of millions of resources on the panel, Richard didn't feel anything when he paid the bill. He made a fortune by plundering the underground world before, but the only pity is that this way of obtaining resources is unsustainable. After getting the resources, several players were also very excited. 1 million units. This is definitely a huge sum of money for them. For players who have lost their territory, the channels for earning resources are very limited. They can no longer let the residents in the territory mine mineral veins like normal lords. The speed at which one person earns resources cannot be compared with that of a territory with thousands of residents. After the deal was concluded, Richard told the 4 players that he was looking for a soul contract and asked them to help get the news. When they heard that there was a 3-star treasure to be taken, they immediately patted their chests. Players are a group of profit-driven people. As long as there is profit, they will definitely pay more attention than anyone else. After they left, Richard put a few tattered legendary equipment into the system space without even looking at it, leaving only the branch for careful study. It is naturally impossible to activate it with divinity, and the world tree seeds have already occupied Renee's output. Now we can only hope that the dry and rotten tree also contains a trace of vitality. When Rebecca came out with a somewhat excited expression, she was watching Richard playing with the dry branch, and she said a little strangely, "Sir Richard, what are you doing?" Richard smiled. "I found something interesting." He put away the branch and looked at her with interest. "How is the research on the victory gem going?" The level 19 hero Claire behind him smiled bitterly. "The victory gem is too advanced. We can only faintly sense the special mark contained in it and cannot activate it. We can only go back to the Frostwolf territory and ask the Grand Duke for help." Richard asked curiously, "Is the Grand Duke of Frostwolf a believer of the Victory Goddess sect?" "No, the Grand Duke is a close friend of a believer of the goddess, and the other party happens to be a legend." Richard's mouth twitched. Is the circle of big men so plain and simple? Rebecca suddenly seemed to have thought of something and looked at Richard solemnly. "Sir Richard, please come back to the Frostwolf territory with me. I will definitely take out a treasure that will satisfy you." Richard looked at the girl's serious expression and smiled. "When I have time, I will definitely go to the Ice Empire. It's not for your treasures. I want to see my frost ore." When the two sides traded the fur of the flame dragon rabbit, Rebecca directly exchanged a vein. He was also somewhat curious about the frost vein that made Andal so excited. In addition, the vampire castle can also be cleaned up in time. I will ask the steamed bun lovers if they have found out more information. The orcs snatched the blood coffin where the vampire duke was sleeping from the vampire castle. Who knows what other good things there are. Luan, we had a chamber of commerce. In the living room, Wins looked at the curious girl in front of him and smiled. "Didn't Sir Richard go to your Solon Chamber of Commerce? Why are you asking me?" The girl looked confused. "Ah, when did you go? How come I don't know?" Onik, who was standing aside, said, "Your Highness Chris, this morning, Sir Richard left us and went to the black market. Our people met him at the gate of the Solon Chamber of Commerce." Chris, who was wearing a pure white dress, had a lively temperament and a nearly perfect appearance, shook her head. "I didn't go to the black market today," she said curiously. "Shouldn't you accompany Sir Richard to Salon City?" Onik thought of the situation this morning and said with a bit of emotion, "It was Miss Rebecca who took Sir Richard there." Chris frowned slightly. "Rebecca is back. Why didn't she go to see me? And, are they so close?" "They just went to buy the rabbit fur of the flame dragon rabbit." Windsor, holding a teacup in his hand, slowly sipped the hot tea in the cup and put it down gracefully, with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. "That Sir Richard is extraordinary. I guess you don't know that Miss Rebecca has already planned to give him violet manna. Chris's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, impossible? How could Rebecca give violet manna to a God's grace lord? Even if she had something to ask of him, she wouldn't have done that, right? Onyx said softly. This is what Miss Rebecca said this morning. It shouldn't be false. He was also a little confused by Rebecca's attitude. Logically, the relationship between the two shouldn't have reached that point, but the other party did it. He couldn't figure it out, so he could only attribute it to the extraordinariness of Twilight City and Richard's infinite personal charm. Didn't he also pursue that magical territory after leaving Twilight City? Perhaps in the eyes of others, he was also a little unreasonable. Chris couldn't sit down anymore. He hurriedly got up and walked outside. No, I have to go see Rebecca. This guy must have been deceived by the God's grace lord. Your Highness Chris, this is not the case. You. Before she finished speaking, the girl waved her hand, walked away in a hurry, and disappeared from sight. Onyx didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned his head and glanced at Windsor, whose expression didn't change. He whispered, Mr. President, do you want me to go and take a look? Windsor said slowly, it's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes showed some thought. Have the people who went to the Red Dragon grocery store returned? Not yet, but it should be soon. Windsor narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a complicated tone, I don't know if Mr. Richard can get the teacher's approval. Time is running out. Onyx thought of some secrets and suddenly fell silent. When the room fell into silence, a strange sound came slowly from outside the door. From far away to near. When Windsor heard the sound, his eyes immediately showed some joy, and he stood up and walked to the door. In the blink of an eye, a figure sitting in a mechanical wheelchair appeared. Teacher Pime looked up at the eye-catching figure in front of him and smiled kindly. Little girl, push me in. The president of the Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce, whose word was law, and whose words were law, and even ordinary staff members dared not look him in the eye, came to the mechanical wheelchair like a little girl, smiling, and pushed Pim into the house. When Onyx saw Pim, his face immediately flushed with excitement, as if a believer had seen his own god. He bowed his head and saluted with the most humble attitude. Good day, Your Majesty Pim. Onyx sends you the highest regards. Pim waved his hand, as if he was used to it, and said nothing. After pushing the mechanical wheelchair to the side of the coffee table, the elegant Windsor personally poured a cup of hot tea for the old man who had lived for a long time without a heart. Pim drank it all in one gulp, tasted it, and smiled. Not bad. The tea from the Southern Griffin Empire is still so refreshing. I'll send it to you later. Pim shook his head. No need. No matter how good the food is, it will lose its taste if you drink it all day long. Windsor smiled and did not comment on it. Changing the subject, teacher, why are you here? Pim grinned. Why do I need to ask you for permission to come to your Luanwiha Chamber of Commerce? Windsor smiled. I hope you can come every day. By the way, teacher, did Sir Richard visit you at the Red Dragon grocery store? Speaking of this topic, Pim immediately became interested. That Lord of Divine Grace is not bad. In the past few months, he is the only one I can look up to. Maybe he can create miracles. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, and his expression was inexplicable. Hearing this evaluation, Windsor was a little surprised. Her teacher was once the top powerhouse in the world, with a very high vision, and never praised others too much. Those who could be praised by him must be extremely outstanding big figures. It was really incredible that Sir Richard could be recognized by the other party in such a short time. In her eyes, Pim's praise was better than Onyx's praise for a month. Different status and position, the value of words is very different. At the moment, she was quite curious. Teacher, is there anything special about Sir Richard? Why did he get your approval so easily? Pime looked at Windsor with a strange expression. Don't you know the person you recommended to me? Windsor was stunned. I don't know much about Sir Richard. Is he special? She heard about Richard from Onyx, but Onyx mostly talked about the magic of that territory. As for Richard's own strength and other specialties, Onyx couldn't tell clearly. From the contact this morning, although the other party's conversation and temperament were among the most outstanding of the outstanding people she had met, it was really hard to say that she knew him. Pime frowned. Special? The other party can stand out from the 20 billion God's Grace Lords and become the strongest. This can be considered special. Windsor was stunned. The strongest of the 20 billion God's Grace Lords? Isn't this the God's Grace Lord named King Kiu? Pym nodded. That's right, that Richard is the King Kiu mentioned by Lord Shannon. He looked at her in confusion. You don't know? Windsor lost his voice. What did you say? Sir Richard is King Kiu? Her eyes were full of disbelief, as if she had heard something unacceptable. This morning, she had praised King Kiu in front of him. The King Kiu that she praised so much was actually the person in front of her. Chapter 369. Why give the manor to a godly lord? What? He is King Kiu? Well done. Onik was less shocked than Windsor. The moment he heard Pym say that Richard was King Kiu, he believed it without reservation. With the magic of Twilight City, it seemed that King Kiu was more in line with his expectations. He felt that it should be like this. That was Sir Richard, the strongest among the Lords of God's Grace. Isn't this normal? Turning his head to look at Windsor, who had not yet recovered, he felt an inexplicable sense of honor. Even the great Lord Pym recognized Sir Richard in such a short time. Sure enough, his vision was still so outstanding. After Windsor came to his senses, his eyes were a little complicated. No wonder Rebecca gave Violet Manor to the other party. If the other party was King Kiu, everything seemed to make sense. Investing in a Lord of God's Grace with unlimited potential, this price is not expensive. But what she didn't know was that when Rebecca made this decision, she didn't know the relationship between Richard and King Kiu. It can only be attributed to the extraordinary vision of the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. At this moment, Rebecca, who had the victory gem in her hand, had obviously gotten the best benefits. Suppressing the subtle emotions in his heart, Windsor said slowly, "Teacher, have you given the task of exploring the temple to Sir Richard?" Pym said disapprovingly, "I have already issued tasks to dozens of God's Grace Lords. One more or one less won't make a difference." He paused. "There is no better way. Only the God's Grace Lords can enter that strange temple, and he can't use his strength." Windsor said slowly, "Teacher, the Solan Chamber of Commerce is already doing its best to train the God's Grace Lords. But now it is certain that the method of giving the God's Grace Lords arms nests and resources for free will not work, and they can't enter the temple. The rules inside are really mysterious." Pym smiled. "If it were that easy, I wouldn't have spent 10 years to find a way to enter it. Don't worry too much, you can live 3 more months, it's a win." Looking at the old man with the same personality as always, Windsor said with some heartache, "Teacher, you will be fine. I believe that Sir Richard will definitely create miracles. He is King Kiu. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. With the blessing of Richard's legendary status, the experience of the two copies has been widely spread among players. Knowing his past glorious achievements, the inner sense of trust is naturally different from usual. This is not comparable to Onyx's singing of praises. Pym's vicissitudes of life are filled with memories. I have lived long enough. In the past 10 years, countless failures have made me mentally prepared for the final result." He looked at Windsor with some expectation. "If no one succeeds after 3 months, the Crimson Moon will be handed over to you. I have spent countless efforts to build a force that carries the ultimate dream. I don't want it to decline. With your ability, you will definitely give the Crimson Moon a new lease of life. Windsor, Salon City is still too small, and it restricts your ability. This world is your stage." The moment the voice fell, a mysterious figure in a black cloak slowly appeared behind Pym. Seeing this, Onik and Windsor looked normal, as if they were used to it. The figure hidden in the hood whispered with some unclear meaning, "President Windsor, the Crimson Moon is handed over to you. This is not only Lord Pym's idea, but also the unanimous opinion of the elders. In addition to Lord Pym, only you are qualified to lead the Crimson Moon." Windsor shook his head firmly. "No, the teacher will be fine. The Crimson Moon can only be led by the teacher, and no one can replace the teacher's position." Pym's old face showed some emotion. "Windsor, I know your intentions, but people will die. The cycle of life is the most fundamental rule of the world. Even if I get the heart of the gods, there will be a day when the soul will fail. The Crimson Moon, no matter what, must have an heir." He narrowed his eyes. "In the past 10 years, the Crimson Moon has been silent for too long. The believers of the gods seem to have forgotten our existence. It's time to make those high gods fall into fear. I have been planning for 10 years. This time, no one can stop the rise of the crimson moon. Windsor, you must take over. Windsor looked at Pime, who was unquestionable, and did not speak for a long time. On the bustling streets of Solon City, a carriage embroidered with noble emblems was heading towards Violet Manor quickly. When the soldiers patrolling the streets saw the eye-catching pattern on the carriage, they would stop immediately, no matter what they were doing, clench their fists, and salute their chests. Passing carriages and pedestrians would stop and make way as soon as they met the carriage. Even in the sky, there were several squadrons of Pegasus Knights cruising above the carriage, keeping a close eye on the movements below. Once they encountered danger, they would burst out with a thundering blow. All this was because the carriage belonged to Chris Salon, the only heir of Grand Duke Salon, the most noble person in the entire Solon City. The other party's travel would be protected at all times. At this time, Chris looked out the window angrily and muttered, "Jasmine, tell me, why did Rebecca give Violet Manor to that Lord of Divine Grace? Was she deceived?" The maid beside her shook her head. "Your Highness, there must be a reason why Miss Rebecca did this. It must be that the Lord of Divine Grace has something special." Chris didn't believe it. Rebecca is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. How can the Lord of Divine Grace compare to the descendants of the High Nobles of the Ice and Snow Empire? I have never seen Rebecca give the manor to other people. Why is this matter so strange? I helped her to decorate the manor. This made her angry. She spent more than a month on this. How could she give her hard work to the Lord of Divine Grace? No, Rebecca must change her mind. The maid couldn't say much. Chris could say this, but she couldn't. Fortunately, the carriage arrived at the Violet Manor soon, so the maid didn't embarrass herself. Chris hurried in and went straight to the main hall. At this time, only Rebecca was in the main hall. After turning her head and looking for a few times and not finding the Lord of Divine Grace, Chris walked over to Rebecca and sat down. She stared at her with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you look for me when you came back?" Rebecca smiled, put her arm around the girl's arm, and pinched her cheeks. "It's not too late. I rested all day yesterday and went to the black market with Lord Richard today." The relationship between the two was established when they were studying in the capital, and they can be called close. It's okay if Richard is not mentioned, but Chris is furious when he is mentioned. She widened her eyes and said angrily, "Sister Windsor said that you want to give Violet Manor to that Lord of Divine Grace?" Rebecca nodded as a matter of course. "Yes." After saying that, she looked at her puzzledly. "Is there any problem? The other party even gave her a treasure like the Victory Gem. How can a manor compare to the Victory Gem that can summon the goddess?" Thinking of Richard's previous actions without any hesitation, a sweet smile appeared on her face. The feeling of being trusted is great. Moreover, that is Lord Richard. Seeing that Rebecca did not realize her mistake at all, Chris said indignantly, "I worked for more than a month to build this manor for you. You just give it to me? Are you worthy of my efforts? I have never seen you do such a thing to other descendants of nobles. Did Lord Shannon cast a dark magic on you? Otherwise, why would he give you his only manor? No, come with me to the city lord's mansion. Father will definitely be able to crack it." Rebecca didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Chris, I took the initiative to offer it to Sir Richard. The blood of the Frostwolf family will not be affected by magic." His eyes sparkled. "Besides, giving the manor to Sir Richard is still a win for me." Chris was almost crazy. "You still made money? I think you are stupid. It's just a God's grace lord. Even if Onyx keeps preaching about how extraordinary his territory is, it can't make you think so highly of him, right? You just went to that guy's territory once. How come you have changed so much? Did you leave your brain in the desert? Or is it because the sandstorm was too severe and sand got into your brain?" Rebecca is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke. How can she treat a God's grace lord like this? It's too abnormal to give her the only place to stay in Solon City. Doesn't she know who the God's grace lord is? As long as there is profit, those guys will rush forward. In the past few months, there are at least 8,000 people who want to get close to her. There are even some who want to pursue her. Gods above, she feels sick when she thinks of those guys' obscene eyes. Dealing with those God's grace lords is simply a nightmare. All these experiences really made her look down on the God's Grace Lords. When Rebecca heard this, she realized that Chris seemed to have many misunderstandings about Richard. At that moment, she restrained her smile and spoke in a solemn tone. Chris, Lord Richard is not comparable to ordinary God's Grace Lords. He is the most special. Seeing that Rebecca was still stubborn, Chris could not sit still and said angrily, the most special? How special can he be? If you give the manor to King Kiu, the strongest of the God's Grace Lords can still be explained. He can ascend to the throne from the competition of 20 billion people and deserve this gift. But Richard, a small lord in the desert, even if he has a treasure like the flame dragon rabbit, is he worthy of your attention? As soon as the girl finished speaking, Rebecca frowned. Others said that she was fine, but she was quite dissatisfied with Richard's belittling. The voice was cold. Chris, you are right. So, I give the Violet Manor to King Kiu, that is, Lord Richard. Is there a problem? Chris's indignant expression froze. She looked at her in some astonishment. He is King Kiu? Although he didn't think much of the Lord of God's Grace, it was only a month since the last time that 20 billion Lords of God's Grace went to perform a divine mission together and disappeared at the same time. King Kiu's name is now well known. Rebecca nodded slowly and was about to say something. At this time, Claire came in from the side door with an excited look on his face. Because of the angle, he didn't see Chris. He walked and said loudly, Miss, I have passed the news that you got the victory gem back to the family. The Grand Duke has already known about it, and he is full of praise for you. His tone became more and more excited. Praise Lord Richard. This is the victory gem. Goddess of ice and snow, you must be favoring us. Miss, we can meet Lord Richard. It must be the goddess guidance. Who would have thought that the victory gem, such a rare treasure in the world, would be in the hands of Lord Richard? This time coming to the desert is simply the wisest decision. After Claire was excited, he saw Chris and swallowed the rest of his words and bowed immediately. Good day, Her Highness Chris. She didn't feel anything strange in her heart. Chris and Rebecca were very close, so it wasn't a big deal for her to know the news. And with Grand Duke Solon's strength and status, Chris wouldn't spy on a gem. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Chris stood up suddenly and looked at Rebecca in disbelief. The victory gem. You got the victory gem that can summon the gods and goddesses to come? Rebecca seemed to think of something. Her eyes curved into crescents and nodded, saying casually, yes, that's right. It's the victory gem. Your Excellency Richard got it by accident before and gave it to me this morning. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and in the blink of an eye, a gem emitting rich magical fluctuations appeared in her palm. Feeling the majestic energy, Chris widened her eyes. The clarity in her heart was particularly complicated at this time. Her expression was even more wonderful. She thought Rebecca was deceived to give away her only manor in Solon City, but now it seems that she was not deceived at all. This is clearly a great bargain. This is the victory gemstone, and its preciousness is simply beyond description. This is especially true for the top powerhouses above the legend level, because through this gemstone, you can see the goddess of victory. That is a deity. If you can get a few tips, or feel something after the other party descends, then it is not impossible to go further. There are relevant records of this in ancient books. There was once a legendary powerhouse who summoned the goddess with the victory gemstone, and became a demigod after getting tips. Now, the Lord of Divine Grace actually gave Rebecca a treasure of this level directly. This made her eyes rise with strong envy. She wanted it too. Blinking her big eyes, she looked at Rebecca pitifully. Ahem, Rebecca, where is Sir Richard? Can you introduce him to me? Chapter 370 Game Update, New DLC Scarlet Moon. On the way, he went to the Solon City Government Hall and took over the Violet Manor completely. At this moment, this huge manor covering an area of more than 50 acres in the city center has become his private property. In the future, the Chamber of Commerce of the City of Dusk will also be based here. As the gift giver, Rebecca not only did not feel the slightest bit of heartache, but was extremely satisfied. Richard took advantage of the rare free time to play with Rebecca, Hina, and the Dark Valkyrie in this prosperous city. While visiting the scenery and humanities of the city, he also investigated the layout of the city. He got a lot of inspiration from the buildings in various areas, and had new ideas on how to build the City of Dusk. Big but not messy, big but not mixed, big but orderly. This is his summary of Solon City. Although the various plans of this city are still a long way from perfection, they have achieved the points of adapting to local conditions and being reasonable. It deserves the title of the most prosperous city on the edge of the death desert. The only difference is that there is suddenly a beautiful and agile figure around him these days. The owner of this city, the daughter of the legendary ascetic Chris Salon. This noble girl, who is not even 20 years old, is now the controller of the Solon Chamber of Commerce. What amused him was that this noble girl would come to please him from time to time and find some random topics to talk about. She also mentioned the victory gem several times in a roundabout way. He knew the girl's little thoughts after a few glances, but he had no interest in a little girl whose mind was still in the state of a girl, and responded perfunctorily. Rebecca had the ambition to become the Grand Duke of Frostwilth, and he was willing to bring the two sides closer and give investment. This Princess Chris was just a child playing around, and he had no interest in coaxing a child to play, even though there was a legendary terrifying existence behind her. But it was interesting to say that Chris, who was used to seeing those God Grace lords who were always chasing after her, aroused her competitive spirit with Richard's careless reaction. Why could the other party give Rebecca a treasure like the victory gem, but was indifferent to her? Was she so unattractive? At that moment, she became even more excited about Richard. This mentality is like children competing with each other to see whose toys are better. Rebecca saw Chris's entanglement and secretly apologized to Richard, asking her not to be serious with Chris because Chris had been spoiled since childhood and her personality was simple and stubborn. Richard did not comment. October 2nd. Evening. Violet Manor Hall. Chris looked at Richard with interest. Sir Richard, is there really an ever-ending sandstorm outside Twilight City? Where did you get this treasure? Seeing that the other party was drinking tea calmly, he did not care and continued. Also, what is the underground world like? Next time I go to Twilight City, can you take me to the underground world to see it? I heard that there will be black dragon treasures in the underground world, and there are spider nests everywhere. How about we go there to explore? It would be best if we could steal a few dragon eggs back. It must be very interesting. The chirping sound is as crisp as a bird's song. Although it talks a lot, it does not make people feel disgusted. Richard had gotten used to this chatterbox after a few days. He said unhappily, "Can your father let you leave Solon City?" Chris's face fell immediately. Then he said resentfully, "I'm already level 14. As long as I reach level 15, I can make my own decision." Then wait until you reach level 15. Sir Richard, you are so kind. Thank you. I'm not praising you, bastard. Don't say rude words, Your Highness Chris. Don't talk to me like that. Rebecca smiled and watched the two bickering. With Chris's status, it was the first time someone dared to get along with her so casually. Richard's careless attitude made Chris very excited, and she liked this atmosphere quite a lot. She could feel that Richard really didn't regard her as a highness. This was quite novel in the class strict glorious era. Just as Chris was chattering, tap tap, a sound of footsteps came from the door. Sir Rebecca, 3 lords of divine grace want to see Sir Richard. 2 of them are servants of the manor before. 1 I have never seen before. Rebecca turned her head to look at Richard subconsciously. Richard's eyes lit up. Could it be that those players had heard about the soul contract? Although he received the task at the Red Dragon grocery store, the reward was the soul contract, but the difficulty of the S-level task was beyond his expectations. He would not go there Ashley before he was fully prepared. If he could enslave the vampire duke in the blood coffin before entering the dungeon, it would undoubtedly increase his confidence and leave room for both offense and defense. He said slowly, "Call them in." The guard took the order and turned to leave. Chris asked curiously, "Sir Richard, what do those lords of divine grace want you to do?" Richard looked at the little girl with some amusement. The other party was definitely a standard curious baby, interested in everything. Some private matters. Oh, Chris's big eyes turned and suddenly seemed to think of something and said with interest, "Sir Richard, are they looking for you to go to Nightingale Street?" Richard almost spit out the imported hot tea he had just drunk. Nightingale Street is the most famous street in Solon City. It is famous for the affordable prices and outstanding services of female ex-workers. It has always been a place frequented by the people. He looked at the daughter of the legendary strongman with a bad temper. What are you thinking about? Chris said innocently. But, my subordinates said, that after Lord Shannon came to Solon City, 70% of people will go to Nightingale Street. She looked at him curiously. Sir Richard, why don't you take me there tonight? They won't let me go there. I'm very curious about it. If your father knew that I took you to a brothel, I guarantee that he would wipe out the city of Dusk. Don't even think about it. Go back to bed early tonight, and don't go anywhere. The two were chatting. The eldest and the third players were approaching the hall quickly with the bald player. Looking at the elegant and luxurious decoration of Violet Manor, the bald player whispered, "Bosley, was this manor really given to that player by the eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Duke?" His eyes were full of envy. Damn, how many resources would it take to buy a manor of this level? Question mark. Just give it away. As soon as it's said, that player is going to be crazy, the boss chuckled. You'll know when you meet that big guy later. Can I still lie to you? The third brother muttered. It's a pity that I didn't get the news of the soul scroll this time. Otherwise I would have got the 2 3-star treasures. The bald man said slowly. Didn't he say that if there is other news, we can tell him? Our news is definitely not worse than the news of the soul scroll. I hope so. The three gradually approached the hall and inexplicably felt a little subtle in their hearts. They are all players. Now, they have what the other party needs, but they still have to come to see each other. The gap in status is too big. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, he stepped into the hall. At first glance, the bald man saw Richard sitting in the main seat. The moment he opened the attribute panel and confirmed the other party's player identity, he was shocked. What's going on? This player is sitting in the main seat? He looked around subconsciously. He saw the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Frostwolf for the first time, but the noble emblem on her clothes showed her identity. He continued to look. His pupils shrank suddenly. Her Highness Chris! Exclamation mark. The daughter of the Lord of the City is also here? Question mark. The eldest daughter of a Grand Duke and the daughter of a legendary strongman, with their status and position, they can only sit on the left and right, and cannot sit in the main seat? Exclamation mark. What is the identity of this player? It's a bit exaggerated. The background of Glorious Era is the feudal society of the Middle Ages, and all kinds of rules have long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. It is almost impossible to see people sitting without status. Richard didn't know that the other party thought so much. The two girls have straightforward personalities. After getting familiar with each other over the past few days, no one cares about the main and secondary seats, and Richard just sits casually. He didn't expect that this unintentional move would shock the bald man's heart. After the eldest and the third players saluted Rebecca and Richard, they looked at him with envy. The boss is worthy of being the boss. With two noble girls of the highest status accompanying him, this life is simply amazing. Richard didn't waste words and asked directly, "Boss, third brother, have you heard about the soul scroll?" The boss shook his head. "Boss Kinkyu, although we have mobilized players to search for it in the past few days, we have not received any feedback. The soul scroll that can be contracted above level 15 is too precious. We have heard about the treasure that can be contracted to heroes below level 5. Rebecca and Chris had no reaction to the word player. The natives already knew the mutual address between the Lords of Divine Grace. At first, they were interested in finding out, but now it is not a rare thing. Richard's mouth twitched. Below level 5. So the first one was removed, right? To conquer a level 5 hero, you still need a contract scroll? Then do you have any other news this time? Hearing this, the boss immediately became energetic. Of course, he said, looking at the bald man. "Sir brother, speak up." The bald man was awakened. He stared at Richard. His emotions were like a sea of overturning. Kinkyu. Fuck. This big guy turned out to be Kinkyu. Before he came, he was a little suspicious whether the two guys, the eldest and the third, were fooling him. But when he heard the word Kinkyu, all his doubts disappeared in an instant. This is Kinkyu. The only daughter of a legendary strongman and the eldest daughter of a Grand Duke can only sit in the second seat. The boss of Kinkyu is really awesome. The two fools, the eldest and the third, can actually get in touch with such a big guy. It's just that the goddess of luck stepped on the forehead. He immediately said with energy, "Boss Kinkyu, I opened a small tavern in the 12th block of South City, and the people inside are mixed. Yesterday when I was trying to find out about the soul scroll, I accidentally learned a special information. I thought you might be interested, so I came to visit you specially." Richard nodded. "Tell me about it." The bald man looked at the two girls hesitantly, and he hesitated for a while and didn't speak. Richard laughed dumbly. "Don't worry, Chris and Rebecca are both my friends. You can trust them." These words made the two girls' eyes sparkle. The bald man immediately gave a thumbs up secretly. "Kinkyu boss, you are so good." He didn't waste any words and spoke. "When that guy went to Nightingale Street to whore, cough cough, and discuss the truth of life, he completed it's a special task that is difficult to describe, and finally got a copy key." Before Richard spoke, Chris looked at him excitedly, blinking her eyes, as if to say, "Right, just say that your Lord of God's grace likes to go to Nightingale Street." Richard was speechless, not looking at the girl, staring at the bald man. "Is there anything special about that copy?" The bald man said excitedly. "It's a faction copy, with a total of 10 factions competing with each other. Each faction can enter 5 players. The final winner can get a faction treasure." Richard became a little interested. "Faction treasure?" "Yes, faction treasure. I have seen other players posting attributes on the forum before. They are perfect for this camp, and the final winner can choose whether to get strategic equipment or resource equipment. The player who posted the attributes is an elf. The other party got a golden tree of life, which can summon a golden elf with a newborn level of 12 and a potential crown of 2 stars. It is very fierce. Brother Kinkyu, we are all from the desert camp. Maybe we can get a golden pyramid and recruit golden mummies." He became more and more excited. "And this dungeon is like an ATM for you." In the eyes of the bald man, the two words Kinkyu are absolutely a golden signboard. The legendary scene of 1 against 300 in the death arena is still in front of him. With this boss here, this race dungeon is not easy to capture. Richard was indeed interested in him. Golden Tree of Life. A troop with an initial level of 12. It seems like there is something going on. When will that dungeon be opened? What are the restrictions? The dungeon can be pre-registered, and it will be opened when it is full. How many people do you have already? Me, the eldest, the third, and the player who got the dungeon, plus you. There are exactly 5 of us. Call the player who got the dungeon. If the dungeon information is not too different from what you said, then I agree to this matter. Okay, I'll go right away. With that, the 3 of them immediately turned around and went out excitedly. This wave is settled. Holding on to Kinkyu's thighs, they can laugh in their dreams. Richard looked at the backs of several players leaving, and he felt a little emotional. Finally, he found some feeling of finding people to team up for the dungeon. "I just don't know how to play this dungeon. I hope it will be more interesting." The 3 of them just stepped out of the door. He looked at Chris, who was eager to try and was about to speak when suddenly a system prompt rang in his ear. "Ding, the expansion pack Crimson Moon will be opened on December 28th. The earth will rise the crimson moon, and the eternal gods will fall into fear. By then, the structure of the main plane will undergo a huge change. Please prepare yourselves, lords, to welcome the rising of the crimson moon." Richard was shocked. An expansion pack? Crimson Moon? Chapter 371 Player's Sensation. Richard looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He didn't expect the system to update the expansion pack at this time. And the description on it was so exaggerated. What exactly is this crimson moon that can make the gods fear it? Is it some anti-god force? Or some mysterious ancient ruins? Or some powerful profession? Unfortunately, the short prompt gave too little information, and he couldn't explore more. While thinking, he opened the player forum. At this time, the forum was already flooded with this news. Wow, what is this crimson moon? Why does it look so awesome? Is there any 20cm big eagle who can tell me about it? My friends, why do I feel that something big is wrong? I'm a believer of the sun god. Is it going to revolutionize our lives? Brothers, rise up tomorrow. New expansion packs often represent new opportunities. Rise up. Most players are just boring nonsense, without any useful information. Richard opened the private message with a little disappointment. He sent a message to the Italian canon to ask. It didn't take long for the other party to reply. Brother-in-law, I was just looking for you. You want to ask about the expansion pack, right? My sister has only heard about this expansion pack, but she has not participated in it personally. The general situation is that a group of powerful beings who are not afraid of gods intend to use gods as research objects to gain more powerful power. They will attack the gods' faith in the main plane. The gods are based on believers. Once there are no believers, they will fall. The beginning of this expansion pack seems to start with the fall of a god. As for the ending, I don't know. Richard was quite surprised after reading the information. My goodness, is this wave going to be so big? Starting with the fall of a god, what kind of impact will the aftermath have? That crimson moon is also fierce. Taking gods as research objects is simply against the will of heaven. Sure enough, the world is big and there are all kinds of ruthless people. What made him fall into deep thought was how the city of Dusk would deal with the turmoil that followed. After thinking for a moment, he responded. Any other important information? Italian canon. My sister's suggestion is that, since Crimson Moon can make such a big noise, there must be many ruthless people. If you can enter it in the early stage, you will probably get a lot of benefits, but I'm not optimistic about the later stage. The gods are the controllers of this world after all. Richard also agreed with this. It is impossible to destroy the gods in one crisis, and the controllers of this world are too weak. However, the waves in it will not be small. After chatting with Italian canon for a while, Richard did not get more information. He opened the private message of the steamed bun lover and asked about the news of the vampire castle. The steamed bun lover replied faster than Italian canon. Brother Kinkyu, I have already figured out the vampire castle. There is a vampire army of 5,000 in that castle. The average level is about level 10. It is led by a level 18 vampire marquis, who is very powerful. But the castle has strict defense measures, and it is difficult to attack from the outside. Richard thought. This strength is no worse than the orcs that were wiped out before. It seems that I have to take some time to go there. This is the castle with the blood coffin, and there is a high probability that there are other good things. The gains that can be obtained from conquering such a high-level map have forced him to face up to it. Although there are still hundreds of millions of resources on the attribute panel now, each of the brilliant level troop nests needs 50 million units to be promoted to the crown level. These hundreds of millions of resources cannot be spent at all. With such a gold-eating troop nest, the desire for resources in Dusk City will only become more and more exaggerated. Continue to explore and report any new intelligence in time. In addition, you did a good job. I will reward you with a special treasure. As he said this, he sent the Frostwolf family token that Rebecca gave him to the steamed bun lover by email. This was specially given to him by Rebecca when she heard that he had a friend near the Ice and Snow Empire. With this token, he can get help from the Frostwolf family. Fortunately, the value of this thing itself is not high, and only 300 rare resources were spent as a handling fee. The steamed bun lover was quite surprised after receiving it. Boss Kinkyu, it says that this is a token of the Frostwolf family. Could it be the Grand Duke family of the Ice and Snow Empire? That's right. Brilliant, boss. You can establish friendship with the Grand Duke family of the Ice and Snow Empire even in the desert. When you go to the cities of the Ice and Snow Empire to do business in the future, just take this token to the Frostwolf family's base. Okay, the steamed bun lover was quite excited. He was deeply grateful for holding on to his thighs. The original decision was simply wise and heroic. After chatting for a while, the steamed bun lover took the initiative to end the topic. Richard didn't say anything and closed the private message. Although this guy didn't have the Italian canon to make him feel at ease as a spare man, he was not bad at layout and he didn't know when he would be able to use it. The scarlet moon that concerned his mind would not open until December 28th. There was still 2 months of buffer time, so it was not so urgent. He could make arrangements for this. Sir Richard, what are you thinking about? Chris pouted and looked at him dissatisfiedly. I called you so many times. Richard came back to his senses and looked at the little girl with a bad temper. What's the matter? Chris glared and said indignantly. Sir Richard, why do you speak to me in such a fierce tone? Do you have any objections? Yes, and it's very big. Hold it back, don't mention it. You are bullying me. I will mention it, if I want to mention it. Looking at Chris, who was diverted by a few words, Rebecca smiled. It always feels that it is particularly interesting to sit together with the two of them with their unique personalities. After mumbling for a long time, Chris suddenly remembered what she wanted to say. She looked at Richard with interest and said, "Sir Richard, take me to Nightingale Street. Your Lord of God's Grace likes it so much, I want to go and see it too." Richard was a little speechless to this curious baby. A little girl is obsessed with brothels. What is she curious about? "Your Highness Chris, please stay away from me." "Why? I kind of dislike you." "Sir Richard, you bastard. Don't say bad words." I'm so angry." As they were talking and laughing, the three players came back. This time, they were followed by a tall orc player. He had a domineering lion head and majestic sideburns. He looked quite majestic. Although he didn't have the handsomeness of a human, he also had the wildness of a beast. Some noble young women who like heavy tastes might like this one very much. Boss Kinkyu. This is the player who got the dungeon of that faction. Hyena. Richard's mouth twitched. After all, he has a lion's head, so why not call him Hyena? Hyena stepped forward and looked at Richard excitedly. "Boss Kinkyu, I didn't expect to be able to team up with you to go to the dungeon. What a fate." Before coming, Hyena was actually a little reluctant to find an inexplicable outsider to join. But after hearing that the other party was Kinkyu, he immediately became very willing. Richard nodded. "Before you came, they all told you, right? I need to see the token of that copy." "They all told you. It's okay, I'll take it out right away." He immediately took out a round crystal chess piece from the system space, with a word Bing engraved on it. Richard reached out to take it, feeling the magic power that was there and not there, and directly opened the system panel. Chess piece, Bing, sequence. 7. Level. 3 stars features. The holder can open a special camp copy and compete with players from other camps. The final winner can get rich rewards. Currently selected camp, Desert Camp. Number of participants. 5. Number of registered people. 4. Total number of camps. 10. Current total number of registered people. 43. After 50 people are reached, the camp copy will be activated. Introduction. In ancient times, the gods created this kind of treasure to resolve disputes. The gods in dispute would each select a part of their believers to enter and play chess. Whoever's believers could win the final victory would have to accept defeat. Richard nodded slightly. Not bad. The players didn't hide anything. After reading it several times, he didn't rush to return it to the other party and continued to open the black gold system to check. Sure enough, a more detailed introduction appeared on it. Found a copy, Life and Death Fighting Beast Chess, copy level. 3 stars, average strength of the troops, brilliant whether there are hero units, yes whether there are boss units, yes the highest level unit, level 35 force camp. 10 units, desert, temple, fortress, elf. Tip, the copy level cannot be upgraded. Richard took a breath. This is too exaggerated. The highest level unit is level 35. Question mark? Fuck, there are gods in this copy. Question mark? Level 30 is a demigod, level 31 is already an eternal god, and level 35 is not a weakling among gods. While thinking, he reopened the system description. This is a treasure created by the gods to resolve disputes. So, it's not that the gods are personally involved, but the rulers of this level may watch it. After clarifying the idea, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, or 3-star level copy can't be too exaggerated. If there is really a level 35 player, then what's the point of playing? After making sure that nothing was missed, Richard handed the chess piece back to Hyena. Okay, count me in. After receiving the affirmative reply, several people immediately smiled, with this big guy leading the way. This way, this table. When the little bastards from the other 9 camps saw the Kinkyu boss appear in front of them, I wonder if they would be scared to pee their pants. Thinking of the enemy rushing to kill them, and then seeing the scene of Kinkyu standing next to them, they were excited. After Hyena took over the chess piece, he asked Richard to drop a drop of blood on it. The blood merged into it, and the number of places on it became 5, full. Chris was itching to watch from the side. Not caring about the other players present, she hurriedly said, "Sir Richard, are you going to explore the ancient ruins?" Her eyes were bright and full of yearning. With her status and position, she would not lack any treasures. She would naturally not have the opportunity to explore ancient ruins, which is full of legends. Richard smiled. "That's about right." He narrowed his eyes and refused directly before the other party opened his mouth to beg. "Don't even think about it. Wait until you reach level 15 and can leave Solan City." Chris was immediately very aggrieved. "You are only level 13, why can you go?" he said with a big turn of his eyes. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. Now, can you promise to take me to Nightingale Street?" He walked forward and hugged Richard's arm in his arms, pulling back and forth and acting like a spoiled child. "Please, Sir Richard, please, take me there." Once several players saw this scene and their eyes widened, each with an inexplicable look of horror. "Damn, this is the daughter of the Lord of Solan City, a legendary strongman. What's going on?" Question mark. Acting like a spoiled child is fine, but she also begged King Qiu to take her to Nightingale Street. The look she gave Richard was full of complexity. "Beast, you can do this to her?" Her Highness Chris is so confused. This guy is just a little more handsome, taller, stronger, and more attractive than them. Apart from that, what else can compare to them? "King Qiu can take you there, so we don't mind taking you there either." Richard looked at the touch coming from his arm and smiled helplessly. The little lotus has just begun to show its tip. It's really disappointing. He pulled his hand out and said with a smile, "Your Highness from Solan City, aren't you afraid of losing face? Pay attention to etiquette, Chris." Chris saw that she couldn't act like a spoiled child, and she was immediately furious. She snorted and sat back down, raising her head without even looking at Richard, looking like a proud girl. Then, as if she had thought of something, she turned her head and glanced at a few players. "Did you just see anything?" The 4 of them shook their heads in unison, shaking faster than a rattle. "We haven't been here today." "I'm glad to know. Do you have anything else to do?" "No. If you don't, get out of here." "Yes, Your Highness Chris, we'll get out of here now." After the hyena answered, he turned his head and glanced at Richard, whispering, "Boss King Qiu, we'll come back after everyone is here. You'd better not leave Solan City these 2 days." After he nodded, he turned around. Looking at the backs of several people leaving quickly, Richard laughed and shook his head. "Every time I'm with the players, I always feel inexplicably relaxed. Facing these stupid people, I don't need to think and worry too much." Coming back to my senses, looking at Chris who was still unhappy, I chuckled as if coaxing a child. "Chris, I'll take you to Twilight City when you reach level 15. I can take you to collect honey from the desert crown honey, pluck the hair of the flame dragon rabbit, brew whitetail absolute brew, and surf in the sandstorm. I can also take you to the underground world. I have a very interesting city underground, with many alchemical creations of the great dwarves." Chris's eyes lit up when she heard it. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't let go of her face. She could only hum. "You invited me. I didn't take the initiative to go." Richard laughed. "Yes, I invited you. Please agree, Your Highness Chris." For some reason, this chatterbox always gave him the feeling of his own sister. So cute. Even if personal feelings were not discussed, the ascetic monk standing behind this girl was enough for Twilight City to have a good relationship with her. However, this time he didn't have any idea of benefit in it. He just thought it was fun to tease this little girl. Chris nodded with a smile. "Okay. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 372, The First Chamber of Commerce in Dusk City, Violet Chamber of Commerce. October 5th. In front of Violet Manor, a brand new plaque was erected. It was wrapped in red silk cloth, and it looked full of festive meaning. Decorating weddings with red silk cloth is a custom passed down by the god of celebration. On the huge plaque, The continent's common language was engraved with eye-catching large characters, Violet Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, it was also enchanted with the magic of general literacy. Whether you can read or not, you can understand the meaning of the few large characters above. The development of magic has allowed this world with countless races to communicate smoothly with each other. Therefore, most races have retained their own culture. Only the continent's common language, the language originally left by the god of creation, is shared by all races. Richard looked at the brand new plaque and felt quite good. He originally planned to name it Dusk Chamber of Commerce, but after thinking about it, he felt that it lacked some vigor. Violet Chamber of Commerce seemed more catchy and full of vitality. After the plaque was erected, the Chamber of Commerce of Dusk City in Solon City was officially established. However, it is just an empty shell now. He doesn't even have someone to manage the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Sir Richard, congratulations, this is a new beginning. I believe that with the support of the City of Dusk, the Violet Chamber of Commerce will soon become a famous Chamber of Commerce in the Death Desert. Rebecca looked at Richard standing under the giant plaque with a burning gaze. The name of the Violet Chamber of Commerce was her suggestion, and she didn't expect the other party to accept it so readily. Of course, what satisfied her most was that after the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, future transactions between the two parties would be carried out directly in Solon City, and she would no longer need to send people into the Death Desert. The harsh environment of the desert left her with a deep psychological shadow. If it was not necessary, she didn't want to walk through the desert again in her life. Next, we should consider how to build the framework of the Chamber of Commerce, he said with a bit of apology in his eyes. The Frostwolf family does not have much foundation in Solon City. I'm afraid it will be difficult to help you in this regard. Richard turned around and looked at the girl with perfect looks and firm eyes, and smiled softly. Rebecca, you have helped me a lot. Violet Manor is very expensive, Rebecca said in a brisk tone. Compared to your victory gem, it is nothing. The two looked at each other and suddenly smiled. After getting along for this period of time, the two have established a special tacit understanding. Sir Richard, Chris should be able to help the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Although the Solon Chamber of Commerce was established not long ago, it has the full support of Solon City behind it. Even the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce of President Windsor may not be able to compare with the Solon Chamber of Commerce in some aspects. With the legendary monk behind it, even if the Solon Chamber of Commerce was established on the first day, it has power that outsiders cannot imagine. Richard nodded slightly and looked around with his peripheral vision, but did not find the little girl Chris. The other party had not come to the Violet Chamber of Commerce this morning. Just as he was muttering, a luxurious carriage embroidered with a special noble emblem came from the corner. Harrod, the sound of horse hooves was crisp, and 12 pure white superior war horses snorted several times before slowly stopping in the open space in front of the manor. The maid opened the car door, and a smart figure stepped out of the car gracefully. Before approaching, a crisp and cheerful voice rang out. The plaque is hung up. Sir Richard, you didn't wait for me. Chris, with a pair of dark circles under her eyes, muttered as she approached, staring with dissatisfaction. We agreed yesterday, Richard said with a smile. What time is it now? Chris took out the exquisite pocket watch made by the dwarves in a daze, and after taking a look, her eyes rolled around. Finally, she said pitifully. I got up late, sorry, I won't do it again. Richard looked at the little girl who was acting coquettishly, and was a little amused. Okay, go in, it's just a plaque, it's not a big deal. Chris seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on her face again. She looked at Richard proudly and said, Sir Richard, the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce is a big deal. I have a gift for you. As he spoke, he took out a pitch black long sword from his space ring. The scabbard was specially decorated with violet flowers. Although it didn't match the long sword, it was obviously a thoughtful one. Chris handed the somewhat incongruous longsword to Richard and looked at him pretending to be indifferent. Yesterday I went to the warehouse and spent a little time to find this gift that suits you. Richard reached out to take it and looked at the crooked violet flowers on the scabbard, and his heart warmed. It was so ugly, it must be this little girl who put it on herself. A smile appeared on his face. Chris, you are thoughtful. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Chris's eyes curved into crescents like a child who was praised by the teacher, and she raised her head high. The joy in her heart was beyond words. Richard found it funny, stretched out his hand to pinch the other's face, and laughed at the girl's protest. After playing around for a while, the group returned to the manor. Richard took advantage of the short break to check the properties of the black longsword in his hand. Sword of the Mourner level. 5 stars features. 1. Can summon Mourner guards 1 level lower than its own level. The number is limited to 1 squadron, and after the Mourner guards are killed, they can be summoned again the next day too. After killing the enemy, you can directly revive the opponent's corpse and make it obey your orders. The number cannot exceed 3 squadrons, and the degree of damage to the corpse cannot exceed 70%. The power of the resurrected corpse depends on the strength of the corpse, and the hero unit cannot be resurrected. 3. After killing the enemy, you can extract the opponent's soul and imprison it in the longsword. When attacking, the longsword will roar with resentment and impact the enemy's spirit. 4. Wrath of the Wrathful Spirit can release the wraiths imprisoned in the longsword at one time to attack the enemy's soul. Introduction: a longsword made by a powerful evil wizard, full of evil power. 5-star treasure. Richard was stunned. He turned his head and took a deep look at Chris, who was stuffing a piece of dessert into her mouth. He was filled with emotion. This little girl is really a rich woman. The 4 characteristics of the Sword of the Mourner are stronger than the other, and there is no rubbish. With this sword, even if there is only one person, he can form an army. Among the 5-star treasures, the Sword of the Mourner is definitely one of the top ones. Feeling the coldness emanating from the long sword, Richard suddenly thought, if other players knew that he was given a 5-star treasure with exaggerated attributes by an NPC, would they be jealous to the point of red eyes? This is a 5-star treasure. He spent millions of points to exchange one in the dungeon. In Solon City, the price is as high as millions of rare resources. This can definitely be called a generous gift. It's strange to say that he didn't bring any utilitarianism to get along with Chris, but instead got a gift from her. It was an accidental achievement. Putting away the Mourner's long sword, Richard looked at Chris, who was cheerful, and told Rebecca his suggestion. The Violet Chamber of Commerce has just been established and currently has a large staff shortage. Chris, do you have any good ways to get people who are proficient in business? Chris chewed the snacks, puffed up her cheeks, hummed a few times, swallowed the snacks, drank a sip of tea, and then mumbled, "I'm eating, Sir Richard." Just as he was about to answer, he was suddenly stunned and said stupidly, "What did you say just now?" Rebecca looked at him with amusement, repeated Richard's words, and finally said, "Does the Solon Chamber of Commerce have resources in this regard?" Chris rolled her eyes, suddenly clapped her hands, and said excitedly, "A few months ago, we captured a group of silver goblins, and they are still imprisoned in the dungeon. Sir Richard, do you mind using goblins?" Silver goblins? Richard was a little unfamiliar with this title. The desert goblins are still helping him raise the flame dragon rabbits. What's the difference between the two? They are good at business. Rebecca was no longer surprised by his lack of common sense, so she took the initiative to explain. Silver goblins are a high-level race among goblins. They have wisdom beyond ordinary people, and their talent for business is amazing, which also makes every silver goblin the best businessman. Richard was amused. So, this is a very valuable race. How come they haven't been sold after being locked up for several months? It's hard to subdue them. Slave trade is not a rare thing in this world, and the sale of arms is normal. Rebecca's face was a little strange. No, on the contrary, they are easy to subdue, but silver goblins are greedy by nature, and it's very difficult to manage them. Their greed is equal to their business talent. So few chambers of commerce will use these greedy guys. Richard was stunned, and he immediately thought of King Gaia, the desert goblin. That guy who was as thin as a stick and still shouted that he was strong. The character of the goblin is indeed unique, but this also aroused his interest. The desert goblins gave him a big surprise. Without the blue teeth, there would be no flame dragon rabbit. I wonder how special these silver goblins are? Chris, please ask someone to bring the silver goblins here. Maybe they can help me. Chris nodded, waved her hand, and told the maid beside her a few words, and the other party left the hall immediately. The Violet Chamber of Commerce is just an empty shell now, so it is not afraid of using those greedy guys. After the Chamber of Commerce is fully established, it will not be too late to make adjustments if there are any problems. While chatting, a sound of footsteps came from far away. A moment later, Onik, who was carrying a big belly like a 6-month pregnancy, hurried over. "Your Highness Chris, Miss Rebecca, Sir Richard, good day." After the salute, Onik wiped the sweat from his head and looked at Richard apologetically. President Windsor wanted to come in person to congratulate the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce, but he had some urgent matters to deal with, so he left Solon City with Lord Pine this morning. "I rushed here as soon as I sent the president out of the city, but I didn't expect to miss the time for the plaque to be erected. I apologize to you." After a pause, the president also asked me to apologize to you. "I will apologize to you in person when I come back next time." The news of the listing of the Violet Chamber of Commerce today was notified to the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce a few days ago. Given the current relationship between the two parties, the other party's attendance is inevitable. Missing the time is indeed a bit unreasonable. Richard didn't care. It's normal for such a large chamber of commerce to have urgent matters to deal with, and it's impossible for others to be delayed because of the erection of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. The only thing that made him a little curious was that Windsor left with Pine. Thinking of the old man who was still alive and kicking without a heart and the S-level task, he felt a little subtle. Windsor is a top-level existence with a boss panel. That elegant and noble ruler, who could become the student of the one who hunted the ancient red dragon, was definitely not a simple person. Are they going to try to explore the temple that hides the heart of the god? Onik, there's no need to be so polite. We are all friends, and there are no outsiders here. Richard collected his thoughts and smiled. You came at the right time. The Violet Chamber of Commerce needs to recruit a group of talents who are proficient in business. Chris recommended the Silver Goblins to me. I'm worried that those greedy races will go wrong. Does the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce have any resources in this regard? It feels really different to do things with connections. No matter what you lack, there are channels to make up for it. Thinking about it carefully, although he just left the Death Desert for the first time, he has established a good relationship with the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce, the Frostwolf family, and Chris. Behind these are all top-notch forces. Unconsciously, the human resources he now has are already rich. As long as he uses them, he can immediately complete operations that other players dare not even think of. Onik heard the word Silver Goblin. His face showed a bit of strangeness. The ability of the Silver Goblins is beyond description, but their greedy and bad character is indeed a headache for everyone. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Sir Richard, by chance, we bought a batch of special slaves a few days ago, half-winged people. This race has a very special ability to discern lies. If these half-winged people are used as supervisors, perhaps the greed of the Silver Goblins can be curbed to the greatest extent." Richard's eyes lit up. Greed has never been a problem. It is the instinct of intelligent life and cannot be avoided. The most important problem is that there must be sufficient supervision. He was originally thinking about how to curb the greed of the Silver Goblins, but he didn't expect that. Just when he dozed off, Onik directly delivered the pillow. "Onik, please bring those half-winged people with you." "As you wish." Looking at Onik's back as he hurried away again, Richard also felt a little emotional. The Violet Chamber of Commerce is the window of foreign trade for the City of Dusk. Now the framework must be fixed and put into operation as soon as possible. The hundreds of millions of ordinary resources in his hands can only upgrade 2 brilliant level troop nests to rare levels. The City of Dusk's thirst for resources is too exaggerated. The Chamber of Commerce carries the important task of earning resources for the City of Dusk. It is of great significance. Chapter 373, Silver Goblin, the shock brought by the aura skill. An hour later, the maid came to report that the Silver Goblin and the half-winged man were brought. Richard stood up in high spirits and walked out of the hall. In front of the hall was a neatly trimmed green lawn. 40 or 50 goblins with silver reskin were watching over them on the grass, looking around timidly. These guys were about 1.3 meters tall on average, with extremely ugly faces. Those with weak psychological endurance would have nightmares after just one look. From the outside, except for the slightly different skin color, they were not much different from the desert goblins. Next to the silver goblins, there were more than 20 half-winged men with short wings that could not fly and were tied up by chains. Unlike the goblins, these half-winged men raised their heads at this moment, with unruly eyes, like untamed falcons. Open the attribute panel. Silver Goblin, level 7, skills, 1. Negotiation, C level, can increase the success rate when negotiating with outsiders. 2. Inquiry, C level, can find out the other party's bottom price to the greatest extent when conducting business. 3. Discover business opportunities, C level, easier to find business opportunities, and can grasp them accurately. 4. Information gathering, C level, extremely sensitive to various business information, can quickly find out the business information you want. 5. Persuasion, C level, increase the persuasiveness of the tone, and make it easier for the other party to believe what you say. 6. Intimidation and deception, C level, when intimidating and deceiving the target, it will increase credibility. Racial talent, fanatical, and greedy, with an unimaginable desire for wealth, and will make endless money. Bond, merchants, if the number exceeds 10, the efficiency of handling business affairs will increase by 10%. If the number exceeds 20, the efficiency of handling business affairs will increase by 20%. If the number exceeds 50, the efficiency of handling business affairs will increase by 30%. Introduction. Silver goblins are born businessmen. Their thirst for wealth gives them an extraordinary sense of how to make more wealth. After reading the properties of the silver goblins, Richard was deeply moved. The world is so big that there are indeed all kinds of wonders. This set of skills and characteristics are all related to business. No wonder Rebecca and Chris admire it so much. However, their racial talents are also fucked up. Endlessly making money, he feels that these goblins are willing to sacrifice their lives for a gold coin. Dragons don't have this kind of greed, right? Ignoring the silver goblins who were looking at him eagerly, he turned his attention to the half-winged people. The half-winged people are a very powerful race in Glorious Era, a hybrid of winged people and humans. The appearance of the winged people is 70% similar to that of angels, and they live in the sky city that cannot be reached on the surface. Possessing extremely powerful strength, these half-winged people are far inferior to their ancestors. Not only are their wings degenerated and unable to fly, but their strength is also very weak. The average level is only one level higher than that of goblins. What race are goblins? In terms of combat power, the half-winged people are only slightly stronger than them in the sewers of the sewers. You can imagine their strength. Half-winged people level 8 skills, strong body, dexterity, proficient in archery, racial talent, word of truth. After asking questions, as long as you answer the questions, you can immediately distinguish the truth of the words. Bond strict. The relationship between the half-winged people and their superiors is very strict. When there is a leader, they will 100% execute orders. Introduction. A life with the blood of the feathered people, but only inherited a little power of the feathered people. The skills are ordinary, without any outstanding features. Only the racial talent made Richard's eyes light up. Word of truth. This talent is quite powerful. It is absolutely the best choice to interrogate prisoners. In addition, it is also completely feasible to use it in business. Richard touched his chin. It would not be a big problem to let these two races support the Violet Chamber of Commerce, which is still an empty shell. With the Silver Goblins, he only needs to arrange a few high-level members of the Chamber of Commerce who can command the overall situation. Now the Violet Chamber of Commerce has not started business yet, and it does not need a complicated structure. Let's get it running first. Chris, I want all these silver goblins. What is the total price? Chris waved her hand indifferently after hearing this. Silver goblins are not worth much, I'll give them all to you. These guys eat and drink a lot in the dungeon every day, wasting food. She looked at these ugly guys with disgust. The talents of the silver goblins are good, but not many natives like to use these greedy races. For the nobles, although the top human businessmen are not rampant, they are not afraid of not finding suitable talents. Richard smiled. He accepted all the 5-star treasures, so he was not polite about just a few goblins. Besides, the whole Solon city was the territory of this little rich woman, so there was no need to think too much. Friendship between friends is built on reciprocity. Next time, if there is something interesting, just give a few to this little girl. Onik, with a big belly and a fat face, saw Richard's eyes and spoke first. Sir Richard, since the half-feathered people are suitable for you, treat them as gifts to celebrate the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Please accept them. After knowing Richard's identity as King Q, the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce has raised its attention to him by several levels. It is worth it to use these worthless things to bring the two sides closer. Richard smiled and thanked them, then turned his head to look at the two races who heard their conversation and were curiously looking at him. After thinking for a while, he slowly walked in front of the silver goblins and the half-feathered people. He stared at everyone with a majestic look. He didn't speak yet. The yellow sand light on his body suddenly dissipated. In an instant, the world seemed to have lost its color. In everyone's perception, only a yellow light floated. In a breath, it seemed as if a sandstorm that swept the world rose in front of them. The surging sand waves swallowed everything. The terrifying pressure hit their hearts. The silver goblin and the half-winged man only felt their souls trembling, and their whole bodies could not stop weakening. Irresistible, unresistible. It was the majesty that penetrated into the blood and bone marrow. In just 2 breaths, the silver goblin could no longer hold on, and his legs softened, and he knelt directly on the ground. With his head on the ground, he knelt down to Richard in the most humble manner. The trembling tone was filled with endless panic. Great existence, we are willing to be your slaves. I beg you to forgive our humble lives. The goblins have never been a race that would rather die than surrender. Their soft and rotten character, like their greed, penetrates deep into their souls. Richard seemed not to hear it, and the terrifying pressure on his body continued to crush him. The half-feathered people who were struggling to hold on, after less than 5 breaths, also followed the footsteps of the goblins. One by one, they collapsed to the ground with fear in their eyes. The rebellious eyes had long disappeared at this moment. The surrender of the Falcon seemed so simple that it made people laugh. I declare in the name of the Lord of Twilight City that you are now my slaves. Submit or perish. Submit. Great Lord. We are willing to submit. The silver goblin almost shouted. These greedy guys have been completely scared. Among the half-feathered people, the leader who was kneeling in the front, who was a circle stronger than the other half-feathered people, made a hoarse voice at this moment. The Lord of Twilight City, the Changfeng Feather Clan, is willing to obey your orders. Strength is the best pass in this world. Richard's unscrupulous pressure made their arrogance be trampled underfoot. This is the survival rule of Glorious Era. Moreover, the half-winged man felt the temperament of a special leader from the terrifying existence in front of him. The other party seemed to be born to be a king, so they did not have much resistance. Ding silver goblins, number 52, are willing to surrender to you. Do you accept? Ding half-winged man, number 20, are willing to surrender to you. Do you accept? The system prompt came as expected. After choosing to confirm, Richard dispersed the pressure. The goblins and half-winged man were relieved, as if they were alive again. Breathing heavily, they were covered with grass and dirt, and looked quite embarrassed. Go to the backyard to change clothes first, and clean up the wounds on your body. After you are done, the original managers among you, come to the hall to find me. He waved his hand, and asked the servants to take them to the backyard. Looking at the figure gradually walking away, Richard touched his chin. Next, he should consider who will run the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Kalu? No, this is a steward of Twilight City. Without him, the operation of Twilight City will be slow. Are there any management talents in Twilight City? After thinking seriously, Richard found helplessly that there are really few talents to show. Although he has been vigorously cultivating them, even literacy classes and seminars have been organized. But firstly, the time is too short, and secondly, the population of Twilight City is too sparse, and they are all refugees from the desert. So it is very difficult to cultivate them. Forget it, go back and ask Kalu. If it doesn't work, go to the underground world to look for it. Although the underground world is barren, you can still find a few talents, right? If it doesn't work, go to the slave market to buy them. There will always be a way to solve it. After collecting his scattered thoughts, Richard suddenly found that Chris and Rebecca's eyes were shining at this time. The two girls were looking at him with a different look. Being stared at by two girls with almost full looks, Richard felt a little puzzled. He stretched out his hand and pinched Chris's face and smiled. "What are you looking at?" Chris surprisingly did not struggle, still looking at him with an indescribable expression. After taking a deep breath, she said in a trembling tone, "Sir Richard, you have the halo skill?" When he mentioned the word halo, his eyes suddenly became hot. Richard saw the other party's expression and was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered that in Glorious Era, only higher level life forms can have halo skills. For example, the dragon's dragon power, the holy halo of the angel, and the evil halo of the great demon. Ordinary races cannot have halos, because this is the state of the power hidden in the blood. Ordinary races don't have powerful blood. Even the most famous elves among the immortal races don't have halo skills. The blood potential is not enough. The yellow sand halo was obtained by him in the first copy. When the boss of the Scarlet Council replaced the dragon blood in the body of the princess of the Holy Temple Empire, he asked him to be a container. It was activated by luck, after absorbing a large amount of dragon blood. He was used to it. Seeing the two people so surprised at this time, he remembered the extraordinary. "It's a coincidence." Richard shrugged. Rebecca couldn't help her inner emotions, and said in amazement, "It's incredible. My father, a legendary strongman, doesn't have a halo skill, Sir Richard. You must have been blessed by the gods." For her, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke, a halo skill is a power that is out of reach. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Divine Grace she met by chance is not only the strongest among the 20 billion players, who has established a magical territory, but also has skills that even legendary strongmen may not have. It simply makes her feel dazzled. She feels a little unreal at this moment. The other party is so dazzling. Is he really the Lord of Divine Grace? Even if someone told her at this moment that Richard was a prince of an empire and was nurtured by the resources of the entire empire, she dared to believe it. The other party was too outstanding, so outstanding that she even felt dazzling. There are many forces in the Ice and Snow Empire that are not inferior to the Frostwolf family, and there are also outstanding descendants among them. She knows many of them, and some are even pursuing her. But compared with the other party, the light of those noble descendants instantly dimmed, and there is not even any advantage that can surpass the other party. Richard smiled. "Blessings from the gods? This is the reward I got for completing the S-level mission." After Chris came to her senses, she was like a lark, and she was excited. "Sir Richard, your talent is simply shocking. This is the first time I have seen it. You have an aura before reaching level 15. If you tell others, outsiders will definitely not believe it. No wonder you can become the strongest among the Lords of God's Grace. It's really enviable. I'm level 14. Sir Richard, are you interested in changing your job to become an ascetic monk? My father doesn't have any students yet. A genius like you, my father will definitely accept you." This little girl's chatter never stops, and she insisted that Richard go with her to the city lord's mansion to meet the legendary ascetic monk. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pinched the other person's face hard a few times, and then changed the subject. Ascetic monks give up all weapons and protective gear, only cultivate their bodies, and even give up enjoyment in order to hone themselves. What's the point of this profession, even if it reaches the legendary level? Moreover, he is the master of the desert. Legendary class. With a set of super A-class skills, he is not inferior to anyone. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Richard, Chris pouted and hugged Richard like a koala. She pulled his arm back in her arms and asked him to tell her how to get the halo. Her cute appearance made the maids beside her laugh, and Rebecca couldn't bear to watch. Richard felt the touch of the little lotus just showing its tip, and laughed dumbly. Finally, he promised to help her get the halo next time he had the chance, and the little girl was satisfied. Chapter 374. See you next time. Please call me your majesty the Grand Duke. Faction copy is open. With the help of their servants, the silver goblins and the half-feathered man washed and changed into new clothes. Then, their respective leaders came to the main hall with some trepidation. There were only 12 silver goblins out of 52 people, and only one half-feathered man. The contrast between the two was quite obvious. Greetings to you, Great Master. The first thing the silver goblins did when they entered the room was to kneel down without any bottom line and salute with the most humble attitude. The half-feathered man looked at these bastards speechlessly. Is this also going to be involution? He took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality immediately, and knelt on one knee. He said in a deep voice, "Tok, salute you, respected master." Richard looked at the two races with obvious differences in personality and smiled. He waved his hand for them to stand up, and then described in detail the causes and consequences of the establishment of the Violet Chamber of Commerce and the arrangements for them. Finally, he said, "The people of Twilight City will not be treated unfairly. Although you are not yet qualified to become a member of Twilight City, as long as you show enough value and loyalty, I will give you generous rewards even in the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Silver goblins have strong business talents. I will grant you the greatest business authority, so that your talents can be freely exerted without too many constraints. The half-feathered people will become members of the Violet Chamber of Commerce's supervisory department, responsible for supervising the operation of the Chamber of Commerce, and will conduct supervisory and questioning of Chamber of Commerce members every week. You will be directly responsible to me." After the voice fell, the silver goblins and the half-feathered people were quite surprised. They were greatly relieved, although Richard had revealed what he wanted them to do in the previous conversation. But the solemn order at this moment undoubtedly put the plan into practice. Let's not talk about other things first. Now, at least their safety is guaranteed. There is no difficulty in arranging the two races. It is enough to give full play to their characteristics. The silver goblins have amazing talents, but they are greedy, and it is impossible for them not to get into trouble. The half-feathered people do not have business talents, but their racial talents are special. They can supervise and solve any problems immediately. However, after making simple arrangements for the two races, there is another problem that must be solved. Who will manage the Chamber of Commerce? At this stage, the silver goblins and the half-feathered people can only be staff members of the Chamber of Commerce and cannot be managers. The responsibility of the Chamber of Commerce requires him to give extra consideration. He turned his head to look at Chris and Onik, and then shook his head. It is reasonable for the lower level staff to ask them for people, but the top leaders of the Chamber of Commerce must be their own people. Otherwise, what is the point of opening this Chamber of Commerce? After thinking about it, he turned his head to look at Zina, who was silently groping for the dragon-slaying sword in her hand. When there is no battle, the girl is relatively quiet, especially likes to play with her own weapons. He reached out and called Zina over, whispering a few words in her ear. Then he handed her the card of the deposited arms. Zina heard the words, nodded gently, and after reaching out to take it, she immediately turned around and went out, telling the servants to prepare the car to go out of the city. Until the evening of the next day, Zina hurried back. But unlike when she left alone, this time there was a pretty figure beside her. Richard was quite happy to see the people around Zina. He asked Zina to return to Twilight City so that Kalu could find some talents suitable for managing the Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, Kalu actually recommended this person. "Lord City Lord, Weir greets you." The pretty figure touched her chest and bowed, her eyes full of respect. If it weren't for this heroic and extraordinary existence in front of her, she would have been buried in the desert with her companions a few months ago. In the past few months, since she came to Twilight City, she has already recognized this magical city in her heart and regarded it as her home. Her attitude towards Richard was even more like a god. Only with this great existence can there be such a dazzling city as Twilight City. Richard nodded slightly. Belle, long time no see. Belle. Hero unit level 8 potential, B level, profession, internal affairs officer, skills, calm, B level, has a calm and objective judgment of everything, will not be mentally unstable due to the turbulent situation, judgment increased by 40%, intelligent, B level. Has keen observation, accurate judgment, wisdom increased by 20%, manage subordinates, B level, has unique means of managing subordinates, can make subordinates more likely to obey their commands, fear their majesty, majesty increased by 40%, management, B level, has powerful means of handling various tedious Affairs. Work efficiency increased by 30%. Government affairs. B-level. Proficient in various territorial affairs. Can handle them in the most appropriate way. Administrative ability increased by 30%. Racial talent. Learning. Can learn the knowledge and skills of various races. Bond stand alone. When becoming the highest person in charge, all-round ability is increased by an additional 30%. Not activated. Introduction. A natural government official. Perhaps more important tasks can be delegated to her. Weya is a rare hero among the refugees. A few months ago, as subordinates who were out scanning the map came to report that a group of refugees were found outside. Richard set off immediately and found Weya and her group trapped in a broken temple. After rescuing them, he accidentally triggered the temple's mechanism. Then he found the dungeon where extraordinary beings were imprisoned. The first time the dragon hero Alvis died was when he was hunted by the Dark Lord in the dungeon. At the same time, he obtained the Quicksand Land, which is crucial to the City of Dusk. In that area, Weya was taken back to the City of Dusk soon after and was valued by Kalu. He regarded her as a personal disciple and taught her the skills to handle various government affairs. Unexpectedly, Kalu could send her this time. He only got a few heroes from the refugees, and he remembered them very well. The first one was naturally his baby, the A-level hero, the special blacksmith, and then there was the 14-year-old girl in the tailor shop who developed the yellow sand robe and promoted herself to a hero unit. In addition, there is Weya, the B-level internal affairs hero. Where the Violet Chamber of Commerce is of great significance to the City of Dusk. Everything is just an empty shell now. I need you to take control of the Chamber of Commerce. He introduced the current situation of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Finally, you have two tasks at present. 1. Build a good system for the Violet Chamber of Commerce. Set up corresponding departments and make use of the silver goblins and half-feathered people. 2. Collect information in Solan City, summarize and organize the types of goods currently circulating in the market in Solan City, and at the same time, classify the goods output of the City of Dusk and the underground world, find the gaps, and prepare for later trade. The Chamber of Commerce is not something that can be run just by saying it. It is like starting a company, and it takes a little bit of time to build up the skeleton and flesh. At present, the main output of the City of Dusk, Desert Crown Honey and Yellow Sand Robe, both have fixed sales channels. The Desert Crown Honey was monopolized by the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, and the raw material of the Yellow Sand Robe, the Flame Dragon Rabbit, was favored by Rebecca. Even the Whitetail Absolute Brew was also collected by Rebecca. These good things will not be hard to sell. But in the future, Twilight City will not only produce these things. The food workshop has been established for almost half a year. After investing a lot of resources in research, it has recently begun to produce. This area will definitely be developed in the future. Secondly, the underground world is so vast. Although the natural environment is harsh, it can fully play its advantages. Forging weapons or producing other distinctive products for sale is feasible. There is also the alchemy technology of the Great Dwarfs. Once it develops, there will be no shortage of goods that can be produced. Without agriculture, there is no stability, and without industry, there is no wealth. Agriculture guarantees basic survival, and industry earns resources. In his farming plan, these two areas are the foundation and the highlight. The desert is barren, and it is impossible to make a fortune by mining wild veins like other territories. Although the underground world is rich in minerals, most areas have been occupied by the intelligent races of the underground world. And the weapons factory plan has been launched. In the future, Twilight City only needs to purchase finished weapons from those underground creatures and sell them to players to earn the difference. It is enough, and there is no need to go out to mine and do such thankless work. If he wants to obtain more resources, industry is indispensable. Trade is a way to convert industrial output into resources, and earning the difference also requires products as support. Lord City Lord, I will not let you down. Weya's thin face was firm and confident. Although her appearance was not stunning, it was still pleasing to the eye with her special temperament. Richard nodded. After thinking about it, he also told her about the relationship between the Violet Chamber of Commerce and Rebecca, Chris and the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. And he said that if she encountered any difficult problems in the future, she could ask these forces for help. Weir heard this and looked at Richard with great emotion. It has only been a few days since he left Twilight City. The Lord City Lord has already opened up the situation in Solan City, which is really amazing. This start was 10,000 times better than what she had expected. From scratch. She had the people, the base, and the connections. If she couldn't develop the Violet Chamber of Commerce with all the conditions, she would just commit suicide. Although the girl was a government official, the most important thing for a manager was to manage people, and she didn't need to do it herself. So Richard wasn't worried about Weir, and the business talent of the Silver Goblins was not for show. The current Violet Chamber of Commerce could be built at will, and it didn't matter if there were problems, because there was nothing to lose anyway. After explaining Weir, Richard called all the Silver Goblins and the half-feathered people, and announced in front of everyone that Weir was appointed as the president of the Violet Chamber of Commerce. In the future, she would be responsible for all the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce. Although Weir was only 17 or 18 years old, with Richard's appointment, the two races didn't dare to say much, and nodded honestly. Weir's bond, independent, was immediately activated after being appointed. Then he promptly asked everyone to go to the side hall for a meeting. Richard did not follow him, letting him do his own thing. As the biggest boss of Twilight City, he did not need to do everything himself. He only needed to use the right people. The superiors work with people, the middle class work with wisdom, and the subordinates work with strength. Although the words are simple, the truth they contain has remained unchanged for thousands of years. Not long after Weir left, Rebecca hurried over. The eldest daughter of the Frostwolf Duke had a somewhat lost expression at this moment, like a child who had lost her favorite toy, and looked distressed. Sir Richard. Richard noticed that the other party was in a bad mood, and he could not help but soften his voice. What's wrong? Did something happen? Hearing this gentle voice, and looking at the charming face in front of her, Rebecca felt quite complicated. My father called me home. He has communicated with His Majesty the Cardinal of the Victory Church about the Victory Gem. Richard smiled. You should be happy to go home. He blinked. After you finish your business, you can come back. Then, I will take you and Chris to the underground world. Rebecca felt better after hearing this, but she still bit her lip and said nothing. After a moment of silence, she said shyly, Sir Richard, can I hug you? She stuttered and added, as a farewell. Richard smiled and opened his arms generously. Rebecca didn't dare to look into his eyes and gave him a big hug. After hugging him, she subconsciously hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to integrate him into her body. The smell of the opposite sex kept coming from the tip of her nose, making the girl's heart beat particularly strongly at this moment. She was reluctant to let go for a long time. Feeling the warm jade fragrance, Richard felt something strange in his heart. The little lotus just showed its tip, and it was indeed not as good as the ups and downs of the mountains. He took the initiative to let go of the girl and reached out to rub her head. Don't be sad, just come back early. Enjoying this moment of tenderness, Rebecca's emotions were particularly subtle. Taking 2 deep breaths, she forced herself to calm down the waves in her heart. Her eyes showed determination and confidence. Sir Richard, I'm afraid I won't come to Solan City again in the short term. She turned her head and looked in a certain direction. This time when I go back, I will definitely control the Frostwolf family. Mother, I have been waiting for too long. This is her last wish. This time, I will not let her down. Taking a deep breath, she looked directly at Richard and suddenly smiled. Next time we meet, you may have to call me Your Highness the Grand Duke. Richard laughed. Now, the beautiful and charming Grand Duke Rebecca, can I invite you to lunch? Rebecca looked at the other person's smile in the sun, and felt it was so bright and dazzling. Her eyes curved into crescents. But she was unwilling to speak to break this scene, as if she wanted to imprint this picture in her heart. After all, Rebecca was unable to stay for lunch. The girl hurriedly left Solan City with Claire, a level 19 hero, and all the guards. The other party was not even able to say goodbye to Chris, her good friend, in person. The Violet Chamber of Commerce that was left behind was completely handed over to Richard. Looking at the carriage that disappeared at the end of the street, Richard's emotions were somewhat subtle. He had a feeling that the next time they met, maybe he would really become the Grand Duke of Frostwilth, in charge of the top power with terrifying influence in the Ice and Snow Empire. I'm looking forward to seeing the day when you are crowned, Your Majesty. After a long time, Richard came back to his senses and turned to walk into the manor. But before he stepped into the gate, a hurried shout suddenly sounded from behind. King Cubos. Turning around, the bald man, the eldest, the third, and the hyena, 4 players were rushing over. What's wrong? So anxious? The hyena with the lion's head said excitedly. King Cubos, it's full. What do you mean full? Richard came back to his senses halfway through his words. Are there enough people in the camp? Copy. The hyena nodded fiercely. Yes, I just saw the prompt above. The number of players is full. In 12 hours, the dungeon will be opened. He took out the chess piece with the word Bing on it. Richard opened the system panel and took a look. Sure enough, the number of players in 10 camps and 50 players was full. There was also a countdown on it. He had just finished reading it when the system prompt rang. Ding, please prepare to enter the camp dungeon. This dungeon is a camp battle. For the sake of fairness, you are not allowed to bring troops and heroes into it. After entering the dungeon, each lord will obtain the soldiers of his own camp. After dying in the dungeon, you will be eliminated and automatically resurrected. After leaving the dungeon, there will be gods watching this battle. Please be prepared, lords. The final winner will receive the reward of the gods of this camp. After reading it carefully several times, Richard's interest increased. Wow. This battle is interesting. It is not allowed to bring soldiers and heroes. Doesn't this test the Lord's personal ability? For other people, this restriction may not be a big deal, but for him, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. The Death Elegy Medal and the Gladiator King title. These 2 treasures and titles can greatly improve the attributes of the troops, making him completely invincible to anyone. Moreover, his combat power is also at the bug level. But the most interesting thing for him is the gods watching the battle. The black gold system prompts that there will be a level 35 life in this copy. Although he is mentally prepared, he is still a little curious when he gets the confirmation prompt. Especially the final winner can get the reward from the gods of this camp, which makes him very interested. They are all gods, so the final reward can't be bad, right? He can accept a few artifacts or a few extraordinary troop nests. Chapter 375. Fighting beasts, elephant, lion, tiger, dog, rat, and the appearance of the spirit. He returned to the manor with a few people, summoned Weya, and said that he would be away for a while. The Violet Chamber of Commerce was handed over to him. Zinner and the Dark Valkyrie stayed to guard the manor. Although the 2 personal heroes did not accept Richard's solo action, they still agreed under his toughness. Unable to carry heroes and troops, this faction copy tests the ability of the Lord himself. He wanted to take the 2 people with him, but he was powerless. Staying in Solon City, there is no need to worry about their safety. Even if Rebecca left, officially, there are still Chris and the Luanwiho Chamber of Commerce. As long as they don't encounter any big troubles, they can solve them. 12 hours passed in a flash. When the countdown reached 0, the chess piece engraved with the word soldier on the vast violet grass of the manor suddenly bloomed with brilliant light, forming a void gate. Stepping on the beautiful flowers, Richard entered with the bald man, the eldest brother, the third brother, and the hyena. The moment the last person stepped in, the space gate suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Only Zinner and the Dark Valkyrie were left outside with fixed eyes. After a long time, Zinner took a deep breath, feeling very complicated. In such a long time, this was the first time that Richard did not let her follow. Turning back, he looked at the Dark Valkyrie floating in the void beside him, revealing only a pair of pale golden eyes. His hand subconsciously tightened the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and the blue veins on the back of his hand were particularly conspicuous. His voice was a little hoarse. Fuai, are we too weak that Master Richard did not take us there? The Dark Valkyrie heard the words, and her momentum suddenly surged. In an instant, the world dimmed. Darkness descended. The pale golden eyes flickered at this moment. After a long time, he slowly said, "My power has indeed stagnated for a long time. This time when I go back, I will be promoted to the extraordinary as quickly as possible. The master needs more powerful power." The unknown high-level language carried unspeakable majesty and firmness. During this period, Richard made efforts to find the extraordinary vampire archduke in the blood coffin of soul contract slavery. She saw it all. This touched her a lot. After this battle, she realized that the power she was proud of was not strong enough to make Richard feel at ease. She was holding back a lot of energy in her heart. She wanted to prove to Richard that she could protect the City of Dusk and could be his support. She was a Valkyrie who returned from the darkness, and she was no less capable than anyone else. Even if the other party was extraordinary, my lord, the sword in my hand will surely make you feel at ease. Zina felt the same way. After arriving in Solon City, the streets were full of strangers above level 10, and there were also many level 15. Seeing the prosperity of the outside world, she felt a serious crisis. She thought that her power was only weaker than the Dark Valkyrie and the ancient tree of the god in the City of Dusk. But she didn't expect that outside. Her level of 14 was so inconspicuous that she had a strong desire to fight. She must step into level 15 as soon as possible, or even extraordinary. She would never let Lord Richard keep her in the manor because of her low strength. Never. Richard did not expect that his unintentional actions would have such a big impact on Zina and the Dark Valkyrie. Early the next morning, Chris came to Violet Manor in a hurry, but the girl suddenly found that not only Rebecca had left, but Richard had also left for something. Chris pouted and was very unhappy to see the empty manor. She came out to greet Welia. Looking at the most distinguished person in Solon City, a little apology appeared on her pretty face. Your Highness Chris, the Lord of the City told me, before he left, that you would definitely come, and let me apologize to you. Hearing this, Chris sneered. What apology? I don't believe that Lord Richard would say such a thing. As he said this, he rolled his eyes, coughed lightly to clear his throat, and pretended to speak in a rough voice. When Chris, the little girl, comes over, tell him that I left. You can just say that. After saying that, he blinked. Miss Welia, is that what Lord Richard said? With Richard's attitude towards her, he would not ask someone to apologize. Thinking of the other party's displeasure with her, he felt a little itchy. This guy doesn't know what respect is. She is the Prince of Solon City. I must let my father teach him a lesson in the future. Thinking of Richard's bruised face, he burst out laughing again. Looking at the girl with a strange expression in front of her, Welia was a little puzzled. Lord Richard said that these noble ladies are not mentally normal. Is it true? Without thinking too much, he said with a smile. Lord Richard told me that the Violet Chamber of Commerce will be temporarily entrusted to His Highness for care after he leaves. The Lord said that His Highness is the most trustworthy person. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, you can ask His Highness for help. Chris heard this, and the smile on her face became particularly bright. She raised her head with a bit of arrogance. Yes, I'm a good friend of your city lord. If you have any problems during this period, just come to me directly. Then, he walked out of Violet Manor happily with a full sense of accomplishment and trust. Ding, you have entered the camp copy. Because you are the last applicant in this camp, you get a chess piece rat. The rules of the camp copy are as follows. Each camp has 5 lords, each guarding a chess piece. The chess pieces are divided into elephants, lions, tigers, dogs, rat. Elephants are the largest and rats are the smallest, but rats can restrain elephants. The larger the chess piece, the stronger the soldiers on it. When the chess piece of the previous level fights against the chess piece of the next level, all attributes of the soldiers will be increased by 40%, but this rule cannot be skipped. For example, when an elephant fights against a lion, the elephant's attributes will be increased by 40%. But when it fights against a tiger, the elephant will have no bonus. Rats restrain elephants. When rats fight elephants, their attributes increase by 60%, while elephants' attributes decrease by 60%. After the lord obtains the corresponding chess piece, he can directly command the soldiers on it. Winning rules: chess pieces in the same camp cannot fight each other, but can only collide with chess pieces in other camps. After 2 chess pieces collide, the lord needs to lead the army to capture the opponent's chess pieces. Every time you occupy a chess piece, you can command the soldiers of the opponent's chess piece. Note, the soldiers of the opponent's chess piece will be directly converted into the soldiers of this camp. When there is only 1 chess piece left on the field, it will be the final winner. After the system prompt, A grey light flashed. Richard suddenly found that he appeared on the edge of a floating island. Looking far away, the diameter of the island is about 500 meters. The terrain is uneven, and there are a lot of caves underground. Turning around, there is a thick black cloud layer below the floating island, and the constantly surging clouds seem to contain some terrifying monsters. It looks quite visually impactful. 100 meters away from the isolated island, there are 4 floating islands standing still. The rock walls tens of meters deep below these isolated islands are engraved with eye-catching characters: elephant, lion, tiger, dog, beast chess. Richard looked down at his floating island. If nothing unexpected happened, his would be the rad prompted by the system. He didn't expect that in the end, the chess pieces would be obtained according to the order of registration. But this rule is quite interesting. 5 chess pieces restrain each other, but there is no absolute strong one. And there is no attribute blessing for the cross-level battle. But where are his troops? Looking at the lonely floating island, Richard's face was full of question marks. Even if he is the weakest rat, he should have a few soldiers, right? Do you really have to fight with bare arms? At this moment, suddenly the ground trembled. A huge crack appeared in the central area. The next second, countless mummy troops wrapped in khaki bandages crawled out from the ground. Looking around, it looks like a dense crowd of rats coming out of a cage. The appearance of these mummies is not much different from that of ratmen. When all the special mummies below crawled out, the prompt sounded again. Ding, you have obtained the command of the half-ratman mummies. The current number of half-ratmen: 1600. Half-ratman mummy, level 5. Potential, elite 1 star. Skills, plague, E level. Can release plague when attacking, reducing the enemy's attributes by 10%, and the blood volume decreases by 2% every 10 minutes. Bite, E level. Bite the enemy with sharp teeth, increase the damage by 30%, and infect the enemy with plague. Mummy's body, E level. If the head is not hit, it will not die. Racial talent, fighting on the yellow sand. All attributes are improved by 10%. Bond, mummy. When the number of mummies exceeds 20, the strength increases by 10%. When the number exceeds 50, the strength increases by 15%. When the number exceeds 100, the strength increases by 20%. Activated. Introduction. Weak mummy troops. Perhaps only the poorest desert lords are willing to use them. After reading the attributes, Richard was a little amused. My goodness, the level 5 troop. Rat chess piece is too weak, right? Although there are 160 squads, the combat power of this thing is not good. I'm afraid that a squad of dead stone statues can clean up these 160 squads of half-rat mummies. I wonder how strong the troops of other chess pieces are? Just when I was curious, suddenly, a new attribute panel appeared in front of me. It shows the current status. Desert camp. Number of chess pieces alive: 5 elephant, own troops, giant elephant man mummy, level 14, brilliant 3 stars, number 100, occupied chess pieces, none lion, own troops, lion man mummy, level 10, brilliant 1 star, number 200, occupied chess pieces, none tiger, tiger man mummy, level 9, rare 1 star, 400, none dog, dog-headed man mummy, level 7, rare 1 star, 800, none rat, half-rat man mummy, level 5, elite 1 star, 1600, none good guy. The highest level elephant actually has a level 14 giant elephant. Man mummies. Although there are only 100 of them, if there is no attribute restraint, I'm afraid that they can be easily hung up and hammered against his 1600 half-rat men. Richard thought of this and turned his head to take a look at the troops he would command next. These level 5 elite troops are only 1.5 meters tall, and I'm afraid that an adult can knock them down. Even if there is an attribute restraint, can a rat really eat an elephant? While he was thinking, a message suddenly appeared in the chat bar below the new panel. Duke, bald head, what are you? I'm a dog, bar. I'm a dog's chess piece, bar, bar. I'm a dog chess piece. Damn it, I don't care who I am. Leo damn, fuck, I'm actually a lion. Leo-san, I'm a tiger hyena, I'm an elephant. I now have 100 giant elephant mummies, which is really awesome. This type of soldier is so strong. It's 5 meters tall. When it stands up, I feel like I can beat 10 of them now. Duke didn't see the reply from the person he cared about the most. After looking at the others who reported their own chess pieces, he hurriedly asked, "Is King Q boss a rat?" This news made several players who were still excited immediately quiet down. After coming to their senses, their faces looked a little ugly. Their own big golden legs were assigned to the lowest level chess pieces. Damn it, how can I play this? The excitement of the hyena becoming an elephant disappeared. Boss King Q, how should we play this? I'm not sure how to deal with the elephants from other camps. The same camp, the same front. There is no competition among everyone. The ultimate victory is the common pursuit. Bossly, Boss King Q, can the chess pieces be replaced? You play the lion, and I'll play the rat. Hyena, if you want to change, you have to be the elephant, and I'll be the rat. Several people are very clear about the current situation. Their opponents are players from the other 9 camps. Even if Hyena has the most powerful elephant now, he has no confidence at all. Richard smiled and replied, "It can't be changed, so let's play it this way. Rats, there are also fun things to do with rats. Besides, who says rats are the weakest? Sorry, I'm the sky swallowing rat." The mind moved. The yellow sand on the body surged. In an instant, it directly enveloped all the half-rat mummies. Ding, you have given the half-rat mummies the power of the desert, and they have mastered the skill. Sandification, level B. Sandification, level B, turns the body into sand, reduces physical attacks by 99%, reduces magic damage by 30%, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 15 minutes, and has a cooldown of 2 hours. But, it's not enough. He took out a medal with an evil aura, and slowly put it on his chest. 5-star treasure, Death Elegy medal. When commanding the undead army, all attributes of the army are increased by 50%, and 3 teams of dead undead soldiers can be resurrected every day. The next moment, the half-rat mummies only felt a huge force surging into their bodies, and their momentum immediately soared. They opened their shriveled mouths one by one, revealing sharp fangs, and their throats emitted bursts of hoarse dry roars. This is not enough. He looked at his attribute panel. Condensed sand into armor, super A grade, condenses yellow sand into armor, can be added to oneself, or the army within a radius of 200 meters. The more magic power consumed, the stronger the condensed armor. King of Gladiators, legend. When fighting with the enemy, if the number of enemy troops exceeds 500, the attributes of the self attribute will be increased by 30%, and the attributes of the troops under command will be increased by 20%. If the number of enemy troops exceeds 1000, the attributes of the self attribute will be increased by 40%, and the attributes of the troops will be increased by 30%. If the number of enemy troops exceeds 3000, the attributes of the self attribute will be increased by 50%, and the attributes of the troops will be increased by 40%, and the morale of the army will be high and indestructible. Now, enough. Richard's mouth curled up. Now the dog that restrains the rat is no longer a threat, and it is impossible to beat the rat that has been strengthened for several rounds. And the strongest elephant is restrained by the rat again. The situation seems to have become interesting. His real enemies are no longer dogs and elephants, but lions and tigers. However, this was before, when the rats were greatly strengthened, and their number was several times more than that of lions and tigers. It seems that the food chain of both sides has been reversed. Now the rat, who is not afraid of natural enemies, is the real boss. Suddenly, there was a rumble and the ground shook. A huge rat statue slowly rose in the central area of the floating island. Ding, the game starts. Please protect your own chess pieces. As long as your own chess pieces are destroyed, the floating island will be occupied by the enemy, and the condition for winning is to destroy the opponent's chess pieces. The desert camp is about to fight against the sect camp. The elephant can determine the order of battle. After the system prompt sounded, the hyena immediately sent a message. Boss King Q, who will go first? Richard didn't think much and said directly, arrange in order. With as many as 5 chess pieces, everyone has hidden cards, and it is difficult to play Shinji's horse racing. And every chess piece must be played. It doesn't matter how to arrange it. Both sides are blind men touching the elephant. On the other side, the sect camp. When the 5 players heard that their first opponent was the desert camp, their eyes lit up. The iconic soldiers of the desert camp are mummies, absolutely dead spirits. The sect's unique priest system is a natural nemesis for the evil camp. They are most afraid of encountering the iron cans of the fortress clan, and they hope to encounter demons and undead the most. Unexpectedly, their wish came true, and they were given benefits directly. Ding, the game has been confirmed, and the elephants have decided the order of appearance. The battle is on. The moment the prompt sounded, 10 huge phantoms sitting on the throne appeared in the sky. Endless majesty was like a huge wave of thousands of feet high. It made people tremble. Gods! Exclamation mark. A word that was almost taboo appeared in everyone's mind. As the system prompted, the gods came to watch the battle. Exclamation mark. Richard looked at the blurred and unexplainable face, and took a deep look. The terrifying divine power almost penetrated into the soul. This is the power of the world controller, so terrifying that it is indescribable. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the floating island below was pulling forward with a force. He quickly gathered his mind, and turned to look at the opposite side. 4,000 meters away, a floating island with the word lion on the rock wall was flying at the same time. His opponent was the opponent's lion. He looked to the side. The 2 camps had already formed a game. His elephant versus the opponent's dog, his lion versus the opponent's elephant, his tiger versus the mouse, his dog BV tiger, and his mouse, facing the opponent's lion, which was second only to the elephant. The player in the sect camp, who got the chess piece lion, saw Richard's mouse flying quickly. He spoke excitedly on the information panel. Hahaha, brothers, I'm facing the opponent's weakest mouse. Our elephant avoided the opponent's mouse again. This time, we will win. Little mouse, come here and let grandpa fuck you. Today I'll let you taste the taste of the saber of the holy light lion knight. Hahaha, the only enemy that the lion fears is the elephant, and it can eat all other chess pieces. In a sense, the strength of the lion is not inferior to the elephant. But facing the rat at the bottom of the food chain, the other party thought it was a good start, and was very satisfied with the dish given by the other party. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.